How does a barbecue mega box from Red Rooster sound? Mega yes please. Packed with a chicken burger with bacon, onion rings, barbecue sauce and sides. Get your barbecue mega box now at Red Rooster. The Rooster's calling.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Yes, indeed. Very good evening to you. Welcome to the night session, day 11 of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Sam Hargraves with you. Wonderful to have your company. I hope you had a ripping day, however you've been putting it in, wherever you've been putting it in. It's wonderful to have your company wherever you're finding us, however you're finding us, and you can get involved, 1300 736 736. So with you till midnight tonight, and there is plenty on the agenda for us to sink our teeth into. A heap to review on another big day. We're medalists, but the good news is we are guaranteed a gold tomorrow. I'll explain how in just a moment. Our men's sprint pursuit team is going around the velodrome and the cycling as we speak. Sport climbing is starting tonight, the first time at the Olympics, so we'll work through a bit of that as well. But the night session brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. So before we get stuck into a very big night, let's get the latest odds from Top Sport.
An odds update for Top Sport, home of the Top Sports betting multi. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Good evening, it's Tristan Merlehan here from Top Sport. 3 gold medals being given out on the track tonight, where we have 3 odds-on shots which have proven to be a very popular multi. Polish hammer thrower Anita Wilicic is the $1.72 favourite, while Jamaican Elaine Thomas-Herrera is $1.20 in the women's 200, and American Acing Mill is $1.33 in the women's 800. The combined price works out at $2.70 if you think all 3 faves will salute. In the teams event, all eyes will be on the Kookaburras at 8 p.m, where they are $1.50 to beat Germany in regulation time and proceed to the gold medal game, $1.30 to progress at any time. Following straight after, the Boomers take on Argentina at 10 p.m. in the quarter-final, where the Aussies are $1.20 and 9-point favourites to progress through to the semi-finals. Good luck to all the other Aussies competing, and if you're having a punt, please do so responsibly.
Top Sport, home of the Top Sports betting multi. Download the Top Sport app today. Gamble responsibly. 1-800-858-858.
Big thank you to Top Sport. So, drama at the velodrome. There's been another fall. Great Britain have taken a tumble as well. And we had to live through that last night with Alex Porter, who went down in the Olympic men's team pursuit in the cycling. And we ended up finishing 5th in that. And that team, remarkably, still in the hunt for medals. Our men's team pursuit, Callan O'Brien, Sam Welsford, Lee Howard and Lucas Plapp, just set an Olympic record not too long ago in their heat against Switzerland, and then we'll wait and see where that situates them after that. But our cycling, our men's team sprint, Matty Richardson, not the former Richmond champion, Nathan Hart and Matthew Glaetzer came 3rd in their qualifying run for the men's team sprint. The second heat they've just completed against Russia, so I'll get you an update on that very, very soon. So, massive night tonight. Before we review what's happened today, let me set the table for this evening. Around the grounds for Beaumont Tiles. Shop Beaumont Tiles, tile.com.au. Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. So, a big night tonight. So, sport climbing, one of the new events at the Olympics this year. We've already had a really good look at surfing. We've already had a really good look at the skateboarding. So, Tom O'Halloran is our representative in this and has just gone up the wall as we were coming into this evening's broadcast. So we might even get a little replay of his first run as he creates history as being Australia's first up the wall, as sport climbing is now an Olympic sport. So if you don't know much about it, how this works, the sport climbing, it starts tonight. So at the Aomi Urban Sports Venue, 40 different athletes, 20 blokes, 20 ladies representing their countries. So the athletes compete in 3 disciplines: lead climbing, bouldering and speed climbing. So each climber is required to compete in all 3 disciplines, and the final ranking is determined by the combined results of the 3 disciplines. The disciplines are as follows. So lead climbing is a height and distance competition within a 6-minute time frame. So the athletes climb up a fixed course. It's got an overhanging wall. The further along the wall they travel, the more difficult the course becomes. Therefore, the aim to cover the longest distance without falling off or in the specific time frame. The lead ranking is based on the height an athlete achieves and the climbing time in the case of some ties. So bouldering is where they climb a fixed route on a wall, 4.5 metres in height with structures, which are the boulders, attached. The aim is to solve the most boulders or to complete or get through the most boulders on 3 to 4 boulders in the least number of attempts over a given period. So different boulders are set for men and women, 4 in the qualifiers and 3 in the final. So the athletes have a limited amount of time to attempt each problem, with an additional 6 minutes given during the final to observe the wall. So the boulder ranking is decided by the number of problems solved, with the competitor who solved the most problems being ranked first. And then the speed climb is exactly that, a sprint race where the athletes climb a fixed route, 15-metre wall with holds, with the aim to reach the top in the quickest amount of time. So that's just been, that's what we're seeing first up. So the sports climbing with the bouldering, and then the sports climbing with the speed climbing as well. So Tom O'Halloran has just had his run, and I'll get a result from that in a moment. We might even get a bit of a replay as well if we can. Julia will be all over that. So with the 3 disciplines at the end of the qualification phase, the first 8 athletes with the lowest combined points rankings will progress through to the finals. The athlete with the lowest number of combined points after finals will win the competition. So it's sort of like golf. Lowest score, fastest score is what gets you through. 0433 98 11 16 1300 736 736. So according to 7 Olympics, Australia have beaten the ROC, the Russian Olympic Committee. They've guaranteed themselves a race for a medal. So that was in our men's team sprint. So Matty Richardson, Nathan Hart and Matthew Glaitzer have got themselves into the medal contentions now, which is really exciting for them. We do have a great history in cycling throughout our Olympic journey. If you want to get involved tonight, you always can. 0433 98 11 16 on the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. Or give us a call, 1300 736 736. So what we've got in store for you tonight, so not only the excitement of having a new sport to learn about and get ourselves invested in with Tom O'Halloran, our competitor there. And if you don't know much about Tom, his is a great story as well. So he fell in love with the idea of Olympics sort of at the age of 12. He was watching the 2000s. He finished atop of the podium at the IFSC Oceania Championships in December 2020. He was in a 4-way battle with his Aussie teammates, and that's what earned him his spot to go to the Olympics. So Brizzy born, he started climbing at the age of 12 at a local gym in Brizzy. And for the next 7 years, he represented Australia over several occasions. He finished up school and saved up the money to travel and head around the world. He moved after that to the Blue Mountains, which is pretty much a climber's paradise. He was still living there and hadn't really been competed much until he found out that sports climbing was going to be included at the Olympics, and he got himself back competing and he got himself in to be our representative in the men's of the sports climbing. So that's it's another great story, and we're uncovering a heap of these throughout the course of the Olympics as well. So what else is on tonight? Cycling at the track, the women's team pursuit. Sport climbing will continue throughout the night. In the boxing, Harry Garside. So this is the quarter-final matchup against Kazakhstan's Zakir Safiullin. Reckon I've done that justice. So that will be at about 7:35 tonight. We've got Tyson Bull, who made history by becoming the first Australian to get through to the finals of his previous event at the Olympics in the gymnastics. He made history. No other Australians got that far. He will be in action tonight in the horizontal bar. So we're actually going to catch up with his brother at about 7 o'clock. So looking forward to having a chat to him about Tyson's history-making run at these Olympics. We've got more equestrian tonight. It was a fantastic night last night with Andrew Hoy becoming our oldest ever Olympic medalist in the teams eventing. We won silver, and then he won bronze in the individual, which is just extraordinary. And the word is he might be heading around again in 3 years' time in Paris. So hockey, it's a big night for our Kookaburras. Australia have gone undefeated so far at this Olympics. They take on Germany in the semi-finals, so we're going to bring you that action from 8 o'clock. Curtis Marshall's in the final of the men's pole vault, so we'll drop in on that as well. We've got the men's 110-metre hurdles. The heat with Nicholas Hoff is in that for Australia, and it's been a massive day for hurdles. We'll talk about the world record today. We've got artistic swimming tonight. In the women's water polo, so Australia through to the quarterfinals, taking on Russia. Russia have never beaten Australia at an Olympics, but we don't want to count our chickens before they've hatched. So Australia in a really good position to get through to the medal, or at least through to the semi-finals. In the athletics, we've got the 5,000-metre heats. David McNeil, Morgan McDonald and Patrick Tiernan, who just won the hearts and minds of Aussies and the pride and respect of a nation, falling 3 times in the 10,000 before he was able just to will himself, just sheer desperation and heart, to cross the line and make sure that he finished that race. Probably the biggest thing on the agenda tonight is the men's basketball, the quarterfinal, Australia v Argentina. Quarterfinal action, and the US await. So we win this, and we've got a semi-final against Team USA, who beat Spain today. So that's going to be huge. Chris Anstey's going to join me from about 9:30 tonight to bring that to you as well. And then it's the quarterfinals of the women's beach volleyball after 11. Mariafa Itacho de Solo and Taliqua Clancy taking on Canada there. So there is a heap to get through tonight, and you can be involved. 1300 736 736. This was the run from moments ago, our men's cycling team sprint, how they took down the ROC.
Great start by Matthew Richardson. He powers out of the gates. His job is to get Nathan Hart and Matthew Gates up to speed as fast as possible. Anticipate this gap between man 1 and man 2. The Russians are going to do the same. Nathan Hart needs to manage Matthew Gates, make his second lap as smooth as possible to let the fast man come home.
Good start from Australia, 17.2 for the opening lap for Matthew Richardson. Nathan Hart now trying to do the job in second wheel. Then they'll unleash the beast that is Matthew Glazer. Very close indeed with 1 lap to go. Half a lap down the back straight for Matty Glazer. Used to be known as the big fish. He really tucks down and he's opening the gap a little bit now as well. It should be the fastest. It is 42.1. It's an Olympic record. 62.9 kilometres per hour over 3 laps. What a fast time that was for Matty Glazer.
So there we go, nicely done from our Aussies in the men's team sprint. And if we can, we're hoping to just grab a little bit of audio too of our very first sport climber getting up the wall in Tom O'Halloran. So we'll hear that in just a moment as well. But I'm just having a look at this sports climbing as well. If you're like me and petrified of heights, this is not something that you'd ever want to really get involved in, and I'm actually having a hard time watching. But it's extraordinary how quickly and how nimbly these guys are able to get up that wall. So they're getting up, the two that have just gone, one from Kazakhstan and one from Germany, in about 6.5 seconds. That's extraordinary. And Tribe off the text, my explanation of the sports climbing says it sounds like it's a knockout. Do you imagine if it's a knockout ever had to become an Olympic sport? We'd probably know that we'd be in trouble there. You can text at any time of the night, 0433 98 11 16 on the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. So it could be a really big night for Australia. Some really important games in the context of progression through to the next round. Probably none bigger than the Boomers taking on Argentina, with the US around the corner, already through to the semi-finals. The biggest stories of the day we'll get to in just a moment, but this was Tom O'Halloran creating a little piece of history, heading up the wall for the first time in the sport climbing. Its first ever entrance into an Olympic Games, and our first entrant into that event.
As soon as their foot's off the pad, the clock will start. O'Halloran on the left. Gregorius on the right. He gets the lead. Gregorius takes the lead on the right-hand lane. He's flying at that wall. Grip coordination 6.46. He also betters his personal best as well. O'Halloran slightly outside his PB, 0.2 over. This is minuscule measurements, but it all matters for those points at the end. Then we'll come back and have a second go. But already you can see people on the edge of their seats here at the Iomi Urban Sports Park.
So a 15-metre wall, and they're getting up there in around 6 seconds. This is an insane sport. I've never really paid much attention to sport climbing, probably for the fact that I am petrified of heights. But this is off tap. This is off chops. If you're having a look at it yourself, I'd love to hear your thoughts. 0433 98 11 16 1300 736 736. So the biggest stories of the day from an Australian point of view, we'll work our way through that on the other side of this as we continue to go around the grounds. There's been some Wolf Blast great performances. Wolf Blast IWC Red Wine Maker of the Year. And I'll tell you what they were after the break. Brought to you by Wolf Blast, the International Wine Challenge Red Wine Maker of the Year.
Earlier cardboard debris that's been picked up off the Anzac Bridge westbound across the main deck in lane 1 above the fish markets with a run to and from Darling Harbour and Roselle City for the Anzac Bridge. And the City West Link Haberfield, good past the rowers both ways. No problems. Victoria Road I'm seeing past the shops west ride both directions. Centenary Drive steady past the Flemington Market, heading down towards Arthur Street, Hume Highway travelling well at Enfield. Get free delivery on KFC's Christmas in July feast only on the KFC app. Get the Colonel's finest Kentucky Fried Chicken delivered right to your dinner table. Not available everywhere and not forever.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Wine Maker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast, here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially, your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Better solar, better batteries, better energy. With B Solar, you never have to pay another expensive electricity bill. Only B Solar have trusted guaranteed savings and free yearly checkups. Talk with a B Solar advisor, search for B Solar or visit b.solar to learn more.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Ever wanted to attend the grand final in style? SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend the 2021 NRL Grand Final with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. To win, all you have to do is head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au and enter your details. Head to the Grand Final in style thanks to SEN and Ringers Western.
If you love racing, you'll love our sister station, SEN Track Sydney, 15:39 a.m. Each morning, racing royalty Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the track.
Major news this morning from Lindsay Park.
And throughout the day, it's over to the team to cheer home some winners.
Yes, oh my God!
Or not.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track Sydney on 15:39 a.m. and DAB+.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Georgia Baker, Annette Edmondson, Ashley Orkodinoff and Alex Manley are heading around for Australia now in the women's team pursuit against Italy.
We've got the Madison and the Omnium. So two of these riders in the team will go on to do the 2-rider Madison and then Annette Edmondson in the Omnium. That was the last start list of my understanding. Georgia Baker and Annette Edmondson in the Madison, and then Annette also going in to ride the Madison. That could change depending on form and how they're all feeling over these next couple of days. But Australia, ever so slightly in front. It's only 0.3 of a second, so they really have to make sure they dig deep now in these closing couple of laps.
Yeah, they come around to the 3,000 metre mark. Only 4 laps left to travel, and a big turnaround there. Italy now out in front. Australia has burnt their fourth rider. They're down to 3. Italy still have 4 at the moment. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail for every metre in this closing 4-kilometre pursuit to take 5th.
Still 4 riders together for Italy. Australia down to 3, and they're not really stretching that lead. They're just slightly out in front. 2 laps to go now. Australia, it's opened up just a little bit more now, but it's only 0.1 of a second. This is the race for 5th place. The Italians, I think they may be burning a rider there, the way she swung up off the track. Still the 3 Aussies out in front. 1 lap to go now, and they're starting to come back. So Australia back in front. They pulled back 0.2 of a second on that last lap. It really has seesawed between Italy and Australia here. And look at the faces, the grimaces. Their heads are starting to shake and wobble on this last lap. Australia swing up the track to get the 3rd rider there, and they just get there in front with a 4:11.032. Incredibly close. Less was 0.057 of a second. Australia take 5th place, just ahead of Italy.
So well done to our Aussies, our women's team pursuit. Let's get rid of that. We don't want to go to the TV stations ad break. We've got enough of our own, which is what keeps the lights on, of course, but we don't need to double up. The women's team pursuit, so into 5th place at the moment for them. Not long ago, our Aussies in our team sprint set another Olympic record there and into the medal rounds after knocking out the Russian Olympic Committee. The sports climbing is still going on at the moment, and that's capturing some of your attention off the text. 0433 98 11 16 off the temper text. Tribe, who thank you for your very nice message before to Tribe. I won't read that out. It's a little bit self-indulgent, but I do thank you for sending it through. But I do like this one. It's awesome, the climbing. The only thing that would make it better is if they wore superhero outfits. Surely if one of the athletes got themselves into a position sort of like Matt Wern did for the sailing, or and like Matt Belcher and Will Ryan have done today, and I'll talk more about that in just a moment, in their class of sailing. If you knew you were an odds-on win, surely you could get in the Spider-Man outfit and head up there as like a victory lap. That would look very cool, Tribe. I'm with you on that. Sam says, Zach, you should watch a documentary called The Dawn Wall. Incredible story about a free climber who spent close to a decade planning and then 2 weeks attempting to climb a sheer rock face that was previously considered impossible. Super inspiring story about overcoming adversity and the bounds of human achievement. It's engaging and dramatic as well. Great watch. I will have to check that out, Zach. Hopefully I don't get vertigo watching it. I am terrified of heights, embarrassingly so. I saw the Grand Canyon basically through photos. I was that scared when I was walking around the Grand Canyon. You might feel the same way. Tom O'Halloran, did he just go up the wall again? He did. We've missed that one. So we'll get that as well as we were taking in the cycling. That's the joy of this. You've got to be watching about 5 different screens at once, and we're trying to keep up with everything that's happening from an Australian point of view as well. So what has happened today from an Australian point of view? We've had some great performances for Wolf Blast. Wolf Blast, the IWC Red Wine Maker of the Year. Let's start early this morning, and I'll take you through them chronologically just to keep you up to speed before we head into a big night tonight. The men's 1,500-metre heats were today. So we had 3 competitors, Oliver Hoare, Jai Edwards and Stuart McSwain. So he is a genuine medal hope. It was circled. We'd been hearing about Stewie before the Olympics had started. Oliver finished 3rd in his heat, which was a really fast heat, which means he's actually qualified 3rd fastest overall. Unfortunately, Jai Edwards had a really tough run of it. He took a knock. He collided with another runner. He was 7th at the time, but closing in on 6th, and that's where you need to be able to get through to the semi-finals. But unfortunately, it took a bit of the wind out of his sail, and he wasn't able to get in at a time that would have him progress. But Stuart McSwain did. He was 3rd in his heat, and he's qualified 10th overall. Oliver Hoare, after his race, spoke to Channel 7.
Oliver Hoare, congratulations. That was an exceptional run. You put yourself in the race, your first Olympic experience. Take us through it.
Yeah, well, obviously with the heats, you can't really take anything for granted, so I'm just running them as best I can for every race coming forward, and I knew my heat was going to be hard with the world champion and, world finalist in that heat. So I just want to make it honest and make sure that my fitness will prevail and to get that top 6, my coach and I talked about making sure every race we can try and finish top 3, and if we can do that, we know how it feels, and then we can move forward with it.
So much argy-bargy, but you're used to that, indoors, NCAAs, racing all the time?
Yeah, definitely used to the bit of a rough one. I mean, it's a non-contact sport, but a bit of contact sometimes. You just got to stay relaxed and stay calm, and I knew that Chariot was going to pass me with a lap to go, so it's just about making sure that I was in a good position moving into the last 200 metres and then let my speed to the rest.
Well, you've had an incredible collegiate career. It's fantastic for you to see you in the green and gold and getting back amongst the Australians.
Yeah, no, it's been a dear thing to my heart. Like, I made a lot of sacrifices to go to the United States and get away from my family, my friends, and my country, and I knew it was the right sacrifice for me to develop and to one day represent my country, so hopefully that sacrifice is paying off right now, and I just, like to say thank you to all my family and friends for letting me be able to stay in the States and progress and train and represent you guys for the best possible way I can. So,
and the Trinity Grammar boy who's finally pushed Rowan Browning off the back page, maybe.
Yeah, Rowan and I, we hadn't seen each other since high school, so seeing him in the village, he gave me a big hug, and obviously had mask on, but I mean, I've been wanting to see him for so long. His career's been fantastic. Murph is a credit to that, and Murph helped me a lot with my speed in college and in high school, so it was great to catch up with him. He did a fantastic job. My parents, I was screaming and jumping when he won that heat, just to get that statement out there. He's one of the best sprinters in the world, so it was awesome to see two Trinity boys in the same year progress in the same way, so really proud of him and just happy to be a part of it.
Brilliant stuff. Good luck in the semis.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well done to Ollie Hoare and well done to Stuart McSwain as well. So big expectations for him coming through, and he got through his heat and spoke to Richo from Channel 7 after.
Stu McSwain, the perfect start, mate. All the build-up, you're finally here.
Yeah, obviously it's been a big build-up. I'm happy with that. I felt good. You got to take every round by round. I was gone into it ready to run as fast as I could if I needed to, but the big focus now is the semi, and then just focusing round by round. But yeah, I'm happy with that. I felt like it felt pretty comfy, which is good, and hopefully I can lift a bit more for the next round.
And what we love about you is you've raced so much, so you're going to back your fitness in going through the rounds?
Yeah, I feel like I'm coming from the 5K, 10K, so if I can make it quick, I'm going to take guys on, I think. I'll run my own race. If guys are able to beat me doing that, fair enough. They're too good and I can accept that. But yeah, I'm just happy taking it on, and I'll be trying to take it on in the semi as well.
Okay, I reckon there's a few parties going on in King Island. Everyone's sitting around the telly. Do you know what everyone's doing?
Yeah, so I think at the school they swapped recess so they could all watch. I know there's a pub down there as well. They've got the Stewie Palmy and the cocktail, so it's pretty early in the morning there, but I assume a few would have taken a sick day off and snuck down there. So I love the support. I see every message, so yeah, it means a lot. When I'm out down the track, I feel that I have the whole King Island population, Tasmania, Australia behind me, so it's definitely lifted me to another level when I'm out on the track.
Mate, we're all barracking hard for you, and we hope that we're going to chat to you a lot throughout this whole campaign, mate. Let it rip.
Thanks, Jace. Cheers.
Beautifully done. So Stu McSwain in a good spot going into that semi-final. So just in terms of our speed climber, our sports climber, Tom O'Halloran. So the first discipline in the 3-discipline event is the speed climbing, and he fell on his second run up the wall. But from what I'm reading and being told, that's the weakest of his 3. So look out for him. Much more adept on reading at the lead climbing. So later tonight in the lead qualifying, 10:10, we'll keep an eye on Tom O'Halloran. It's the first time that sports climbing's been at the Olympics. So a bit of history being made. So congratulations to Tom. As we work through the results of today and the performances that have caught our attention, it was a pretty successful day in terms of qualifications. So the next was the women's javelin. So Mackenzie Little, along with Catherine Mitchell and world champ Kelsey Lee Barber, who was claimed that title in Doha 2019. It wasn't all smooth sailing for Kelsey Lee Barber, but it was a phenomenal last throw. It's almost pretty similar to how she got that world championship in the javelin, but she was able to get through 3rd overall into qualification for the final. So it was a trifecta for us as Kelsey, Catherine and Mackenzie all qualified. Kelsey in 3rd, Mackenzie in 4th, and Catherine Mitchell in 10th overall for the final. And this was the third throw that got Kelsey up into that third ranking.
This is it. Have to produce something here. Has to be close to 61 to get through. Looks like it's sailing. It's better. It's out there. Boy, oh boy, that is how you do it. Look at that. Steely look. There's still a little bit of technical work to be done, but this might be enough. Well, the season's best is 61.09. It's further than that. And hope's still alive for Kelsey Lee Barber. 62.59, third in this group. It'll be enough to get through to the final.
Thank you to Channel 7 for the Lloyd's Auctions replay. Lloyd's Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now at lloydsauction.com.au. She spoke to Channel 7 after the throw.
Kelsey Lee Barber. Well, you clearly had something good to eat for dinner last night because that you waited to the last moment.
I got to stop doing that, really. Like, sure, it's fun for TV viewing, but I'm sure my coach gets a heart attack every time Mike putting him in the hot seat for that final throw. But, yeah, I just had flashbacks to 2018 Com Games where my throws were pretty, they were neat, there was just nothing on them, and I was not going out like that. That was my Rio experience, and I was not having a repeat of that. So it was time to get fired up, be a competitor, be a performer, and put something out there and throw the javelin. So I'm really happy I did that.
You certainly did. So you had an opportunity between your second and your third throw. Chat to your coach. What's the messaging then?
It really comes back to just trust the body, trust the run-up, and throw the javelin. Like, forget about the technical work. That's been done. We know it's all there. Put it together. And in its simplest form, that's just throwing the spear as far as possible.
What about the build-up to these Olympic Games? When you're the reigning world champ, there's obviously we had Olympics that were delayed. You've dealt with COVID. You had the odd injury thrown in amongst it. Plus the pressure. What's that been like?
It's been really up and down, to be honest. And I think the best way to describe these last couple of years has been character building. There's been things thrown at me that I would never have anticipated as an athlete and as a person, and I've had to find new ways to grow. So I'm really happy to be here, and I'm super, super excited for the final because, again, I said in Rio I would be back out here ready to fight for a medal, and I'm so in that space.
It is fantastic, and we know that when it counts most, you always deliver, mate. So bring on the final.
Yeah, I say the same. I'm really, really pumped.
Well done.
Thank you.
Bring on the final, indeed. That was Kelsey Lee Barber, courtesy of Channel 7. We'll hear from Mackenzie Little and from Catherine Mitchell, who also made the final of the women's javelin. We'll do that on the other side of this. You're listening to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. The night sessions are for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, and we do it all for Mate Internet and Mobile, Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from $59 and for zero online accounting to help you do business, but better.
Hey, Fletch, if you ran into somebody, right, and they said, oh, geez, I'm having some sleeping problems, what would be your recommendation?
Change pillows immediately and change it to spinal ease without a doubt.
Yep, and you need to know whether you're a back sleeper, side sleeper, whatever the case may be, because they tailor-made it and it might just change your life. So the way to do it, order your Spinal Ease pillow. We both have one. With free delivery, go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinalease.com.au, and you can thank us later.
Recording receipts, but in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box, but storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Mascot sideline breakdown for Southern Cross Drive near Wentworth Avenue. No problems at Harbour Tunnel. I'm seeing southbound off the freeway up towards the ED, and the ED steady both ways through Moore Park. A breakdown at Hoxton Park Road, Whitford Road. That's affecting eastbound lane 1. Through Cogra, a smash coming through Princess Highway Park Road. No problems. I'm seeing the Princess Highway Gymea and the M1 steady Mount Uzi, Mount Pleasant. Here's a great tax tip. Get a COVID-safe tax refund on the spot at Tax Tips. For an instant tax refund, visit taxtips.com.au now. Conditions and charges apply.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track Sydney, 15:39 a.m. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
The news is that she has run her last race.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Craig, you're going national.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track Sydney on 15:39 a.m, the SEN app and DAB+.
G'day, it's Matt McKeldin. And I'm Steve Johnson. And we're the hosts of The Driver's Seat. Each week we chat to some of the biggest names in supercars. Jamie Whincup.
Firstly, thank you for the intro. Bit of work there, so I appreciate that.
Charlie Robinson, welcome to The Driver's Seat.
Even during high fives, I'd run out the back in my dressing room and watch what lap they were up to.
Chaz Mostert.
All I knew I had to do was win a race and you guys would have me back on. I would have done it sooner.
Get radio's #1 motorsport show on your smartphone.
Download the Driver's Seat app to listen now.
Introducing the winner of Drive Car of the Year, the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV. With first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats.
I fantasize about this.
We paid attention to the details, so did they. The 7-seat Kia Sorento SUV, Drive Car of the Year.
Are you ready to find that guaranteed catch? Download the Real Adventures app. Cast a line with Paddy Dangerfield and Aaron Red Habgood.
I'm on tank water in Moggs Creek. Do the kids get fast? You're like, no, George, you're in the mud, you sleep in the mud. Just hose them down out.
Everything fishing, boating, recipes and hotspots. Plus catch up on all the Real Adventures Show podcasts.
They are working. Right on to the guys that are in WA actually using the bins. I reckon we should see these spread across the country.
Powered by Dometic, mobile living made easy. The Real Adventures app, get hooked. Now in the App Store and Google Play.
Hi, I'm Bernard Foley. This November, get set for the world's first Aqua Rugby Festival. Never before seen down under, it's high-speed rugby on a floating pitch in the stunning Sydney Harbour. Get down to the Manly shoreline and watch it light up with live free entertainment. Or step it up and watch the action on board one of Sydney's most luxurious super yachts. Get your tickets at aquarugby.com. Be part of the action November 5th and 6th. Aqua Rugby. This is how we play.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So after 2 runs of the speed climbing, it's the first discipline of 3 in the sports climbing. Our representative in the men's, Tom O'Halloran, currently ranked 17th, but we're reading and we're told that he's stronger in the other 2 disciplines, the lead climbing and the bouldering. So the lead climbing a little bit later on tonight. And then Oceana McKenzie is our women's representative in the women's sport climbing. That's happening tomorrow. But just working through some of the Aussie performances of the day, we just heard before in terms of the javelin, Kelsey Lee Barber, who qualified in 3rd, is through, the defending world champion. Our 2 other Aussies, Mackenzie Little and Catherine Mitchell, also qualified. Mackenzie Little in 4th position for that final, and she spoke to Channel 7.
Mackenzie Little, you are a star, young lady. That was incredible. A personal best at your Olympic debut. Describe it to us.
I think I'm quite proud of myself. I'm so grateful to everyone who's been really supportive. My coach was so confident that I was in personal best shape, and so that made it so much easier to believe in myself. It looks like it was going to be raining. There are a few things that happened, but I was really happy with how I could just focus on what I needed to do, and I'm really excited to make the final. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll watch waiting and get the other Aussies in there too.
That's right, we want a lot of Aussies in that final. Describe that throw that will change your life now that you're Olympic finalist.
It felt good. It feels easy when you do one of those throws, and I felt everything moving forward. I attacked it. I was ready to put everything into it, and it came off, and I'm really, really happy.
And a few Australians might not know your story. You obviously studied in the States. You had a great NCAA career. You're also an outstanding student. You're a very smart young lady.
I mean, I'm just really, really grateful to be doing everything I'm doing. Yeah, my university friends, my med student classmates are so supportive, so hi to all of them. And my family and friends from the US and Australia. I'm really happy.
You know, we love everyone who's sort of, down and out, but we still love people who are overachievers like you. You're slightly annoying though, because you can't be a med student and an Olympic finalist.
I don't know what to say. Yeah, I have so many people to thank. I couldn't do this without me. The Australian team's been so supportive in my debut. I was nervous last night and this morning. My roommate Annie Ruby is getting ready to run, but she was really supportive. She's a veteran, knows what she's doing, so that's been great.
We are
it worked out.
Incredibly proud of you. You should be incredibly proud of yourself. Well done.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Bring on the final.
Yes.
So a PB for Mackenzie Little, another personal best from an Aussie athlete. We've got a lot of them and had a heap of them, and I reckon plenty more still to come as well. For Pilot, your online men's health navigator, real doctors, real treatments, discreet shipping, pilot.com.au. So the third member of the trio to make the final tomorrow was Catherine Mitchell, who's qualified in 10th position. She also had a bit of a yarn to Richo in Channel 7.
Catherine Mitchell, congratulations, an Olympic final, your third Olympic Games. What an incredible achievement.
My third Olympic final. That was hard work, just hard work.
You've had to overcome so many hurdles, obstacles leading into this. You haven't seen your partner for I don't know how long, who's also your coach. I mean, all those things have been thrown at you. Somehow you persisted.
What choice? What else is there to do? I think that's what I do best, and I always believe that there's more possible, and the challenges are what makes you stronger, and
Well, that first throw made you stronger as well. Take us through that.
I don't know. I just the track was fast, and because I hurt my hamstring a couple of weeks ago, so I haven't had the rhythm work, and I just came into the cross step and was way too quick on my feet, and then I was sliding on the grass, and I just did a body scan to make sure nothing was broken. And then I thought, okay, I need to back up for that and just reset, and I just sort of pretended we were restarting and just tried to not think about it.
It's remarkable that we're going to have three Australian women in the javelin final.
Oh, did Mackenzie?
Mackenzie threw an unbelievable PB, well over 62 metres. So
wow.
For three of you to be there is extraordinary.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I was wondering, I hadn't seen the results on the first round, so here we are.
Bring on the final. Well done, Catherine.
Let's do it. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks.
Bring on the final in a couple of days. Indeed, 3 Aussies we have in the women's javelin final, and that's wonderful. Some other events today from an Australian point of view that we need to get you across. Brooke Stratton performed admirably, finished 7th in the women's long jump final, so congratulations to her. And then we had finals in the kayak. So the men's K1, Thomas Green came 7th in that. We might hear from him a little bit later on as we work through some of the audio of today. And in the women's K2, Alyssa Bull and Alice Wood finished 5th in their final of that as well. So the sailing's got all our attention again after Matt Wern got to do the victory lap a couple of days ago. Already had the gold medal cemented before the final medal race. So he was just able to do a victory lap and savour it all, soak it all in, and it would be a wonderful way to experience winning a gold medal, wouldn't it, knowing that you can head around the circuit with no pressure on you whatsoever, and that's what he was able to enjoy. And they got around him, they celebrated, they carried the boat from the water. It was extraordinary scenes. Well, a similar situation awaits for Matt Belcher and Will Ryan in their classification. They have been competing in the men's dinghy, the 470 discipline. So Matt Belcher is a two-time Olympic medalist. He's at his third Olympic Games. He was a gold medalist in this in London, silver in Rio with Will Ryan, who is at his second Olympics now. Matt Belcher's a 10-time world champion in this. Will Ryan a 5-time world champion. So we shouldn't be surprised to see them in a very Matt Wern-like situation, and that is that they just have to get there tomorrow. They have to front up, and they do have to get through the race unscathed, so they can't get disqualified and they can't incur any penalties. So if they just, between the flags, play it safe, be good boys, then it will be another gold medal to Australia, which would be our 15th at these Olympics. Before we get to the medal tally, let's hear from Will Ryan and Matt Belcher, who spoke to Channel 7.
Well, what a fantastic position to be in for our Aussie men's 470 sailing team. Matt Belcher, Will Ryan, congratulations, gentlemen, and thank you for your time. Will, we might start with you since it's your first gold. He's been there and done that all before. You probably waited 5 years for this. How special was that moment on the water when you knew you'd done what you needed to?
Yeah, I think I waited 12 years. So, no, for sure, there's a smile underneath the mask. I think Matt and I, we know the job doesn't finish till we've kind of got in our hands tomorrow. So we do actually have to show up tomorrow and complete the racetrack. So there's that bit of pressure on us. But no, fingers crossed, we won't go too astray. Yeah. It is really, really cool. I think it'll sink in tomorrow when it's real for sure. But no, great week of sailing with Matt. Like we started really well together, and I think that's what we always set out to do. So I'm really proud, and it's cool to be part of a bit of Australian history.
Absolutely, you've done a brilliant job. And Matt, for you, 9 years ago you experienced this feeling, and now you're going to do it again, all barring a disaster. Wanted to ask you about, the time away from family. Normally you'd have people coming onto the shore and hugging you and all that. How hard has that been, and how special will it be to finally get a chance to speak to everyone and see them?
Oh, it'll be really special, particularly with we've been locked up in Australia quite some time, and we were fortunate enough to get away and do one competition. But, one competition in 20 months is just a lot of time away, and, friends and family and everyone back home in lockdown, and just, super proud that we're able to deliver the performance that we knew that we'd hoped that we could deliver, and I think we're just kind of looking forward to tomorrow, getting the medal and then actually getting home and hugging my wife and kids and just getting back.
Yeah, brilliant. Now, one more important question. Who's in charge of setting the alarm and making sure the transport's all sorted and you definitely get here? He's the boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's all on you, Matt. Right, well, we will definitely see you here tomorrow, no doubt about that. But congratulations, and we look forward to celebrating it with you tomorrow. Well done.
Thanks. Cheers. So that's going to be a moment to keep an eye on tomorrow. Will Ryan and Matt Belcher with the victory lap. They just need to get through unscathed, and a gold medal is theirs. Everybody is talking about the 400-metre men's hurdle final today, and I'll explain to you why if you've missed it after the break. Greg in Blackburn, stay right there. I'm going to come to you. We've got a bronze medal race for Australia coming up shortly. I'm just trying to keep across what's happening at the velodrome, because Australia's men's sprint team should be cycling about now in the bronze medal race, and it looks like they're getting out onto the course, out onto the track now. So let's get a breakaway and come back and hopefully take that race.
Last year, he turned 130k into 500 grand for punters. Inside Track Club with Troy Little is back. With Inside Track Club, you're part of an exclusive punting group with Australia's best greyhound punter. Join Troy Little in live chat and video analysis for every greyhound race each Thursday and Saturday night. SEN Inside Track Club. Join now. Book for one session and try it out, or get early bird deals and jump on board the year. sen.com.au/SEN Track. Club enter terms, fees and conditions apply. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Injured in a slip or fall accident in a public place that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we do understand that an injury through no fault of your own can have long-term effects on you and your family. Call Bryden's Lawyers today for a free, no-obligation appointment to discuss what may be available to you. Let us help you get your life back on track. Bryden's Lawyers. We do more for you because we understand what matters most. Call Bryden's Lawyers today on 1-800-848-848.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaints section at sen.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Let's get to the Izu Velodrome for a cycling update, a bronze medal race. Our sprint team up against France for City Venue Management, Camino apparel for the modern athlete. Aussies into the bronze medal race. Camino apparel, creative and sustainable cycling and triathlon apparel for the modern athlete. Here we go.
Matthew Richardson gets a clean start for Australia. The power is driven through the pedals. The gap will open to Nathan Hart in second wheel. His job is to manage Matthew Glaetzer through the second lap as smoothly as possible to come home as hard as possible for Australia. Matthew Glaetzer has lost the wheel, unfortunately, a 17.4 for Matthew Richardson.
Brembo Vigier and Hilal from France, and this is now Matthew Glaetzer. He's a long way off the back in third position. This is somewhat of a disaster for Australia. France is out in front, but look at the gap that Matthew Glaetzer is trying to overcome. They were the favourites to take the bronze here, and it just hasn't gone in their favour. 1 second down now, and France is going to come through to take the bronze medal. And Matthew Glaetzer just missing that start, not getting onto the wheel. And the gap opened up, and that was the end of it. Australia, fourth place for them. France again coming away with the bronze medal and putting Australia into fourth place.
It hasn't been our Olympics, has it, at the Velodrome. The fall last night in the team pursuit, and now we were favourites going in against France to win that bronze medal. But well done to our team, Matty Richardson, Nathan Hart, Matthew Glaetzer. Fourth place for them, finishing under 2 seconds behind. Just a rough start. It was just too hard to overcome in the end. So the cycling update for City Venue Management, Camino apparel, creative and sustainable cycling and triathlon apparel for the modern athlete. We cut out of a break to make sure we took that bronze medal race. We'll go back into that break and come back. And if you haven't heard the race that has got the whole world wide-eyed in amazement and just stunned by what they've seen, the 400-metre hurdle today has been coined as maybe one of the greatest, if not the greatest, race at an Olympics of all time. We'll relive it after this.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. At Lead Express, we've introduced a Pay What You Can model for all businesses affected by COVID-19. If you need help to answer or make sales and service calls, or you'd just like an independent review of your current sales process to make sure it's as efficient and as streamlined as possible, we're here to help. Simply select the type of campaign you need assistance with and pay what you can. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
M4, no problems. The M4 East out of Haberfield up towards Homebush with the M4 steady past the Cumberland Highway towards the foot of the mountains. Great Western Highway looking good up Lapson Hill towards Katoomba. No problems I'm seeing for the M2 through the Epping Tunnels. Windsor Road off around Borkham Hill, steady for the M2. Pennant Hills Road, good run through North Brox, Carlingford past Marsden Road, both directions. Shop online with Amart Furniture and spend $799 to receive $79 off your order. Online only for a limited time. Visit amartfurniture.com.au. Conditions apply.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for two sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
400 hurdles final. So the favourites are in the middle. Watch Vorholm, he's 4 from the right. He'll attack the first. Benjamin got over it with him. So from the outside, Maggie and Samba and Dos Santos. And Vorholm's out really hard in the back straight. He's in front of Benjamin at the moment. They're the two that are going so hard. And then McMaster and Capello up towards halfway. Vorholm attacks. Benjamin's with him. The world record's 46.70. They're chasing gold. Norway and the United States. They get to that. Vorholm slightly in front of Benjamin, who's got higher speed. How strong will they be? They've left Dos Santos in their wake. Vorholm's a half a stride up. Benjamin comes at him. At the last, Vorholm's over. Benjamin won't get him. The Norwegian is the supreme champion. Unbelievable. It's Bolt-like. It's a Beemanesque record.
Just phenomenal. Wowzers. Oh my goodness, he's just broken 46 seconds.
It is Beemanesque. It's rare. It's what Johnson did in Atlanta in 1996 and Bolt did. It takes you to a place you never thought you'd go to.
I'm in shock. Bruce, I'm in shock. I cannot believe that for the men's 400-metre hurdles there is a 45 seconds.
And Benjamin's run 46.17. He's broken the world record by that much, it doesn't matter. And he's got a silver.
And Dos Santos must have been incredibly quick as well, because we have just seen the most magnificent race at an Olympics in history.
It will go down as the greatest 400-metre hurdles ever run, and arguably the greatest race we've seen at an Olympic Games.
So there isn't an Olympic Games that Bruce hasn't seen, and since he was old enough to broadcast them in his lifetime, there's not one that he hasn't been a part of himself. So that is as high a praise for me as you could possibly get on how to surmise an event and categorise it on where it stands in the pantheon of Olympic history. That is, if you want to know how big it is, Bruce isn't one for hyperbole. He calls it absolutely as he sees it. There's none better in the business, and for anyone who's been knocking him this week, please get back in your box. That is why he is the best in the business. But the race itself, so he spoke about the history and why it was such an incredible race, is that all three went under, the top three went under the world record. No one's ever been below 46 seconds before. So Castor and Warholm a month ago broke a record from Kevin Young, the American, that had stood for just under 30 years. So he went below 46.78 and then took a second off that world record that he set only a month earlier at the Olympics. And you could see the last 100 metres is extraordinary, because Benjamin almost draws level and then he just finds another something. Warholm to bring it home in the end and to do something that no one's done in history, and that's go below 46 seconds in a 400 hurdle. So that has the world talking today. That's the biggest story to come out of today. And if you've watched it and you're still in awe of it, I'd love to hear your views on it, your emotions with it and your thoughts. It's got nothing to do with an Australian except for Bruce giving it the soundtrack that will live on in history that it deserves from an Australian broadcasting point of view. But if that blew you away like it did me, I'd love to hear from you. 1300 736 736. Up next, Jaden Bull. His brother has created history by becoming the first Aussie to get through to an individual Olympic gymnastic final, and he will be in action tonight. And we can't wait to see how Tyson Bull goes in the men's horizontal bar. So brother Jaden, and a gymnast himself, he'll come on and tell us how his brother's feeling in the build-up to the biggest night of his life. That's up next. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Are you supporting a loved one living with a disability? Is your family looking for ways to help them live life to the fullest, to make their own decisions, to reach their full potential, and to be as independent as possible? Right at Home is Australia's leading in-home care provider, providing transport, socialisation, personal care, companionship, and nursing care. Call Right at Home to talk about how we can make a difference to the life of your loved one. Visit rightathome.com.au or call 8378 4314.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Yes, indeed. Good evening. If you're just joining us for the first time and if you've just stuck with us for the first hour, it's great to have your company on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, the night session of day 11, and there is a heap on the menu. I hope you've brought a big appetite with you because you will be full by the end of this evening. We've got Aussies in action all around the place and there's medals on offer as well. We've got history being made at the moment in the sports climbing. Tom O'Halloran, 17th at the moment after the first discipline. It's a 3-discipline event. The speed climb is not his strongest. He finished 17th in that and is currently 17th overall. But there's the bouldering and then there's the lead climbing as well to come. So we're really excited about that little piece of history being made. We've got Curtis Marshall just after 8 o'clock in the men's pole vault final. So he will be competing for a medal there. The Boomers in action tonight after 10. Chris Ansie's going to join me about 9:30. Their quarterfinal match against Argentina. The women's water polo quarterfinal, Australia taking on Russia. The Stingers are looking in really good touch at this Olympic Games as well. We've got heats of the 5,000 metres later on at Tokyo Stadium in the athletics. And we've got beach volleyball as well. And the other thing we have is another piece of history being made, and that is for the first time ever we've got one of our Aussie men into an individual final of an Olympics gymnastics event. The horizontal bar tonight, Tyson Bull will step up. He qualified in 7th position to be into that final, and his very proud older brother Jaden has been good enough to jump on the line to have a chat with us. Jaden, hello to you, mate.
Yeah, g'day Sam, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
Hey, look, I'm great. I just get to sit as a fan tonight and watch all this unfold, but you've got skin in the game. You've got blood happening. You've got blood competing tonight. How proud are you of what Tyson's been able to do, doing what no other male gymnast has ever been able to do for us?
Oh, mate, I can't even describe the feeling, to be honest. Yeah, like you said, he's sort of made history right now. We knew that he was capable of doing it. He's finaled at World Championships before, which is quite prestigious in itself. But yeah, Olympics is just a whole other thing. You know, you've got the whole nation watching and that sort of thing. So it really gets everyone on board, you know, to watch. And he's just been handling it beautifully. You know, he's handled the pressure, you know, unlike anything we could have imagined. And yeah, we're just we're so proud and can't wait to watch him. Mum and Dad are obviously you know, very, very nervous, but you know, I know that he's been in big situations before, so yeah,
so
it's awesome.
Talk to us about Tyson's entrance to gymnastics. I mean, like a lot of younger brothers, you probably want to do what Big Brother's doing. So at the age of 5, he got involved. Yeah. At what age did you look at him and go, "Oh, you little so-and-so, you're actually pretty darn good at this"?
I think I knew from, you know, as you get into sort of your teenage years and your body sort of develops. You know, obviously I'm 3 years older than him, so and gymnastics, you know, requires a lot of strength and that sort of thing. So I sort of knew I had a bit of time on my hands through my teenage years, just on that fact alone. But I knew that Tyson's a very determined person and, you know, intensely focused at times, and I knew that I was in a bit of trouble when I got a bit older. So I think I knew from the start that he was always going to be great at what he does. And yeah, I mean, he's just done amazing. Just made all of us proud. And you know, as the older brother, I'm just glad that I was there to fuel the flame somewhat to get him to where he is. But yeah, it's been a whole village involved, I guess.
Absolutely, and you're an Australian champion in your own right, which we won't gloss over as well. And then you're right. I mean, you've got to have anybody that I've ever interviewed in sport had someone they looked up to and that inspired them. And for you to be that person on a history-making night, you should be really proud of yourself as well. So talk to us about what it takes to perform in this arena. For those who aren't as familiar with gymnastics, and I'm certainly one of those, I do have a look at it every time it comes around the Olympics, but what stands out to me is the intensity of the competition. And we've seen Simone Biles, and we'll touch on that in just a moment, but it's a very, very intense environment, isn't it? So to grow up in that, what characteristics do you need to be able to withstand that kind of pressure?
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, there's a lot involved. There's not only pressure, there's just the actual danger of the sport. And you can imagine that he's flinging himself around this bar at, you know, crazy speeds, you know, 3 to 4 meters in the air, and trying to catch it, within a couple of centimeters at times to get it perfectly executed and that sort of thing. I guess growing up, you've got to learn to get over the fear as much as anything. It involved, multiple hits to the bar, the actual metal bar, the horizontal bar, it's actually metal. So, we all had big crashes on the bar and that sort of thing. Tyson's actually been concussed sort of a few times and that sort of thing. He's flung off, landed on his head. For what it takes to get to where he is, you've got to overcome a lot, in this sport. It's a very difficult sport, but it's also immensely rewarding. It's a hard sport, but, it's great to watch. There's a reason that everyone tunes into the gymnastics when it's on the Olympics, and, it's just because it's so variable. There's so many different skills going on, and it's just great to watch,
It's also a sport where you go, it's something that you marvel at and are in awe of because it's so unattainable to anyone who, it's not, you can't just go and pick it up. It's not in very few Olympic sports you can, but this is one of those where it's just so far away from what people's day-to-day existence is. But is there, now, as in layman's terms, is there something we should be looking at tonight for Tyson? A signature move? Does he have a finishing move that we should know about?
Yeah, so good question. So I think things you're looking for tonight are within the execution of the routine, you're trying to keep as straight a lines as possible. So any bent arms, bent legs apart, anything like that's not meant to be, in any of those positions can be deducted from your final score. And so if anyone's watched his previous routine in the qualification, it was very clean. You couldn't really pick much out of it. The only thing that you could probably look at is his dismount, which is a double layout back salt, so 2 rotations with a full twist, we call it, like a 360 essentially. You're looking to stick that with no steps at the end. If you step at all, you lose, could be up to a fraction of a point essentially. So if you go back to his qualification routine, I think he scored like a 14.45 or somewhere around there. And if he hadn't have taken that final step, which he did in the qualification, he would have been in the third position. So as you can imagine, there's basically nothing between him and a medal chance. So that's why we're sort of so excited, and we know that he can do it. And anything can happen on a finals night as well, you know.
Have you had a chance to speak to him in the build-up to tonight?
Yeah, I have actually. He's feeling really good. He's had a similar lead up to the final that he did for the qualification. And he had a few rough days and then some really good days. So he sort of said, it feels exactly the same as qualification, and he's pretty relaxed. He's trying to sort of keep out a bit of the white noise and just focus in on what he's got to do. And he knows that we're all so proud of him no matter what. So he's just happy to go out there and try and compete. And I guess he's got a little bit of the underdog mentality as well, in a way.
I like it. We love that. So, the Simone Biles situation, as a former an elite gymnast yourself, you know about the twisties that's been explained about what's happening for her mentally in terms of her mental health, but also the paralysis of the twisties. Is that something that rings true for you? And how has that? We've seen the effect it's had all around the world and the response that it's got, but internally in the gymnastics community and for those that are at the event now, how has that sort of swept through the gymnastics world at Tokyo?
I mean, it's something that we're all familiar with. So for it to come out in sort of mainstream media is pretty interesting. When we heard of it, everyone, I think, myself and all the other gymnastics community would have just been, we've all had that sort of thing. It's a pretty common occurrence, and for someone like Simone under such immense pressure, not only from her own nation but from other nations, and to be, in that sort of boiling pot of the Olympics and to get the twisties, I think it's really good what she did. She took herself out of, she thought she was sort of endangering herself and her team. So I think it's a really brave thing for her to do. But like I said, it's something that gymnasts, most of the gymnasts out there would have experienced from time to time, and it's the subconscious, essentially a subconscious thing that your body wants to do that you can't control at times. It's hard to explain, really. You could probably liken it to something in footy where you have to take a certain amount of steps before you kick it, or anything like that, like an OCD type thing.
Yeah, it's your mind not allowing your body to do what you've been training to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is paralysis the sort of right word as best to describe it?
Yeah, and I think it's very much a mental thing. Some people can write it out and try to block it out of your mind, and this comes back to the whole going through gymnastics as a kid or as a teenager. It's very much building your mental up as well as your physical, learning how to overcome things like the twisties and at intense times of competition and all that sort of thing. I've had many teammates over the years that had the twisties and in same situations, and I had a friend that used to do like a round off sort of back sole, and he couldn't do it without doing a full twist in it. He just couldn't do a straight back sole without a twist in it. And he had that for a fairly long time. So it can be very difficult for sure.
So how big a deal is it that she's back in competition tonight? She's chosen to come back into the beam, which from what I'm reading is probably the safest thing for her to be doing with what's afflicting her at the moment.
Yeah, I think the only thing that will worry her maybe if she hasn't sort of gotten over it at all yet is the dismount.
Yep.
I think the rest of the routine, I think it'll be fairly on the same sort of axis. There won't be too much twisting. There'll be maybe a half twist or a full twist here and there, but I think the dismount's the one that I think we'll all be watching to trying to cheer her on and make sure she can to get over the line. But because I think she usually does like a double back double twist, which is essentially a double think of a double backflip with a 720 essentially, which is huge. I think she's the only one in the world doing it. So,
well, she's actually going at the moment, Jaden, and it looks like she's doing pretty well. I'm going to let you go because you guys have got a massive night tonight. You're not too far away from Tyson taking to the horizontal bar. Mate, we're really proud of what he's achieved. We know you are too. Good luck tonight. Enjoy it as a family, and we might even chat to you a little later if it's a successful night for him as well.
No problem. Thanks, Sam. Thanks, everyone, for listening.
Beautifully done. Jaden Bull, that's Tyson Bull's brother. Tyson, the first ever Australian bloke to get through to an individual event at an Olympic gymnastics meet. Let's take in a bit of this last Simone Biles routine. A dismount, it's all done and dusted, but she has nailed the dismount, which was what Jaden said would be the most difficult thing for her. So there's rapturous scenes at the gymnastics venue for her, as she was able to get through that routine relatively unscathed. A couple little bobbles here and there, but so it'll be a really feel-good moment at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre, and we're hoping it's a better night for us with Tyson Bull into that final as well. Let's take a break, come back. Our man, Tom O'Halloran, has just done his first run in the bouldering. So this is where you've got to solve. It's almost like solving a climbing puzzle to get up a certain part of the wall in a certain amount of time. And he seemed really happy when he got down off the wall. So I'll take his word for it. His response was a positive one, smiles and thumbs up in that for our Aussie in action in the sports climbing as well. So big night, plenty of events happening. Would love to get you involved and for the person whose number ends in 357, mate, learn how to pronounce hyperbole. I did stumble over hyperbole, didn't I? Thank you for pointing that out. And the laughter emojis, I know, mean that you're just having a bit of fun, and I do like that. Happy to have that kind of banter. 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. We'll come back with the current medal tally and keep working our way towards the events of tonight and relive some of the more notable events of today. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. For mate, internet and mobile, Australia's most satisfied customers, NBN from $59, and for Xero, online accounting to help you do business, but better.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
To create a high-performance machine, equal parts art and automobile. That was the brief. Lauded and awarded like any masterpiece. There's always critics. But with 15 premium Harman Kardon speakers and the new bimodal exhaust, it's kinda hard to hear them. The new Kia Stinger.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you. Last year, he turned 130k into 500 grand for punters. Inside Track Club with Troy Little is back. With Inside Track Club, you're part of an exclusive punting group with Australia's best greyhound punter. Join Troy Little in live chat and video analysis for every greyhound race each Thursday and Saturday night. SEN Inside Track Club. Join now. Book for one session and try it out, or get early bird deals and jump on board the year. sen.com.au/SEN Track. Club enter terms, fees and conditions apply. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Many of us grew up on quad bikes and we still love them. But a few years back we started migrating to the utility, the comfort and manoeuvrability of the mid-size two-seat side-by-side and the genuine safety benefit they offer. And now it's happening in droves. 22 years of Polaris Ranger development mean these American-built workhorses remain at the front of the queue. So tow more, carry more, haul, heave and hunt and get into a Polaris dealer and see if maybe mid-size is your size.
Classic Hits 2CH. When you want to listen to the likes of Fleetwood Mac, the Beatles. Hard to get you into my life. What about Billy Joel? And Whitney Houston. Simply tune your digital radio to Classic Hits 2CH. Classic Hits 2CH. Now playing on DAB+, the SEN app and 2ch.com.au.
So far this NRL season, we've enjoyed some huge moments.
That is a tremendous try from Reece Walsh.
And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Still going hot wide, he stretches out and scores. Too strong.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are.
Scott for the corner, and Scott scores.
Join our NRL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment.
Good little kick, Tago is a star, and they score the try.
Rugby League Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Wonderful to have your company. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, the night session for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. A couple coming through off the text. To my man who just pulled me up on my pronunciation of hyperbole. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to say hyperbole. That's where I've got it wrong. Is that right? It's spelled... So am I... I'm just looking out for confirmation. Am I supposed to say hyperbole? Yeah, I am too, aren't I? No, thank you. Very, very nicely done. That'll be on Pickers and Hutchie Saturday morning. So tune in for that off the bench. So thank you very much. I don't have a name for that text, but I do appreciate you sending it through. I thought hyperbole was a joke because we all said that in year 10. Yep, we did. Yeah, I'm an idiot. And another one off the text, getting involved in this one. Hyperbole is pronounced hyperbole, which is what I think the texter was getting at. Bit silly, but that's English for you. No, thank you. Nick in Cheltenham, was it you that was sending it through? No, that's not you. But Nick did send through the pronunciation. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. My dad will be rolling in his grave as oh, sorry, he's not dead. Oh, goodness me. And I've just killed off my own father as well. How well am I going at the moment? He's alive. He's alive and well in Bendy. I better ring him, actually, make sure that he is. He would be very disappointed to know not only am I mispronouncing words, but I've actually just killed him off. Anyway, getting back to the Olympics. Oh, goodness me. It's been long nights. We're just getting through on fumes. So the sports climbing at the moment, just looking for a little bit of clarification on the bouldering part of it. So it's essentially problems that you've got to confront on the wall and navigate your way through to get up the wall. Different abstract sort of attachments are put on the wall and you've got to get your way through there. So Tom O'Halloran, who's our competitor in the sports climbing at the moment, he was able to, you've got about 5 minutes to observe and then get through. Apparently no top, no zone on the first problem. Now, I don't know what that means, but I'm going to try and find out a little bit more for you. I reckon it's a great thing about these Olympics, having new sports in, about what you can learn about them, and that's what we're doing tonight. According to reports as well, Simone Biles, probably the most successful ever gymnast, has a combined 23 Olympic and World Championship gold medals, had withdrawn from just about every event at these Olympics and has drawn strong praise from most sections of the sporting world and even outside it for identifying an issue that she was having mentally and making the decision to stand down from it. doesn't have anything to prove to anyone at 24 years of age, 4 Olympic golds and 19 World Championship gold medals. So she has returned to competition tonight in the balance beam, scored a 14, which has her in the silver medal spot, but there's 5 gymnasts to come, and apparently you could have heard a pin drop in the Ariake Gymnastics Centre. And she absolutely nailed it from all reports. So that's a good news story developing there as well. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16 to get involved. Off the text to what time is Bull on tonight? So he's at on the horizontal bar from about 7:39 is when he's scheduled to go. Whether or not it gets off on time is another thing. But when we see him step up to that bar, we will take you to the action there as well. In about 35 minutes, our men's hockey team are in action against Germany. So a semi-final for them. And haven't they had an extraordinary tournament so far? So they're undefeated at the Olympics so far, and looking to replicate what they were able to do in 2004 in Athens by claiming a gold medal. But they have been one of the great stories of these Olympics, haven't they? They've really done us proud in terms of the way that they've performed throughout this event. So our history at Olympics in hockey, first in 1956, since we've started competing in the hockey at the Olympics, haven't ever finished lower than 6th. So bronze in Tokyo 64, Atlanta 96 and Sydney 2000. Beijing 2008 and London 2012. Silver medals at Mexico in 68, Montreal in 76, and Barcelona in 92, and then that gold in Athens in 2004. So Eddie Okenden, who is at his 4th Olympics, is playing, I think, his 376th game tonight for the Kookaburras. He is the only player in the current squad to have one of those medals, and that's the last 2 bronze that we've got. So they've been undefeated in their pool games. It was a 5-3 win over Japan, a 7-1 win over India, 5-2 win over Argentina, 4-2 win over New Zealand, then a 1-1 draw with Spain, and then the quarterfinal against the Netherlands, who knocked the Kookaburras out of action in Rio. So that was just a nice little bit of revenge, a little bit of payback on the Dutch. It was 2-2 in regulation and then 3-2 in the shootout. So they take on Germany. Germany finished 2nd in Pool B, and they defeated Argentina in the quarterfinals as well. So that's what confronts the Hockey Roos tonight. So we'll take in some of that action as well. And then Curtis Marshall is in the men's pole vault final. Just want to see, I think we had a little bit of... Did we have a little bit of Curtis Marshall on the sheet there? I thought I had seen a little piece of it, but I must have been seeing things there as well. So Curtis Marshall in action in the men's pole vault final this evening. That's after 8 o'clock as well. We've got the heats of the men's hurdles. Nicholas Hoff will be in action in heat 3 of the men's 110-metre hurdles. We've got Emily Rogers and Amy Thompson in the artistic swimming, in the duet. And then in the water polo, our women's stingers, they are in action against Russia in the quarterfinal there. So they've had a fantastic tournament as well, finished 2nd in their pool. And have a great track record over Olympics, and I'll walk you through their history from a medal point of view on the other side of this break, SEN's coverage. By the way, just in from an AFL point of view, Melbourne's Jack Viney has been handed a 2-match suspension for serious misconduct at the AFL Tribunal on Tuesday night. So from the incident with Sam Collins from the Gold Coast Suns over the weekend, that has really... It's not an easy watch, that particular piece of vision. It has really had an impact on several people, feeling that it is quite a severe incident and quite graphic and uncomfortable to look at. And that's been discussed all throughout the last couple of days as well. So the news coming through from the tribunal that Jack Viney will miss the next 2 matches. That's AFL news. We are going right around the country on the SEN network. For those who aren't AFL fans, thanks for your patience as we read out that little piece of news from the AFL tribunal tonight as well. So Chris Anstey's going to join me tonight from about 9:30 for the Boomers must-win quarter-final against Argentina. So the US beat Spain today. That's who awaits us in the semi-final if we can get through Argentina tonight. Theo says, could hear a pin drop. The stadium's empty, isn't it? There's obviously all the teammates that are part of the gym. There's a laughing emoji there as well. There's all the teammates. There's all the other competitors who are standing around watching it. There's actually a fair few people in the stands from an official's point of view. So there's a few there, Theo. There's a few there, but point taken. I've got a story that's come to my attention today that I want to take you through and get your thoughts on the other side of this. And it's to do with financial reward for Olympic medalists and how we stack up for what we give our medalists compared to what other countries give theirs. About 100 of our athletes, including our swimmers, who were phenomenal in the first week of this Olympics. It was a fantastic haul of medals that they were able to bring home, I think equaling our very best in the pool. What will they make per medal? I'm going to reveal that to you on the other side of this. And then I want to get your thoughts on what you think is reasonable and what you think's fair. But we'll go through the numbers after this, the night sessions for Tyre Power on SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics.
Just when you thought you'd chosen your next car, the Kia online ordering system is here. Order your brand new Kia from the comfort of your own home, and one of our trusted dealers will deliver your new car right to your doorstep. It's never been easier. And with Australia's best 7-year warranty, it's easy to see why more people are choosing Kia than ever before. For more information on how you can order your new Kia online, visit kia.com/au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
From badminton to basketball, all the way to backstroke. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaints section at sen.com.au.
Well, guess what, Fletch? The snoring was back last night. You know why? Because the youngest, he stole my spinal ease pillow.
Yeah. Did you know that they're Australian made too?
I did know.
They're spinal ease pillows, Australian made. I have one. I love it because as soon as I put my lemon spread down, I'm asleep.
Yeah, absolutely. It might just change your life, you know, because I notice a huge difference when I'm using the spinal ease or not using the spinal ease. So order your spinal ease pillow with free delivery. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank us later.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. Is it a try? Let's go to the big screen that's got to be seen. Yes, it's a try because no one tries harder than Palmer's Glass. The shower screen that has to be seen. The footy is first class, but the glass is world class. Palmer's Glass, like a star fullback, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. Try Palmer's Glass. Come and kick a goal because you can't go past Palmer's Glass.
Just when you thought you'd chosen your next car, the Kia online ordering system is here. Order your brand new Kia from the comfort of your own home, and one of our trusted dealers will deliver your new car right to your doorstep. It's never been easier. And with Australia's best 7-year warranty, it's easy to see why more people are choosing Kia than ever before. For more information on how you can order your new Kia online, visit kia.com/au.
Kia, Movement that inspires.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN, UPIN.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Football semi-finals on at the moment. Mexico and Brazil at the 74-minute mark, still 0-0 in that semi-final clash. Japan and Spain play tomorrow for a chance to get into the gold medal game. Read through a couple of texts in just a moment as well. But at about 7:35, another Aussie in action tonight in a quarter-final is boxer Harry Garside. So just checking on the time, 7:35, the scheduled start time for Harry Garside to take on Zakir Safiulin from Kazakhstan. So Harry, this is a young bloke who started boxing at the age of 9, youngest of 3 boys. Was considered the wimp of the family by mum. As a kid, had photos of Kathy Freeman, Ian Thorpe on his wall, and gained a lot of inspiration as a kid by the Olympic spirit. He just was fascinated with the Olympics, loved the athletes that competed in the Olympics, and that was what he was into. He lost the first 10 of his 18 fights. Sorry, he lost 10 out of his first 18 fights when he started boxing. Then in 2015, won the first of 6 national titles. He was a gold medalist at the 28 Com Games. He's a guy that believes in manifestation, so he covered his walls in signs like I'm an Olympian. He had gold medal posters up there. He had gold medal winners up on his wall. And to take his mind off boxing, he's actually started doing ballet lessons a couple of times a week, just to enhance his agility, to take his mind away from boxing, to create a distraction. So if you see a guy moving just so sublimely and eloquently around the boxing ring, that might be one of the reasons why. So it's I was reading a little bit about him today, and he's very big on manners and punctuality. So he sounds like just an upstanding citizen of a human being and a wonderful young man. So his fight in the quarterfinals will be the next up. Cuba and Brazil, a couple of fighters taking place at the minute. So we'll keep you up to speed on that one as well. A couple of texts have come through. Hi, mate. Working in the study, working in lockdown. Quick message to say, enjoy your show, and we'll keep listening tonight as I catch up with work. Cheers from Mick on the Gold Coast. Hang in there, Mick. Good luck to you and all those on the Gold Coast and in those 11 local government areas involved in lockdowns in Queensland at the minute. Chris says, can you explain why our men's basketball team has been named after Brent Harvey? Well, I reckon that they started calling the Boomers before Brent Harvey. So maybe the question is, why is Brent Harvey named after our Australian basketball team? I think it's for the very same reason, though, in all seriousness, Chris. A boomer is a big male kangaroo, and that's why they went with the name Boomer. And I think that's a very similar reason why Brent Harvey is called Boomer. I might have to check with him, though, if that's exactly why. But he did play for the Kangaroos. Obviously not the biggest of kangaroos, Boomer, but I think it's probably for very similar reasons. Another one off the text. As someone who competed in the 400-metre hurdles as an amateur, I'm in absolute shock at the times posted today. If you go down to the local track and run for 45 seconds, see how far you get around, then imagine running over 10 hurdles. That's unbelievable. It certainly was. That big story today, Bruce McAvey, he has said it's the greatest ever 400-metre hurdles and maybe even the greatest ever race in Olympic history. Carsten Warholm broke his own world record that he set a month ago, but the first 400-metre hurdlers to run under 46 seconds. The record he broke a month ago from Kevin Young's, the Americans. It had been standing for just under 30 years. And I think the top 3 all broke the world record. First 2 definitely did. And maybe I think even the first 3. So it was an extraordinary race. So if you haven't actually seen it, just Google it and it'll come up for you to enjoy because it has the whole world talking. It's got people complaining about saying that the speed of the track and technology of the shoes. But Carsten Warholm actually was asked about his shoes, and he said that Ray Benjamin's were far worse than his. So there's been a few people that want to try and throw a wet blanket over the proceedings of today and have a whinge about certain things. But if you just watch the race to enjoy the race, you will not be disappointed. 1300 736 736 to get yourself involved. I mentioned before that, and we are sort of just going through a few results for today as we get set for events that are happening tonight. Tom O'Halloran going at the moment in the bouldering, in the sports climbing. I'll give you an update on that when we've got something tangible and solid coming through. In about 2 minutes' time, Tyson Bull will take to the horizontal bar, so we will bring you that. But there was a story that I was reading today, and it's been a topic that's come up a few times in terms of what do our Olympic athletes make? And Crash Craddock, who, if you're listening outside Melbourne, Crash Craddock was speaking to Gerard Whateley on Melbourne's coverage of the day sessions of the Olympics a couple of days ago, and said that on average most of them make around $25,000 a year. There was the runner last night, her name, let me just grab that, Riley Day, who didn't make the finals, but spoke to the broadcaster and gave her Instagram a plug, and went from about 20,000 followers to about 55,000 followers. She works at Woolies in the produce department in order to make ends meet. So what do our athletes actually make in terms of a living, and then what do they actually make for winning an Olympic medal? So the article today I was reading on Fox Sports spoke about the fact that Singapore give $1 million to any one of their athletes that will get a gold medal. So there was a guy called Joseph Schooling who won gold at Rio in the 100 butterfly. He got $1 million. Australia, apparently, we give $20,000 for a gold medal, $15,000 for silver, and $10,000 for bronze. So when you look at Emma McKeon and her haul that she came home with, 7 medals in total, that'll get her $110,000 around her neck, and that's not a bad payday. So I just wanted to see how we sort of stacked up with some of the other countries around the world. So Singapore on top with $1 million. Any Hong Kong athlete that gets a gold, $875,000. Indonesia, $470K. Thailand, $420. Kazakhstan, $340K. Azerbaijan, $337. Malaysia, Italy in the high 200s. Hungary in the low 200s. France, $88,000. Russia, 83, Brazil, 65. The US give 50K to every gold medalist. South Africa, 50. Netherlands, 48. Germany, 30. Canada, 22. And Australia, $20,000. Now, do we feel like that's enough? Do you think that there should be a greater financial incentive for our athletes to get Olympic gold? And some people say, they get a heap of funding. Well, the funding that they can get is a means test grant. So you can get $17,500 for those that are deemed to have potential to earn medals. So that's one of the classifications. You can go and ask for funding, but to get that $17,500, you actually have to be deemed to have potential to earn a medal. You can get a further $8,000 to fund international or domestic travel for training or competition, medical support, or other training-related expenses. So whilst we know that some of our athletes are going to get some endorsement deals that'll probably set them up for the rest of their lives, Ariane Titmus, you'd think, already. Certainly Emma McKeon and a few others, Zach Stubblety-Cook and a few of those. Swimmers tend to do really well. A lot of them end up with radio gigs, so, a few in my profession are always nervous around this time of the year. The Olympics for athletes who work in media is very, very similar to FM radio hosts when reality TV series wrap up. You're always looking over your shoulder to see who might be coming through to take your job. Off the text, dumbest article I've read for a while, Singapore haven't even won a medal of any colour, so you can offer what you like. Well, they have. They won a gold in 2016, just like I spoke about before. But I'd love to know what you thought. I don't know what the right or wrong answer is. I'd just love to know what I'd love to put this through the pub test. Just if you're sitting around having a think about this, what would be fair to pay an Olympic gold medalist? Should we be paying them anything? Given that, as we know, on average, they earn about $25K a year in order to just fund what they can to compete in the way that they can compete. So should we be rewarding them with a greater financial incentive to win that gold, silver or bronze? 1300 736 736. Jim's in Sunshine. G'day, Jim.
Hey, g'day, mate. I think you need to, two things you need to look at. The first thing is, what does the government or the sporting body contribute in the way of coaching, physiotherapy, dietetics, and a whole package to get them to participate and be elite? And the second thing is, look at the remuneration once they become gold medals. How much are they worth? Because if you look at McEwen, I think should be worth in the millions with not only endorsements, sponsorships and so on. So the amount of money should be packaged like Singapore probably don't have the ability of the coaching, the venues to go out to different countries to compete against the world's best. So if they come out of the blue, of course it's great for them because they get acknowledgement, etc. So I think you need to take that into account when you're looking at how much should everyone get. My thoughts.
Yeah, and you're 100% right. I mean, there is a lot that goes into, as you say, funding the actual competitions themselves. I mean, when you look at the numbers on what it costs us to get athletes to the Olympics, so the dollars distributed by the AIS to individual sports in the past 4 years of funding, if the Australian Olympians repeated their performance of Rio in Tokyo, that was 8 golds, 11 silver and 10 bronze. That equated to about $16 million per medal in funding. And there was people at the time who really didn't like that at all. The amount of money, I think it worked out to be in the pool, it cost us about $4 million per gold medal. In order of government funds that went into Olympic sport. So that's why I asked the question, because we sometimes forget, individual athletes themselves don't particularly, and it's a great point that Jim raised, it's not the money they make themselves, but there is a lot of taxpayer money that goes into the sports, and we love it. We're enjoying every moment of these Olympics, and we're having some incredible stories being told and revealed. So it's just interesting to know where you think and where you view the remuneration or the reward for the athletes that actually do make or do claim one of those 3 medals that are on offer there. Lockie's on the road before we get to Harry Garside.
Hey, mate. How you going?
Good. What do you think?
I think it's a really good discussion. I'm on the road and I wasn't going to call, but I reckon it's $1 million a pop. Bang. Like 14 million for 14 goals. That's a pittance compared to how much we spend on roads and East-West Link and all the problems that we don't actually have. We spend $1 billion on making mistakes. So I reckon $1 million a pop would be really amazing, and I think it would really help. And I never thought about it before until you brought it up tonight.
Well, I appreciate the input, Lockie. Drive safe, and thanks for ringing in. A couple off the text saying 100 a gold, 75k a silver, and 50k a bronze. But this was the interesting numbers. I mean, there was between London and Rio, we spent over about 332 million on sports and sporting organisations, and it goes into things like infrastructure for those sports. So it's not just that's not money that goes to the athletes. It's going to be able to set up the country and facilities to make that happen. But Australia won 29 medals in Rio, so that cost $11,434,910 per medal. There was $114 million that went to sports that didn't produce a medal at all. So I found this article really interesting in terms of what we should give the athletes, because there's obviously a massive difference between what we spend on getting athletes there and ready to compete as opposed to what they actually earn themselves. So it's great to know the distinction, because we maybe have an assumption that a lot of these athletes are just living that millionaire life or living that big money life, but it's just not the case. So what should be a reward? Do you give a reward given what you've already spent in order to get the athletes there? I'd love your thoughts on it. 1300 736 736. Let's take in some of this lightweight encounter. Harry Garside, first round against his Kazakhstan opponent.
In the red for Kazakhstan, Australian. The Australian-themed mouthguard. You'll see that, I'm sure, at some point. He says he's got unconventional training methods, which include karaoke and ballet dancing. Will he be singing at the end of this one? It's a good, strong right hand to send out an early message from Zakir Safaulin. 10 years the senior of his opponent here. He's no means the oldest in the boxing competition. Just measuring each other up in the first minute and a half, aren't they? Outside, jittery a little.
Holding grip.
He's trying to do some of the dirty work that needs to happen. These two getting each other's face in the early stages. A little confused expression from the Kazakhstan boxer. Ripple of applause from a section of Australian boxers and coaching staff that are here in the venue. Nowhere near the 7,000 this building holds, but they'll make themselves as noisy as they can. The Oceania champion of 2017.
All right, so first round in the books. We'll come back and take in a little bit more of this lightweight quarterfinal. Harry Garside in action for the Aussies.
Garside in and out beautifully. Constant small changes of angles from both of them. Very crafty. Nice shot, picks up some points of those shots to the body. What a right hook there.
Listen, stop. Box.
Cookie Cunt Arena normally used for sumo here and usually packed as you'd expect, but boxers in action. And Garside again, tremendous footwork, so quick. So for you, a little more flat-footed. He's trying to just hold centre ring. I think Garside will mind that. A little headbutt in there. Came up with the head. He didn't appreciate Garside holding onto him. Nice work. A little feint in, and the Kazakh came, and he clipped him. It was very nice. And those little feints, was in, out, and then the third time kept coming. Notice what the Kazakh was doing. Notice that he stayed there. Very classy display. Nice round, this from Harry Garside. Still, it's very close. Kazakhstan, of course, have produced some mighty boxers. Triple G, Gennady Golovkin, the best of them. Vasily Levitt was so unlucky in Rio. I think the Kazakh was just able to slip that straight left. And that's a good bit of work. He took the hook on the glove, came back with the right hand of his own. He's hit him lower after the call to break. Good round from Harry Garside. Again, it's close though. Neither boxer dominating. Garside looking to become just the 6th Australian to pick up a medal at the Olympic Games. Should he win here tonight, the worst he can walk away with from Tokyo is bronze. Very close.
Oh, yeah, a bit of nice feeling in this, trading blows, and he looks good. Harry Garside will rejoin some of that action. We're still waiting to be taken to the gymnastics venue to get Tyson Bull's horizontal bar final underway. So we haven't just gone there yet. Simone Biles has actually claimed bronze in the balance beam final, which is an extraordinary story in and of itself. So congratulations to her. Mark and Jack, stay right there. I'll take your calls on the other side of this break. We're talking about what prize financially for Australian athletes who win a medal. Are we paying enough? 20k for a gold and 15 a silver, 10 a bronze. Is that too much? And looking at it in comparison with the funding that goes into sports as well. Don't know what the right or wrong answer is, but I'd love to get your view on it. 1300 736 736, SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Since 1976, Cambridge Stud has been New Zealand's iconic thoroughbred nursery. Made famous by legendary stallions Sir Tristram and Zabel, their current stallion roster includes European champion 3-year-old Al Manzor, Zava Bell's Group 1 winning son Embellish, and Hello Yoomsang, winner of the Group 1 Diamond Jubilee Stakes at Royal Ascot. Cambridge Stud, a new era, a proud tradition. Visit cambridgestud.co.nz for more details.
Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, the knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value, and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.
G'day, it's Paul from MaxiSeal. On your next caulking job, get it done right with MaxiSeal Silicone. Working on bathrooms and wet areas? Grab a blue and silver tube of MaxiSeal A. Designed for all wet areas and general caulking, MaxiSeal A is 100% silicone, mould resistant and easy to use. MaxiSeal, the premium silicone sealant for wet areas, natural stone and pools. Find your local stockist at maxiseal.com.
Smoother.
Faster.
Better. MaxiSeal.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Daily Telegraph app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
Attention Sydney! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Sydney's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Entertaining fight, this quarter-final that's just finished. The 3 rounds done and dusted for Harry Garside versus his Kazakhstan opponent, who copped a lot of warnings, but they were trading punches, some nice combos for Harry, and when the decision comes through, we'll let you know. 1300 736 736. Just asking the question, what's a fair amount to pay to our gold medal, silver medal and bronze medal winners? It currently sits at $20, $15 and $10,000, and people trying to weigh that up in terms of how much money around sort of between Olympics, around $350 million going into Rio on various infrastructures for sports, and about $29 million of that going directly to athletes for funding and to train, so on and so forth, and the grants in which they're able to pay. And it looks like we have a decision. Let's get Harry Garside. Looks like he's through to the semis.
Sure, he has assured himself of a bronze medal. Good on you, Harry. Australia's wild about Harry, and why wouldn't they be? 3-2. It was a razor-thin margin. Two tremendous performances in his first fights, and then he's come up a class here against a man with 90 fights. And Harry Garside will fight the world's #1 in a semi-final for a shot at a gold medal. He's assured of a bronze. His name's up in lights.
That's phenomenal. Well done to Harry Garside. So he will be guaranteed a medal and he will fight for a gold. So congratulations to him. Mark's been waiting patiently in Hadfield. G'day, Mark.
Hey, Sam, how you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks.
That's good. I think, look, the biggest thing that probably needs to take into consideration, if they were professional players where they can just focus on playing sports, how much would they need and how much better would we be? So, because most of them, if you look at the normal person, will go and work 9 to 5, they'll stress about paying the bills, then they've got to go out and do the training. So I don't know if we take that into consideration. Yes, I understand that we spent $300 million on the Rio Olympics, but how is that spread across all the athletes? Individually, some of those athletes might not have got any of that because they're being trained from a different facility or somewhere else and they qualify on their own.
Yep.
So I think they're the things that need to be taken into consideration as well before you make a judgment on that. Yeah.
No, it's an interesting question that you ask, and we've got to hit a break at a certain time. We've got more audience coming in, but they broke down the Rio funding, and there's about $10 million that went to swimming, 3 gold, 4 silver, 3 bronze. Cycling got about 8, rowing about 8, sailing about 8. Now, rowing now has Gina Reinhart pretty much funding rowing herself. So the rowers in that program make about $550 a week as a wage, and then are able to focus on training day in, day out. Athletics got about $8 million as well. They were the top 5 sports. Fencing got $150K, pentathlon $354K, table tennis $312, taekwondo $419,000, weightlifting $512,000. So there is a breakdown. It was in an article that The Guardian wrote earlier on this year. So check that out for yourself. But it's an interesting conversation, and it's off the back of what we pay our athletes who get medals at these Olympics. There's a heap of texts to get through as well, so we'll work our way through those. Hopefully, we're not far from Tyson Bull making some history in the men's horizontal bar. The Hockey Roos have started their semi-final against Germany. Heaps to come tonight. The Boomers, the Stingers. Oh, we're going around all over the place. Stay with us. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. The night sessions for Tyre Power.
What's the right spirit to have in sport? Alison Michelle Felix is fast. Her personal best in the 100-metre sprint is 10.89 seconds. Usain Bolt does it in 9.58 seconds. Needless to say, Alison is a track and field superstar with 6 Olympic gold medals. There's something special that powers Alison on. She follows Jesus. She says, "For me, my faith is the reason I run. I definitely feel I have this amazing gift that God has blessed me with, and it's all about using it to the best of my ability." It's interesting, God has given us all great gifts to use, and when we use them for Him, He opens doors you wouldn't believe. In the Old Testament, the prophet Jeremiah wrote, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans for welfare and not for evil. Plans to give you a future and a hope. And that hope includes our eternal destiny with Him."
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. Xero.
Yes, indeed. Welcome, if you're just joining us for the first time, to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, the night sessions for Tyre Power. Your trusted tyre expert, Sam Hargraves, with you, and there is a heap on the agenda tonight, so strap yourselves in. We should be having a heap of fun throughout the evening. We've got Aussies in action all around the place, and the hockey has just started. Our Kookaburras into a semi-final against Germany, and congratulations to the skipper as well. Aaron Zalewski will captain his 200th international, will captain the Kookaburras tonight in his 200th international in that semi-final. So the winner will face Belgium in the gold medal match as they got through. So we're going to take in some of that action as well. But let me just continue to set the scene on what we've had happen so far. If you're just joining us, as we went into the break, we were rapt to see Harry Garside win his quarter-final to get into the medal matches. I think we incorrectly said, or the commentary said, that he will fight for the gold, but he's definitely into the medal matches as well, so into the semis for him. We've got Aussie Tom O'Halloran in action in the men's combined bouldering. That's the second discipline of the men's sports climbing. He was ranked 17th after the speed climbing runs, and it's got the lead climbs to come later on tonight as well. Curtis Marshall in 20 minutes' time will kickstart his attempt to claim a medal in the men's pole vault final. We've got the water polo, our women's stingers, in action against Russia tonight. They were bronze medalists in London, Beijing, and a gold in Sydney, but it's been a lean couple of Olympics. Rio was a lean Olympics for them there, so they're looking to get back into the medal hunt at these Olympic Games. And then tonight, it's the Boomers up against Argentina, and with the US waiting. So the US beat Spain today to get themselves into the semis, and that's who we will face if we can get over Argentina tonight. So Chris Anstey will join me, the two-time Olympian, at about 9:30 tonight, and we will give you the very best build-up we can to that event, and we're looking forward to bringing that to you live as well. We've got men's heats, the 5,000 metres tonight. Dave McNeil, Morgan McDonald and Patrick Tiernan, who just won the admiration, respect and love of every Australian after falling 3 times in the final lap of the 15,000 metres and managing to just pick himself up and drag himself to the line, would not quit, would not give up, was all heart. And surmising exactly what we love about the Olympics. That was a true definition of the Olympic spirit. We've got artistic swimming on tonight. Emily Rogers and Amy Thompson in the artistic swimming. So we will keep you abreast of every single one of these results as they start coming through, and we will take the live action of as many of them as we possibly can, thanks to Channel 7. The Kookaburras eyeing a spot in the men's hockey gold medal match, but have to overcome Germany. Tokyo 2020 live and free and in HD on 7 and 7+, the only place to see it all. So let's jump in to the hockey at the Oi Hockey Stadium, and then when we see Tyson Bull step up to that horizontal bar, we will take that in as well.
The match winner. Play made dangerous there. Australia's ball. Beale wanted to get on with the job. Zalewski, game 200 for Aaron Zalewski in an Olympic semi-final. A milestone the Kookaburras will be very keen to mark with a victory tonight. Simmons works it well to Wickham. Wickham's harassed. Can't keep the ball in play. There's a win for Australia. Beale inside the circle. Belts, biggest game of his life, first Olympic Games. Hayward. Howard and Hayward, as they've so often done. Australia changing the angles. Germans pushing up to apply the pressure. Great desperation there from Halker, the captain. 2-time gold medalist. Beijing and London. With 300 international caps to his name. Eddie Ockenden. Equally. Over 370. Belts and Ockenden.
We'll be having to rely on Eddie Ockenden quite a lot. He's the only player with these semi-final experiences.
He's turned it over. And the Germans are on the attack. Aruz was confronted. And the Germans are not happy with that decision. It's going to be an Australian ball in midfield. They gave each other a frightful rev up in the huddle prior to the start of this match. Wickham with Muller going there with him. Wickham comes back at him. Muller's ball. Hayner's going to take it. Bronze for Germany in Rio. Hayner part of that side, also part of the team that won gold in London. Back it comes to Vinfeder. Howard in the road for the Kookaburras. Slips. Back up promptly. And a push there from Oruz.
Positive signs early, though, from the Kookaburras. In the prior matches, they might have been a little bit defensive in how they were moving their ball. We've had a few attacking moments of play, as you can see here.
Sharp going hard.
I think they just know that getting on the scoreboard early is really important in finals.
That's a creative overhead. Flynn Ogilvie cracks it. Australia's on the board. Brand has deflected it in. Ogilvie hammered it hard, and Brand put it away. What a start for the Kookaburras in the semi.
Oh, how good is that? Tim Brand, he has been on point this entire Olympics. He's been scoring them, being involved in the scoring as well if he hasn't been the one on the scoreboard. And Ogilvie, that was a great overhead. Blake Govers opportunistic here. We saw that space for Ogilvie. That defender there knew that he had to get off his line, otherwise he's going to give away a short corner. Trapped perfectly. Placed there and just across the face of the goal. A really difficult deflection there for Brand. He didn't know whether to go to his backhand or keep it on his forehand. Just on his left foot there, and all or nothing, and a great goal there for Tim Brand. And that early goal is just so important. Puts that pressure straight back onto Germany.
His mum, Rosanna, got him into hockey. Rosanna, we are eternally grateful. He has been on fire. What a campaign. 5 goals for Tim Brand at his first Olympics. And he gets the first of the semi-finals. We can all just breathe for a moment. The tension created in recent days in the hockey has almost been unbearable.
It can completely change the landscape of the game. If you miss one of those earlies, just like the Kookaburras did yesterday, they missed an early opportunity. And because of that, it was a grind to be able to chase any more of those chances. So it's massive for the Kookaburras to be able to get one early. Just takes that pressure on these forwards, takes pressure off short corners as well.
Wickham and Beale in deep conversation. Australia with the early goal. Midway through this first quarter of the men's semi-final. Winner to take on Belgium in the final of the Olympic Games after Belgium had a good win over India earlier today, 5-2. But again, as we've seen with Belgium throughout this Olympic tournament, Georgie Parker, the other team sniffing around for a half or so before totally putting them away in the second half.
Belgium will 100% be whoever gets through here. Massive chance to be able to take that gold medal. They're so dangerous, just in field of play and on their short corners. The teams that have that potent top of the battery there, so dangerous.
Vinfeder. And that's an Australian ball and seized upon by Govers very quickly. This goes back. Ogilvie, Dawson, and Simmons. Simmons down the line. Just a fraction too much for Sharp.
They're pressing nice and high here, the Kookaburras. And what a finish there with Tim Brand. Don't underestimate the difficulty of that, to bring that to ground as easily as he did, to be able to hit a bouncing ball, and for Tim Brand to have that finish into the top of the net. Brilliant goal there, and a team goal.
And Bush goes back to Vinfeder of Germany. He's overhead. It's going to take some controlling. Pretty good piece of work there for Germany as well. Stayed and turn it over. And he fights hard for it. Clatter of sticks. Back it goes through Grosser. The aerial route again. Grambush. It'll go against Australia. Grambush wants to play on, and penalty corner for the infringement outside the circle.
So Australia just not getting 5 there. Inside that attacking 25, you must be 5 yards from where that free hit's being taken. It can be really frustrating as a forward sometimes because the player might not necessarily take it from where they're meant to. But Lockie Sharp, never being 5 there. It can be very, very tempting to go to that ball. You want to be able to defend, but you've got to be 5, and they've been hot on it the entire Olympics. They're going to give a corner straight away, and a huge chance here for Germany. Flinging these balls pretty hard, but Andrew Charter will be full of confidence.
Hayner and Vinfeder. Vinfeder steps up, and there's the equaliser. Charter's beaten. Germany scores. It's 1-1 in the semi-final.
Andrew Charter, disappointing there for him, I'm sure. He got a boot to it, and he ended up deflecting it into the boot himself. This is why you can't be giving away easy short corners. So Lockie Sharp will be disappointed there. Not off Andrew Charter. Off Ogilvy there in the net. That's why you can't give away cheap short corners. So Lockie Sharp will have to move on from that little error of his, because he'll be feeling that guilt because it was a really unnecessary corner to give. But you can't give any of these good teams a sniff because they just take it, especially these European teams who spend years and years drag flicking from a very, very young age. So you cannot give them any opportunities. You've got to keep that ball outside of your circle and not give away easy, cheap, short corners. So Australia need to regroup here and keep that dominant play that they've been in this quarter.
This was never going to be easy for the Kookaburras. Germany replying after the early Tim Brand goal. Ruhr. Velen. Down the foot, moves it on. Hayward trying to stay out of the road for the reasons Georgie explained moments ago. Hayward to Zalewski. Zalewski's ball. Follows it up. Australia has lost it here. 200 games for Aaron Zalewski. Superb performance. That from Margaret River. His father was so behind the Margaret River Hockey Club. He bought a bus to transport people to Busselton and different parts of Western Australia because it was getting difficult. Numbers were dropping off. He went out and bought a bus, Wally Zalewski, and became the bus driver for everyone.
Well, proud moment for that community to watch their beloved Moose, they call him, playing his 200th game and captaining the team as well. He's been a great leader.
Good overhead. Ockenden has no trouble bringing that down. Confronted by Hawker. Over 700 games between that pair. Zalewski. Lawson looks back and then goes into midfield here for Zalewski. Zalewski's got a couple in front of him. Aruz was one of those. Hayward with another overhead, brought down nicely by Ruhr of Germany. He goes wandering over the halfway line, looking to create. Plays it into the corner. Velen's there, a little clumsy. Managed to keep his stick on the ball, though, and won the ball for Germany just outside the circle. Ruhr wants to get it moving. Zalewski right there with him inside the circle. He was looking for a foot. And to relieve for the Kookaburras.
He's playing with such confidence, Tim Brand. And wherever he receives the ball, he just really wants to connect and move that ball forward.
Martin. Zalewski again, sweeps it back. Hayward, who played against his brother, the goalkeeper for New Zealand, Leon, earlier in this Olympic campaign. All at the top of the circle, dealt with by Vinfeder. There's a little shove there from Govers on Muller. German ball with a couple of minutes to go in this first quarter. Men's semi-final. Belgium awaits in the gold medal match. India will play the loser for bronze. Germany on the attack here, Florian Fuchs. A very experienced campaigner for Germany. Zwicker. Played it into the foot. Germany with 90 seconds to go in the quarter. back to come forward. Hina. And it's taken a deflection off the stick of Rua. Australia's 16-yard hit. Brand scored in the 7th minute for Australia. Vinfeder converted a penalty.
All right, so 1-1 at the moment. A minute to play in that first period. Australia, the Kookaburras, over Germany, so all tied up there. We shouldn't be too far away from Tyson Bull's run in the men's horizontal bar, and then Nicholas Hoff will be in heat 3 of the men's 110-metre hurdles. So we'll take a break, we'll come back and bounce around to all that and a whole lot more.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
G'day, it's Matty White here. If you wake up with a sore neck or headaches or you snore too much, it's either too much booze or the bloody pillow. Problem solved. The Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. I've made the switch to the Spinal Ease pillow and I've got to say, I love it. Aussie-owned, Aussie-made. I've made the switch. You should too. Here's what you need to do. To order your Spinal Ease pillow now with free delivery, just go to spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au and you can thank me later.
Always read the label.
SEN Track is your new home of chasing, pacing and racing. And Saturday Trackside.
When you roll them into something, I've learnt a bit of value.
Simon O'Donnell, Dave Taggart and Paddy Garshagan bring it all to the table.
For you people on your multi, Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. The banter, the expert analysis and cheering home a winner.
Down, Tommy! Down,
Live stream Saturday Trackside on the SEN app via your mobile, computer or smart TV. Lock it in. Saturday Trackside on SEN Track.
Discover your next adventure. Ride the wave on a Sea-Doo. If you've never felt the thrill of 0 to 100k an hour in 3.5 seconds, check out the Sea-Doo RXT X300 or RXP X300. It'll change your life. But make sure you get a wriggle on, because last summer some of their customers missed out on a Sea-Doo and were left high and dry. Live the Sea-Doo life. Check seadoobeaches.com.au.
Classic Hits 2CH. When you want to listen to the likes of Tom Jones.
It's not unusual to be loved by anyone.
Carole King.
At the Hard Rock Cafe.
What about Elton John? Simply tune your digital radio to Classic Hits 2CH. Enjoy more of your favourite music in crystal clear stereo on your DAB Plus radio. Classic Hits 2CH. Now playing on DAB Plus, the SEN app and 2ch.com.au.
Right now, McDonald Jones are building a little extra into every new home. Extra savings with $45,000 cash discount off every home design, extra peace of mind with 20-month fixed price, plus extra sustainability with a solar system and electric car charger in every home. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au to explore all the extras today and find yourself at home with McDonald Jones. Terms and conditions apply.
If you love racing, then must listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track Sydney, 15:39 a.m. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
The news is that she has run her last race.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Craig, you're going national.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track Sydney on 15:39 a.m, the SEN app and DAB+.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
On green and gold Tuesday night in Tokyo, Curtis Marshall in the men's pole vault and Nicholas Hoff in the 110-metre hurdles. His heat in just a moment are our Aussie hopes in the athletics. Tokyo 2020 live and free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus, the only place to see it all. A quick hockey update for our hockey partners, Hockey Australia. Our Stars at home, the Hockey One League. So early stage of the second period there, it's still 1-1. The Kookaburras taking on Germany in their semi-final, a chance to get into the gold medal match. And we're just keeping an eye on what's happening in the gymnastics. As Tyson Bull wouldn't be too far away from his first up attempt at the horizontal bar in the final of that event. The first Australian to ever make an individual final the first Australian bloke to ever make an individual final at the Olympics. So we'll jump to there when his run is happening. We will go to the track when we for Heat 3, which shouldn't be too far away for Nicholas Hoff. And in the meantime, let's get back to the Kookaburras. We do it for Hockey Australia. See our Stars at home in the Hockey One League. Tickets at hockey1.com.au. In fact, it looks like Tyson Bull is just about ready to go. Get on the mat and get up onto that bar. So we will drop into the world feed for that one. It's not on the major broadcaster at the minute. So let's take in Tyson Bull.
Australia and Croatia before then, and then Derlu of the Netherlands. And a 12.333 for Kitazono. So it's Nagorny from Malone and Kitazono.
So not quite ready for us yet for the gymnastics. I'll get a signal when we can drop in there when Tyson Bull's attempt is starting on the horizontal bar. Let's go there now.
The 8-year-old Australian from Melbourne, Tyson Bull. Train like you're the worst, compete like you're the best, he says.
This is Australia's first ever appearance in a men's final in gymnastics at the Olympic Games. Tyson Bull, 2 big skills coming up. Second and third skill in combination. Can he do it? Kovacs. No, he doesn't go for the connection. And the Casino struggles a little to get to the handstand, but it's still fine. Showing style as he vaults over the bar. One-arm giant. Oh, no. He's just gone through too quickly and picked up a lot of speed as he goes to do the stoop in and just can't get through to the position. Disappointing for him. He broke his thumb about 4 weeks ago. And
probably doesn't translate brilliantly on radio, but we're just hoping to hear the response from the commentators just to get a sense of what Tyson was able to put up and whether or not they were liking what he was bringing to the table. So I have no idea if what he's just done. It looked very good to me, but then again, I am nowhere near a gymnastics aficionado. So there was a couple of little moments where we were told before by his brother that brother Jaden, that you've got to keep an eye on the arms, and the arms, if they're not always straight, then those are little issues that will come up in the scoring. So when we get a score, we will update you on that. Still 1-1 between Australia and Germany. Let's drop back in on the hockey at the Oi Hockey Stadium before we get back to the track for Heat 3 of the men's 110-metre hurdles and Nicholas Hoff. And when we've got some updates as well on the pole vault, Curtis Marshall in the final there as well. So any any of his attempts, we will bring those to you live. We're just going to bounce around for the next little bit. A couple of texts that have come through asking you what you think our athletes should get per medal. It was revealed that they make 20k of gold, 15k of silver and 10k of bronze. A couple off the text should be given 50k per year for the next 20 years. Some others have said they should get more, but too many complainers out there say things like give that to the real heroes, not the athletes. When you think about how important sport is to our kids, our role model athletes should be getting massive incentives. Too many complainers, though, unfortunately. If we're already spending $300 million on sport, what's another 15 to 20 mil for medals? Could result in a lot more medals, albeit with a lot less patriotism. That's from Tom. So Tyson got a 12.466. I'll tell you where that puts him in just a moment as I go to the schedule, but I'll give you a comparison on where that puts him with the other events. So currently that would have him in third position. So he's ahead of two that have gone ahead of him and currently in third position at the moment. So good start for him. Heat 3 about to go. Nicholas Hoff in lane 3 for that, for his heat of the men's 110-metre hurdle. So we'll get to there in just a minute as well. A couple more text. So you're saying the Institute and government hasn't provided any funding? No, I didn't say that at all. I actually read out the funding that they'd given. Once they win something, companies come out of the woodwork to hand out sponsorship. That's from Paul. Thank you, Paul. Sam, I think you'll find that the gold cancels out the other medals, get one payment per haul. I don't know if that is actually right, Glenn. The article I read today says you make it per medal. That's what you get paid. Now, that article could be wrong and you could be right. Someone has made the suggestion that we should charge people a flat $10 to have live access to all sports, either streaming or on TV. However, 10% of that money gets split up between the athletes weighted towards the medal winners. And then this has come through from Annie. Cannot get excited enough for our Australian Olympians. They do us proud. The value of their success means more to them rather than dollars as well. Harry Garside is guaranteed a bronze medal. How, you ask? Well, in the way that the boxing unfolds, he's through to the semis, and that guarantees him a bronze. So if he can't get through to the gold medal match, both combatants in the bronze medal match win bronze. So that's how it works in the boxing. Thanks to Chris, who sent that through as well. Countries lucky to win a medal pay more than those who can win 10-plus golds. And don't forget the endorsements. New awesome foursome set for years with adverts. So let's get to the track now for this heat of the 110-metre hurdles. Nicholas Hoff, our Aussie, in lane 3.
Sealed at the Commonwealth Games, we got that bronze medal, and Rennie's fast time has been in solid form this year. He's been building, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's such a fabulous competitor, and I think it's brilliant that he's out here against the world's best. Second fastest in the world in Holloway is in this field, and that'll just bring out the best in Huff.
So Holloway closest to us, and there's Parchment. And there is Holloway. And Huff, 3 from the right, about to go. So he was slow, Huff, wasn't he? And Holloway was away so well with Parchment, and Nick's got a fair bit to do here, but he's doing it pretty well. He's getting amongst those behind. Holloway's in front. I reckon Huff's a real good chance to get through. Gee's done well. He's got through for third. So it was Holloway and Parchment and Huff who reeled them in.
Well, that was fabulous. You know, Nick hits the hurdles so hard that you almost feel sorry for them, Bruce. He's a strong lad, and even though he does have that reputation of hitting a few of them, he hits them controlled. He's able to use his forward momentum to still run off the hurdle really well. He'll be rapt to get that one underway, and he's into the semi-finals.
It's a great result for Nick. It really is. He's got a wonderful temperament. That's the fastest first round ever run at the Olympic Games, by the way, in the high hurdles, with Holloway running close to the 13-second barrier.
Well, that's why he's the second fastest of all time in this event. And I think here's another event where, going through the rounds, we may see that world record go.
So Nick gave himself a job to do, is what Dave talked about, wasn't it, prior to the race, but he really worked his way, and it was tight, and he was so strong late in that race. That's got rid of all the cobwebs. This Australian team is doing so well. So definitely, almost stumbling, but definitely slowest to that, well, second slowest to that first hurdle.
He is.
You look left.
He's always so much slower to that first hurdle, and it's just about whether, you know, because everyone has to take a certain amount of strides that first hurdle. He just finds it easier to take one less, and it means he bounds that little bit so he doesn't have that quick turnover but he was fabulous once he got up and running. He didn't panic. He stayed strong through the race. Look at his face. You can just see that tension across him, but he desperately wants it, and it's almost just...
So that's a good story there. Nicholas Huff, I was incorrectly pronouncing that. Apologies to the Huff family. Finished third in that heat, and as I've watched him cross the line, he gives himself a little clap, and he's earned that. So good run, and you heard it there from Bruce and Tamsin. They were happy with that performance, so through to the semis as well. Liking the texts that are coming through. The question that we asked, what is the right amount for us to be rewarding our athletes with who win medals at the Olympics? I found the article today that said 20k for the gold, 15 a silver and 10 for the bronze, and whether or not you thought that was enough, whether you thought it was nowhere near enough, and just your general view on how we best reward the performance of our incredible athletes and what they're able to do at the Olympics. It's been a phenomenal performance so far. We've had moment after moment after moment, and how do you put a price on those? Well, it was just an interesting question to throw up, and there's a ton of text coming through, so I'll keep reading those out. Steve from Warrandyte, hi guys, enjoying your radio coverage. Gold 100, silver 50 and bronze 25. And this from Gary, and I'm not sure if this is my troll Gary. There's a couple of Garys that text through. One of them's my regular troll who often tweets Hutchie to sack me. And this might not be the same Gary. I haven't been able to go through the messages. It could be, though. Never misses a chance to have a crack. Sam, who cares what it costs? The medals lift the whole nation. Leave it alone and concentrate on live sport. Thank you for the instructions, Gary. I'll probably take those from the management team here. Let's go to the live sport now. I'll follow you in here. Here's Curtis Marshall.
That looks so well. The bars landed on him. So he looked like he had enough there, Steve. Didn't quite get the penetration he wanted.
Yeah, he's just a little bit closer to his takeoff there. He's just run a bit too close to the plant box, and that just means the pole hasn't rolled through to the pit enough, and he comes down on it even though he had plenty of height. You can see here, he gets maximum height just before the bar. And in a competition like this where it's going to be very close for the medals, sometimes you'll regret those early misses. So let's hope he comes back better for the second attempt.
So as we saw in the men's high jump, those misses can...
So at 5.55 metres, Curtis Marshall doesn't get it through on the first attempt. We'll keep following him in the finals of the men's pole vault. But Gary, just to let you know that we've got a lot of people who are keen to discuss the remuneration awarded to the medalists at the Olympic Games, and people are happy to involve themselves in the conversation. But thank you as always for your advice. It's wonderful to hear from you. Enjoy your positive take on any time that I jump on air. Thank you very much, mate. Wonderful to have you on board. 1-1 between the Kookaburras and Germany in their semi-final as well. We've got to get a couple of breaks away, and we'll come in and come back and take in some more of that action as well.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they stay up all day. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
Is it time to switch your home loan? Athena Home Loans now has one of the lowest fee-free variable home loan rates in Australia. And our customers are saving thousands. Low rates and no fees. Two of the ways Athena is helping Aussies pay down their home loans faster. Check out athena.com.au to see how much you can save. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
Can you see it? There's travel in your future. With Flight Centre, win a holiday every year for 5 years worth 30 grand. Where will you go? Enter now at flightcentre.com.au/win.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Kane has a carpentry business. His challenge, to renew his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
Yeah, I just did it.
What?
Yeah, I went online to BizCover. Took 5 minutes. I compared a bunch of policies. I saved over $250.
So, no dramas?
No dramas at all.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles for immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
Right now, McDonald Jones are building a little extra into every new home. Extra savings with $45,000 cash discount off every home design. Extra peace of mind with 20-month fixed price. Plus extra sustainability with a solar system and electric car charger in every home. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au to explore all the extras today. And find yourself at home with McDonald Jones. Terms and conditions apply.
Up, down, turning around. There is nothing like a crown. For picking it up and putting it down. Place it here or take it there. Low to the ground or high in the air. Top of the stack, worry now. If you want it off the ground, there is nothing like a crown. For picking it up and putting it down.
Call 131 604 or visit crown.com.
Well, the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Oh, there's a heap happening tonight from an Australian point of view. 2-1. Kookaburra's up over Germany at the moment. There's only about a minute to go in that second period, so we'll take in as much as we can of that before we head into some water polo as well. We've got the Boomers in action tonight up against Argentina. That game starts at 10 o'clock. 9:30, Chris Anstey's going to come in and join me, and we'll set that up very nicely with the 2-time Olympian and the 3-time NBL champion, Chris Anstey. So it's been a good night for us so far. Harry Garside, from a boxing point of view, this is a fantastic story. I read a little bit about him earlier. And about his journey into boxing, and he was one of 3 boys. His mum thought he was the wimp of the group, so he started doing some boxing, lost 10 out of his first 16 bouts, but he's all about positive affirmation. He had posters on his wall of Kathy Freeman and Ian Thorpe when he was a kid. When he knew he wanted to be an Olympian, he put "I'm an Olympian" up as a banner in his room, along with photos of gold medalists and people winning and succeeding at the Olympics, and he claimed the first of 6 world titles back in 2015. He does ballet during the week to take his mind off boxing. He's a really interesting story. He has got through to the semi-final bouts in the lightweight division, so we're guaranteed a medal now. First time since Spike Chaney back in 1988 that we'll have an Aussie fighting in the medal rounds of an Olympic boxing tournament. So he'll take on Andy Cruz, who's ranked #1 from Cuba, in the semi-final on Friday. The winner of that bout will fight for the gold. So it's a really big ask. I've had a couple of people texting in who know their boxing who've said it's a phenomenal performance from Harry, but he's really got his work cut out for him. But hey, stranger things can happen at the Olympics. Hey, Nicholas Hoff is speaking now on 7 Mate. Let's just see if we can take a little bit of this after his 110-metre hurdle heat.
That's the first race I've had in months. I've been stuck in lockdown in Sydney, so it's been hard trying to prepare for a games without racing anyone, so I think I'll be a lot better in the semi-final.
Gee, that has been tough, hasn't it, for the Sydney-based athletes that couldn't get to Cairns. Thank God you raced tonight as opposed to in the morning, because the heat would have been a factor.
Yeah. No, it was definitely good to get that out of the way now. The semi is tomorrow morning, so it's going to be nice and hot, but luckily we only run for 13 seconds, so
exactly right.
It's not a long-distance race.
Hey, I tell you what, you gave a couple of those hurdles a fair old clip too.
Yeah, I'm known for that. I didn't have the best style as a junior, but so that I hit a lot of hurdles then, so I've got used to hitting them and not bothering me too much. But I'm definitely definitely a better hurdler than I used to be, thanks to my coach, Anthony.
Mate, you're an Olympic semi-finalist. You've got a lot of family, no doubt, watching, mate. Give them a big cheerio.
Yeah, hi Mum, Dad, hi Penny. Thanks all for watching, thanks for supporting me. Follow me on Instagram, Nick_Half.
If you don't mind, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Great, thanks a lot.
That's some very humorous stuff from Nicholas Huff, the second athlete to pump up their Instagram. Hey, it worked last night. An extra 35,000 was able to be attained when the last athlete to do it. And what an opportune time for my laptop with all my notes on it to shut down. There was the 200-metre runner last night, and her name just escapes me at the moment, but she got on after the race, and Riley Day it was, who just plugged her Instagram, works at the supermarket in between representing the country, and thought that she might be able to get some endorsements, and her Instagram following went up by about 35,000 from about 20 to 55. So I think we're going to be seeing that a lot. Riley Day it was last night as well. So our Aussie in action in the men's gymnastics, first Aussie to get through to a gymnastics final in Aussie history at an Olympics. That is Tyson Bull. He's had his first run, and he might have just even had his second while we were in an ad break. So I'll keep you up to speed on how he's tracking as well during the night. He's now dropped down to 5th after his first run, and I'll just hit refresh here because I'm not sure if they're playing a replay up on the screen now or whether that's his first run again. So once we know a little bit more, we will bring you that as well. As a thank you for your kind text, greatly appreciate it. We'll keep bouncing around tonight. We've got a heap of Aussies in action and some big events in terms of our hunt for medals. So Tom O'Halloran is our creating history as our first Aussie to compete in the newly implemented sports climbing. So he did the speed event and was in 17th after that, and currently doing the bouldering qualification at the minute. And then later on tonight, the lead climb. So 3 individual disciplines make up the overall sports climbing, and the lower you keep your score in all those, the better in terms of the time it takes you to get up there and penalties incurred. So love to get your thoughts as well. We're talking about what is a fair and what's a reasonable remuneration and reward for Aussies who medal at these Olympics. So if you've got a view on this, 0433 98 11 16 or 1300 736 736. Let's take a quick break while it's half time at the hockey. 2-1 over the Kookaburra. 2-1 the Kookaburras up over Germany, and we'll come back and take in the third quarter of that.
Want the biggest brands, the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brand vitamins like Blackmore's Nail, Hair and Skin 60 tablets, $11.99. Be prepared with Neutralize Kyolic Aged Garlic Extract 60 capsules, $16.99. Try new Nature's Own 4-in-1 Concentrated Fish Oil 90 capsules, $19.99. And Wagner Super Biomagnesium 100 tablets, 2 for $16.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Ever wanted to attend the grand final in style? SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend the 2021 NRL Grand Final with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. To win, all you have to do is head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au and enter your details. Head to the grand final in style thanks to SEN and Ringers Western.
Right now, McDonald Jones are building a little extra into every new home. Extra savings with $45,000 cash discount off every home design, extra peace of mind with 20-month fixed price, plus extra sustainability with a solar system and electric car charger in every home. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au to explore all the extras today and find yourself at home with McDonald Jones. Terms and conditions apply.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. NSWTP/00896. ACT TP 21/00450. SAT 21/420.
Since 1871, Continental Tires have kept motorists safe on the road. That's 150 years of reliability. 78% of tests rank Continental Tires as #1 in the world for best in braking. 140,000 tyres are tested each year, which is a total of 200 million kilometres. And 1 in 3 cars in Europe are fitted with Continental Tires. German engineered, legendary accuracy. When you need tyres fitted, ask, are they Continental? Continental-Tires.com.au.
What's the right spirit to have in sport? Mariano Rivera is a retired professional baseball player, a 13 times All-Star, along with other records and achievements. He was raised in a poor village in Panama, and he remembers as a kid when they played baseball games, they substituted cardboard milk cartons for gloves and tree branches for bats, and the baseballs were made out of shredded fishing nets taped up in the shape of a ball. As he grew up, he said, although he stayed out of trouble, he was hanging with the wrong people. At 21, he discovered the truths of Jesus and was changed so much, his parents couldn't believe it. They decided to follow Jesus as well. It's interesting, in Corinthians in the Bible, Paul wrote about how bad company corrupts good character. So I imagine it would be safe to say that good company builds good character, which is what Rivera experiences hanging around Jesus.
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Big moment. We were just in an ad break there and missed Curtis Marshall, who I think we actually might be able to take it off 7, mate. So welcome back, SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. This is sometimes it's not as smooth sailing as we'd like. Curtis Marshall, his second attempt.
He get clear? No. So now immense pressure.
Immense pressure and time pressure as well, because only 2 vaulters missed a first attempt, so he's only going to have another one jump between him and having to have his third attempt. What's happened here is his hips are just too far forward at his takeoff, his shoulders behind the hips, which means the pole just never gets past vertical. You see him a long way from the bar there as he releases, and that's why he comes down on it.
So the difference between Duplantis, who had that hip height but is going over the bar, versus Curtis, who has the hip height, not as much, but is coming down?
He's taking off further out. He's putting more energy into the pole, rolling it through, and it fires to the back of the pit rather than straight up in the air or a little bit back towards the runway.
So this is Oleg Zanaikal.
So it's getting tougher and tougher for Curtis Marshall, but when his next attempt comes up, we will take you to that one as well. Still one to come for him. 0433 98 11 16. Half time just about finished between the Kookaburras and Germany. So we'll go back there in just a minute. Off the text, love your work as always, Sammy. Where does the money come from to pay these athletes for winning medals? Is it through our major sponsors or through government? Crazy to think so many of these athletes have to work full or part-time, as so many of these sports don't pay well. That's what makes the Olympics great, though. Yeah, wonderful point that you make, and it does come from the government. What I'm talking about, the article I was reading today on Fox Sports about what different countries pay their medalists from each Olympics, that does come from the government. And you can have your view on what you think is fair and what you think's reasonable. 0433 98 11 16. Just before they start the second half, this was the go-ahead goal. Let's go back to Curtis Marshall.
There's a bemused look on the face of Curtis Marshall.
The same thing on all 3 attempts. Just got hit by the pole. Maybe he'll look back on this and think I should have just started one pole down, a slightly softer pole, just get into the meat. But that is just tough. All 3 jumps, plenty of height, but just not enough into the mats.
So that is bitterly disappointing for Marshall, who is in the mix. You have to say it's wide open after the first couple here. So Marshall out of the pole vault.
So that's really disappointing for Curtis Marshall. And you just heard from the commentary team there, thanks to Channel 7, our broadcast partner, that they considered him a medal hope. So, it just didn't come together for him. 3 attempts at the initial height, and no joy there for Curtis Marshall. So Nicholas Huff, you may have heard before, has qualified for the semi-final of the men's 110-metre hurdles. He came third in his heat, so that is good news for us from the track this evening. Hoping for plenty more. Kookaburra is aiming to get into the gold medal playoff, so let's rejoin the action with 13 and 11 left in the third quarter. Australia up 2-1, ball in possession in their third.
Wetton, dangerous, confronted, penalty corner. That was a little too vigorous there from Halka, the captain of Germany.
It's nice to see Wetton get so far ahead. He's been playing quite a lot in that defensive midfield role. He's such an exciting player to watch. This is where he started his hockey, and I'd love to see him spend a little bit more time up there. He's so dynamic. Well-drawn short corner there. Blake Govers, assume would be their go-to person again. Just keep it simple, keep it nice and low.
(3-1) for Australia would look magnificent right about now. Injected. Govers shoots, saved. Beale there. Good piece of goalkeeping from young Alexander Stadler. And now on the counter, Rua takes on Martin. Martin doesn't give up. That's brilliant from Martin to take the ball and get Australia going forward again. Beale and Zalewski. Back it goes. Martin. Govers.
You just need to take a second to relax after that. Those counters can be so dangerous because you've got 7 players up the other end, and often the players at the other, your defensive end, are all forwards often. So you just need to take a second.
Welcomed and impeded there by O'Roos.
Beale unable just to get the rebound there, but that's what's so important about getting that ball on goal, because when the goalkeeper makes a save, you're getting a second chance at it. So had he trapped that, Beale? He's getting another shot at goal, and the goalie's in a bad position. They've made a save.
Zalewski to Brand. Brand getting some treatment. Just outside the circle. O'Roos pleads his case. Brand takes the ball back 5 metres, as he has to before playing the ball inside the circle. Australia has lost possession of it. Now Germany on the breakthrough. Grambusch. He's got little support ahead of him. Lockie Sharp not for the first time, sort of getting a little tangled up from behind. It's allowed to pass muster. Brand. More than a few umpires out there in white shirts at the moment. There's a green card, so 2 minutes on the sidelines here. Who's received it, Georgie? That's the big question. It's Lockie Sharp. Okay, it was for that challenge, I suspect, from behind.
Yeah, and he needs to be careful of that. He's trying to do the right thing by getting involved in that contest, but you've got to trust that you've got players there that can step up. You often play with a spare defender, and they can step up into that if they've eliminated you. You've got a safety net of players there.
Rua, intercepted by Howard. Australia will need to try and possess the ball as much as possible here for the 2 minutes that Lockie Sharp is off the field. Colin Batch always looks so calm and composed.
The 8th green card Australia has received over this Olympics. So they've played with 10 players for every game this Olympics. So they know how to do it. You just need to keep possession of the ball, make that field nice and small. You can see just how condensed they are. They don't want to give up any space in that midfield. Just need to bide your time and wait for that player to come back on.
Heiner to Halka, to where it came from. Martin Heiner, 269th game. Vicker gives it back again. Australia controlling it well. The overhead, though, is creative here. Brewer. Cleared out. Martin's having none of that. Sharp should be back on shortly for Australia. But before Hayner has a crack at sweeping that ball inside the circle, Zaluski got a decision that he didn't appreciate nor agree with. Hayner very careful, assessing. Free player over in the left corner, top of screen, crashed in. Again, Martin able to clear for Australia. Govers finds the relieving foot for the Kookaburras. They're a chatty bunch, the Germans. Very conversational. Martin's going to seize upon this. Controlled by Wickham. Got support top of the circle. Beautifully played, Tom Wickham. And that's a nice intervention from Zwicker. And a stick down low. He's entered the roadblock. Ockenden, Beale, Hayward. The aerial going to take some control, and superbly done by Eddie Ockenden. His skills have always been a great feature of his play. Australian ball outside the circle. Beale plays it in. Brand trying to keep it in. Little shove there. Play goes on. Danger time, Germany. Out they come, though. Stabe. A ruse. Brand there with him. Rua. Florian Fuchs. Out of play by Hayward of Australia. Midway through the third quarter. Australia still leading 2-1 in this men's semi-final.
Back to even players now, so Australia can step up a little bit. They don't need to play so defensively.
Penalty corner for Germany.
Not 5 for that overhead receive, and sort of saying down the other end when Ogilvy received that one, the defenders needed to pop off 5. You can see that Eddie Ockenden just encroached in that space there. It's a really difficult rule, and it's a very hard one to explain. Even a lot of hockey players don't even understand it. But whoever owns that space gets that space, and everyone else needs to be 5 yards off of it. So the umpire deemed that German player had owned that space, and Eddie Ockenden encroached in it. So in the circle, it's a short corner. So very frustrating, annoying.
Helpless as a defender in that situation. A chance for Germany to equalise. Vinfeder charged down. Hayward did really well.
So Hayward was within 5 yards there, and he got hit. Remember, it's dangerous.
Just for those at home too, Georgie Parker, with the ball coming at 145, 150 k's an hour.
You have to be crazy.
No cricket pads on or no helmet or anything like that. Jeremy Hayward actually wants to be hit in that circumstance.
100%. They run these extremely tight lines to really close down that entire goal, which means that the goalie, in this case Andrew Charter, only needs to protect half of it because he's got 2 runners that are protecting half the goal with their bodies. So it's a very dangerous, very brave position. It's not somewhere I would ever be. They take their pads off and they're ready to go with it again. There's no mucking around in hockey.
Just for a second, shut your eyes and imagine Mitchell Starc coming in and bowling at you with no pads on, except him doing it from 4 yards away.
It's mind-blowing.
Ball out of play, far side.
I think the same as goalkeepers. Incredibly brave position. Anyone on those short corner defensive setups.
Zaluski, great bit of work in midfield for Australia, the 200 gamer. Sharp. Down the line he works it. Wickham on the reverse. Cracked it across the face. Look at the desperation from Beale.
It's a great pass from Tom Wickham, to be honest. It's a very difficult one. The upright back stick.
Halka, with all his years of experience, 2 gold medals already for him in Olympic competition. Probably time to give someone else a go, Georgie.
Hopefully. No
goals yet in this third quarter. Australia through Brand, 7 minutes in. Vin Feder equalised 11 minutes in. Covers scored in the second quarter as Germany comes forward. Velen couldn't control it initially. Plays it through. And Germany has lost its opportunity there. Govers then scored.
Germany probably has the better of the later half of this quarter. I'd love Australia to get that control, but out of their defensive 50.
Ockenden plays it back. His mother Angie was a state player in Tassie. Sister Lucy played for the Van Diemen's and also with Victoria in the AHL. Angie Ockenden, one of the most beautiful people you would ever meet. And Eddie has become really a beautiful player to watch for a long period of time. As a teenager coming through initially, trying to find the way into a gold medal match at the Olympic Games. Here is Eddie Ockenden on cue.
Wouldn't it be fitting? He's 34. You'd be hard-pressed he's going to go to the next Olympics. But in saying that, he's had players before him do it. You had Mark Knowles and Jamie Dwyer were well into their late 30s when they were still playing. So it's not against the realm of possibility for him to go to his 5th Olympics. But after as many games as he's played, it's his 379th game. Love for him to be able to get a gold medal to add to his resume.
Under 4 minutes to go until three-quarter time. Australia will have possession. Wetton goes back to Howard. One time down the line. Didn't quite work out. Germany with Heiner to Halka. Not a lot of pressure on him as he wanders over halfway and plays it neatly to Aruz. Belts confronts Aruz. Aruz near the back line. Belts gets the tackle in.
Be concerning how easy that went from one end to the other there.
And now slap towards the face of goal. Trying to construct something grosser.
Need to be stepping up on their midfielders. They're giving them a little bit too much space.
Halka. This is patient from Germany. All the patience pay off. Heiner inside the circle. Ockenden there. Follow-up work. Nearly a shot from Hersbruck. And again, Germany can't force a save there.
Charter has been so good for this entire Olympics. They're just holding on to this pressure here, Australia, and just need to get control of this ball. Every run they've had forwards, it's been a breakaway. It's not been any real build-up kind of play. And has ever been since we went down to 10 players that Germany feel as though Germany's just had control of that ball. So in this last 2 minutes, we can't have any goals, we can't have any corners against us. And then the pressure is still on Germany because, of course, of the obvious scoreline.
Strong challenge there. Martin put the body into Rua. Under 2 minutes until three-quarter time. It's an agitated Qais Al-Sadi. His team trailing 2-1. Halka. See how closely he's being checked by Beale. Comes out to the right-hand side. Played inside the circle by Grosser. Can they find a shot? Velen. It's dangerous.
This last 90 seconds is so important. Keep control, give it to some experienced players. Matt Dawson's one of them. He's a veteran from Rio.
It's taken a foot on the way through.
To go in this with a 2-1 lead is what they need to do. They don't need to be playing too far forward, play really calculated hockey.
So about 1:12 to go in that third period. Australia just hanging on to a 2-1 lead with a quarter to come. I want to drop in on the final stages of the first 5,000 metres heat. One, David McNeil, 3-time Olympian in this. He didn't make the final at Rio. He was 16th in this. He was 16th in the 10,000 at Rio. Didn't make the final in the 10,000 in Tokyo, and he's in his heat here. So we might even take some of this where there's not too far to go in this 5,000 metre heat.
Behind, so there's not much you can do about that, Bruce, but he probably, you know how he drops their arms? They drop their arm and they talk to each other, and they sometimes use the arms to either say, can somebody else take the lead, or I'm going to come out this way, like an indicator. But in that case, he took his eye off the front running. He slowed it down a little bit, looked to the side, and when he was stepped from behind, because he didn't have that core strength facing forwards, possibly meant that he wasn't able to stay on his feet.
We saw a lot of that arm direction in the steeplechase. There's been a couple of famous falls in long-distance races at the Olympics. Farah fell in Rio and won, and Lassie Viren fell in Munich and broke the world record and picked himself up. But this is a heat. And we saw somebody fall, a couple of days ago in the 1500 metres. Well, yesterday, I think.
Hassan.
I've forgotten what day it is.
Hassan, do you know, it was yesterday. The incredible thing is the first person I thought of when you talked about falling at Olympics, I went straight to Mary Decker and Zola Budd.
Yep.
And her on the track, flat out, crying, screaming.
I was there, Tams, and it was quite amazing. And
you were really young.
Zola with the bare feet, and Mary, who was the darling of the state. So now the Kenyans decide to make a move. So the young fella that you talked about, who's frightened of the rustlers going to school, he had the fall, didn't he? And again, some pushing. Artman just gives him a shove. So just see what talents they are. I mean, he's picked himself up off the dirt, so to speak, and zipped around them, and now he's decided to take up the pace here.
He also checked his watch just to make sure that they were right on time as well. Now, Dave McNeil's still covering all the moves. He's nice and relaxed there. Yeah, you'd love to see him up a little bit closer, but he still looks super calm, super relaxed.
So the situation here is that 5 plus 5 go through. So at the moment, the first K was 250, the second K 252, and the third K 250. So pretty slow, Tams. I mean, it's going to open up the second of the 5,000 metre heats where we'll have Australians involved, or one, because Pat Tiernan is not running, we've been told. I think that's a very sensible approach from Pat, and after a long think about it, they've decided that he won't back, but they've got a very good athlete going there, and they've got a good chance, I think, because they will have the opportunity to run a bit quicker than this and get a whole posse through.
Yeah, it's disappointing that Pat won't be in that race, but oh my goodness, he won so many fans with how tough he was in that 10,000, and he's just a little bit rattled by what happened the other night and feels it's in his best interest to just pull out of that 5,000, which is smart, because at the end of the day, your health has to come first, Bruce.
Absolutely. No, I think it's the wise and right thing to do here.
So Kameli, he just had his arms up then. Not quite sure what he wants to have happen. It's amazing how these guys race, because, you know, it's a race for an Olympic final spot. It should be about each individual, but they have so many tactics, but they train together in big groups, and they almost take that attitude towards the race where they kind of hope that everyone's going to share the lead, and then it can come down to the finishing kickers. We see Kameli getting pushed to the side. We see the Netherlands athlete has just come off the track.
So the Dutch athlete has...
That's Koppen.
Yep, called it a day. So
I'm not quite sure what he's doing, because he's kind of still running, and it's very strange.
He's the national record holder.
So we've still got a few minutes to go in that heat. So David McNeil just sitting sort of towards in the back third of the pack, as they've got still a few more laps to go. So we're going to take a break, and we'll come back for the last quarter of the hockey. In the women's water polo, the quarterfinal match, Australia 3-5 down over the Russian Olympic Committee. And sad news that Pat Tiernan, who just won the hearts of the nation after falling 3 times in that 10,000 metre run, he was just dogged and gritty and all full of heart to get to the line, 19th in that 10,000 metres. He won't compete in the 5,000. Morgan McDonald will. He's heaped a little later on, a 4-time NCAA champ at his first Olympics. Let's get a couple of breaks away, and we'll come back for the final quarter of the men's hockey. 2-1 Australia over Germany in the semi-final game.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals, including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
G'day, it's Matt White here. You know, here at SEN, we're all sleeping like logs when we're not working. What's our secret? The Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. It's helped me sleep so much better than I have in years. No neck pain, no headaches. So here's the deal. I'd like one of our listeners to go to spinalease.com.au right now and order one, because a great day starts with a good night's sleep. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank me later.
Always read the label.
SEN Track is your new home of chasing, pacing and racing. And Saturday Trackside.
When you roll them into something, I've learnt a bit of value.
Simon O'Donnell, Dave Taggart and Paddy Garshagan bring it all to the table.
For you people on your multi, Scooby-Doo. Yeah.
The banter, the expert analysis and cheering home a winner. Live stream Saturday Trackside on the SEN app via your mobile, computer or smart TV. Lock it in. Saturday Trackside on SEN Track.
At JH Market Lighting and Electrical, they're all about value. They have a growing range of quality lighting and electrical products at the best prices for contractors to make more money. Shop smart, shop value, shop differently. JH.Market.
Shopping online is easy with Coles. And with click and collect orders, we'll bring your groceries straight to your car at over 400 stores. Find out more at coles.com.au/shop. It's that easy. Coles. Value the Australian way.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
I do apologise. We had a pesky little ad just play off that wasn't supposed to. We were going to come back for the final lap of that 5,000 metre heat. David McNeil, though, has finished 8th or 9th in that, and we'll find out whether that's enough for him to get through. I'll drop in on that when and give you an update on that when we have an official confirmation. But he really did power home, coming from the back third into the front third of that race, and really did come home strong to the line. So 2-1, the Kookaburras over Germany with 11:44 left on the clock. The hockey update for Hockey Australia. Our Stars at home, the Hockey 1 League. Still 5-3 down with 3 minutes to play in the second term are our Stingers in the women's water polo in their quarter-final. Russia's never beaten Australia in Olympic competition, but let's drop back in on the hockey. See our Stars at home in the Hockey 1 League. Tickets at hockey1.com.au. 2-1 Australia, 11:27 left in the match.
Because of him talking, just wants to control back this umpire, so that's huge for Australia.
No commentating. He was looking a threat to young Christopher Ruhr. That's very significant. So he won't be back on until about 6-7 minutes to go in this game. Germany trying to attack. Florian Fuchs has got a couple with him. Over it goes. Jake Wetton, you can just see the fading zinc cream on his face. Huge Andrew Simons fan. Reckons doesn't matter if you wear it at night and the sun's not out. Simo did it. I'll do it. Fellow Queenslander. Here is Wetton. Howard, Hayward.
A couple of things are going through the Kookaburras' minds here. They know that Germany's not going to be pressing up too much because they've got to play it down. So it's going to take 2 minutes off the clock.
Hockenman couldn't get it through. Halka.
So it's going to take 2 minutes off the clock, which is really important when there's 9 minutes left when it gets you to 9 minutes left of a semi-final. But you can't be relying on a 2-1 lead, so you still need to be attacking. I don't want to see them playing with the ball behind just because you know it's going to soak up time. It's too early to be doing that. See the intensity of Germany just dropping off a little bit because they've got that player in the sin bin.
Martin found the relief Australia was after there. Beautiful transfer of play from Australia. Out of defence, the outlet ball to Sharp. He goes back though, Howard. Up the middle, Wetton. Simmons. Received from Martin.
Australia happy to soak up some of this time.
We can't make the trap. Forster is happy to see that over the back line. Hayner, the 16-yard hit for Germany into midfield. Zwicker. Belt's right there with him. Under 9 minutes to go. Germans in possession. Grambusch. The Aussie ambush. Wetton did win possession, but they didn't get it legally. So Grambusch assesses. 8.5 to go. Smallest crowd in attendance, most of them fellow hockey players from other teams watching on, creating a bit of atmosphere. Zwicker. Furk. Gover's right there with him. Australia closing Germany down at the moment. They'll change the angle of attack. Vinfeder to Hayner. Brand up in his face, inside the circle, creative ball. Velen, reverse stick, dealt with by Charter. Slapped it away like a fly to barbecue.
He shows no emotion, Charter, but he's just so rock solid in defence, and he'll be pumped after that. He didn't even show emotion after saving his one-on-ones the other day. But the saves like that give him so much confidence as a goalkeeper.
I did mention Wally Zalewski's bus. I'm not sure it's quite time to park it just yet, but he might want to get the engine started.
It's getting to be that point, isn't it? It's the point that they start as Australians start getting very nervous, so they know every error can be costly.
Forward comes Furk of Germany inside the circle. Can he find a foot? He plays it towards the central position in front of goal, and Dawson gets it away. So the defence of Australia under pressure.
Been under pressure this whole quarter, besides those couple of minutes where they were down a play. You can just see how many circle penetrations Germany had compared to Australia. They have been pretty dominant in this second half.
Grit your teeth and hang on. 7 minutes. Under 7 minutes to go. Belgium watches on. Already through to the gold medal match. How desperately Australia would love the chance to win a second Olympic gold medal in men's hockey. 6.5 minutes to determine whether they'll get that opportunity to try and win gold. Hurstbrook. Forced to backtrack again. Furk. Hayner. And Vinfeder. Beautiful stuff from Australia. Brand, tenacious, great harassment. Possession won. Wickham. Zalewski. Now that might have taken a German stick on the way through. Gover's not on at the moment. One of Australia's goal scorers, Dawson, takes his sweet time. Oh, an interception from Arouz almost. Hayward in the road. Ockenden really had to stretch.
So we've got about 5.5 minutes to go in this last quarter. We do have breaks that we need to make sure we get away. So I'm going to take a couple here as Morgan McDonald gets started in his 5,000-metre heat at the track. So we'll go for a couple of minutes and we'll come back with the final 3 minutes of this semi-final clash between Australia and Germany.
Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sport fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. AFL, NRL, horse racing, soccer, basketball, cricket, boutique events and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
Want award-winning service with your mobile plan? Mate. Get unlimited talk and text plus data banking up to 200 gigabytes from only $25 per month. Plus free Tidal music subscription included. Choose a provider you trust like a mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Can you see it? There's travel in your future. With Flight Centre, win a holiday every year for 5 years worth 30 grand. Where will you go? Enter now at flightcentre.com.au/win.
We've been there for every game.
as Taylor kicks the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a three, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates are 4 and 20 pie.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Calculating GST. Help. But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your back.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Women's water polo quarter-final, Australia 4-6 down with just under 7 minutes to play in the third period there. Back to the hockey, Australia 2-1 up, 3 minutes to play to get into the gold medal match.
So I wonder how Australia are going to be able to manage this extra player there. All plays back. 3 minutes. Like you said, you just need to get a free hit and give it to your best ball handlers.
Desperate times, desperate measures for Germany, and a mistrap's not going to help it as Germany, through Grosser, had the opportunity. That was a good aerial downfield. Australia's outlet ball, Ockenden. Can he keep it going? Hayner in the road. Back the other way it comes. Big opportunity here on the break. Wickham dispossessed.
Again, just went too close to me. Just use your pace. Go around the outside. It was really tempting to go straight there because he knew that there was no goalkeeper. He knew there was the last defender. But just back your pace and go around the back. And in the end, there's 2 minutes left. Just keep that ball in our attacking half. That's what we need to do right now. We need to get possession and get it down to our attacking half and then keep possession down there.
In Rio, Australia went in as a gold medal fancy and left at the quarter-final stage. 2 minutes stands between Australia going back to where it belongs. An Olympic Games final. Can they finish off Germany? Zalewski in game 200. What a moment it could be for him. Wickham comes forward. Vinfetter in the road. Wickham won't be denied. Australia won't be denied. Wickham just needs to make the pass. And off the stick of Lockie Sharp. Australia has clinched it. Australia's going through. Lockie Sharp at his first Olympics seals it after a moment of anxiety early in the game. How he finishes it off and how he emboldens the entire nation with that goal. Remarkable stuff from the Kookaburras.
Been a referral here from Germany, so just see what they say here. But that's what I mean about taking off a goalkeeper. It means that when you get that ball in the circle, it's almost always a goal. Let's see what this third umpire says. No reason to change their decision. The third goal for Lockie Sharp here. And this is going to be almost impossible for Germany to come back here. The young man, he made a couple of errors early on and he's more than made up for that. And we're 90 seconds away from appearing in our first gold medal match since 2004.
Well, if not for Marjorie Jackson, Lockie Sharp would be the most famous thing to come out of Lithgow right now. Grambusch tries to go forward. Australia just getting it out of there. 60 seconds on the clock and your time starts now. Germany surely knows its fate. Belgium watching on, will be a formidable opponent in the final. Arouz cracks it in. The Australian defence has been superb. It has here conceded a penalty corner with 43 seconds to go. Let's round it up, Georgie. 43 to go.
Still nervous. It's still not over until that buzzer goes, is it ours? So they need to stop this one. You don't want to give him a sniff. You don't want to give them any chance to think that they can do anything here. Andrew Child has been absolutely superb. You see a stream of kookaburras running back from here. There'll be no one hanging high.
Is there a goal here for Germany? No, there's a mistrap. Terrible stuff from the Germans. Spicker plays it inside the circle. That took a foot, surely. Another penalty corner.
Took up 15 seconds though, didn't it? So even if they get a goal here, there's even less time for them to be able to make a steal, get down the other end and score a goal again. So it's just going to be scrappy. You've just got to get it done. 30 seconds left between them and a gold medal. Them and an Olympic guaranteed medal. They know how big this is.
Up they step. Hayner's shot, beautifully defended. Australia giving nothing, absolutely nothing in this semi-final.
And that'll be it. They won't be able to do it now. Tim Brand, fitting for him to be able to make that intercept. He's been so brilliant this entire Olympics.
The overhead, hurry. Australia free hit. They know. What a proud moment it is. One big game to come. A golden opportunity coming for the Kookaburras. What a moment. So many of these players at a first Olympic Games. Lockie Sharp scored the match-winning goal for Australia late. Devastation for Germany. A hockey nation of immense pride and prestige. But the Kookaburras, the pride of the Cookers. They're going for gold, Georgie Parker.
They will be, and it's so deserving. They've gone into multiple Olympic Games, ranked world number one. But there's something about the Olympics. It's what makes an Olympic medal just so special. You have to perform for 2 weeks out of every 4 years. And the last few Olympics, we haven't been able to do it. 2008, 2012 bronze medals. 2016 knocked out in the quarters. 2012, 2016, we were the world number one side going in. We're the world number one side going in here, and we've got our opportunity to be going for a gold medal, just as we've deserved to do. This is exciting, and in 2 days...
It certainly is. Beautifully called, Alison Nicholson, Georgie Parker on Channel 7's coverage of the hockey. Our hockey updates tonight. That was phenomenal. It has been a little bit lean the last few years from an Olympic medal point of view from our men's and women's hockey teams. So the Kookaburras are ranked number one coming into this tournament, and that is a brilliant result. Well played in the end, and to get the goal, and the goal scorers, Brand, Govers and Sharp, congratulations to them. It was a really tightly held contest between Australia and Germany, and they haven't been beaten yet in this tournament, the Kookaburras, and they're going to play off for a gold medal, so guaranteed at least a silver. Congratulations to them. We've silvered before at Mexico in 68, Montreal in 76, Barcelona in 92. That last gold was at Athens in 2004. Our last medal was at London in 2012 with the bronze. We haven't finished lower than sixth since hockey came into the... Well, we started competing in hockey since 1956. So that's a really, really uplifting performance from the men's hockey team. A lot of pressure on them coming in. And I'll tell you who I'm wrapped for. Is a man who's at his fourth Olympics now, Eddie Okenden. A two-time bronze medal winner. A chance for him to get that elusive gold would be a phenomenal way to finish off what has been an extraordinary career. He'll end up, if this is his last Olympics and his last time playing for Australia in the gold medal match, I think it'll be something like 377 times that he has played for his country. So congratulations to him. Congratulations to the Kookaburras. It's incredibly exciting stuff, and they are through to the gold medal match. We've got Morgan McDonald heading around in his heat of the men's 5,000 metres. We might get a couple of breaks away here and then come back with the final lap of his heat. But congratulations again. Big news tonight. It's an incredible night for our Kookaburras. Our men's hockey team are through to the gold medal match.
Your first property investment is usually your first home, but you can invest sensibly in property long before then. Talk to Prestige Australian Financial Services to learn how you can build wealth through starting or growing your real estate holdings and save tax at the same time. Prestige help by advising on tax, helping you secure a loan and find the right property. Prestige Australian Financial Services. Your success is their business. To learn more, visit ilovepafs.com.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast. Here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So Morgan McDonald has just crossed with the last few runners for his heat of the 5,000 metres. Not sure if that will be enough to get him through, but once all the heats are concluded, we will give you an update. Dave McNeil came 8th in his heat, and word came through in the broadcast that Pat Tiernan, who we all know now, that gritty performance to get up after falling 3 times and just show all the heart in the world, to refuse to give in, refuse to quit, and he crossed in 19th in the 10,000 metre final at his second Olympics. So Morgan McDonald, he's a 4-time NCAA champion in the American college system. He is a cross-country champion in the US college system. Just don't think he might have been where he needed to be to get through. So once we've got an official word on that, we will let you know. What we do have official word on, and Az is very happy off the text, 0433 98 11 16. There'd be a lot of hockey fans, people that played it as a kid, who would have watched that performance from the Kookaburras tonight. So if you'd like to share your feelings on it, a 3-1 win over Germany, and they're through to the gold medal match now to take on Belgium, who beat India in the earlier semi-final today. So our Kookaburras in this Olympics have been a team that you can count on for one classic lager, a beer you can count on, one classic lager, one standard drink in a big 500ml can, available at Dan Murphy's and BWS. So that is a Wolf Blast great performance. Wolf Blast IWC Red Winemaker of the Year, the International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year is Wolf Blast. And the other couple of stories for tonight from a men's performance point of view from the blokes that have been competing. Curtis Marshall, unfortunately, didn't get through his first 3 attempts at the first height in the men's pole vault final, and that brought his Olympics to an end. Nicholas Hugh finished 4th in his 110-metre hurdles heat and has qualified for the semi-final tomorrow. We've got Aussies going at the moment, Emily Rogers and Amy Thompson in the artistic swimming in the duet, and currently the water polo at the moment, end of the third quarter. I'm just waiting for the score to pop back up on the screen for me, so I'll be able to give you that momentarily as the fourth is about to start. It's hang on. This is what happens sometimes. There's a little bit of drag in the feed, and I will get you a score just a moment for the women's water polo in that quarterfinal against the US. Right. 6-8, so a bit of work to do. Australia trailing with a quarter to go. 8-6 lead to the Russian Olympic Committee. The other big story tonight, from a boxing point of view, Harry Garside becomes our first Aussie in a long time. Julia, just give me the what was that stat you gave me before about when was the last time? Was it Mexico? Was it 1960 something that we last had an Aussie through to the medal? 1988. Oh, excuse me, I'm way off. 1988 it was that we last had one of our boxers through to the medal matches, and Harry Garside won his quarterfinal tonight, so he's guaranteed at least a bronze medal. Spike Chaney was that man in 1988. So Harry Garside is through to the medal matches, and he's guaranteed, by the way that the boxing works, he's guaranteed a bronze medal at the very least, and he will fight to get in to the gold medal match as well. So we're not far away from focusing most of our attention onto the Boomers tonight. Their quarterfinal against Argentina starts at 10 o'clock. Chris Anstey's going to come in and join me very soon, and we will preview that in great detail. It's a massive night for our Aussie Boomers, who came with a mission, and that mission is to medal for the first time in Australian history in our men's basketball. And they've got to get through Argentina. The US await in the semi-final after they beat Spain today. So Tom O'Halloran is still alive in the sports climbing. He's got the lead qualification still to come. He ended up finishing up, just bear with me as I don't have the result yet from the bouldering. So when I do, I will let you know. And Tyson Bull, who was the first Aussie ever through to an Olympic men's final in the individual events, he came 5th overall out of the 8 competitors. So congratulations to him. We spoke to his older brother a little earlier on, and we know the family was sitting around and gathered around the TV to watch that little piece of history unfold. So congrats to him, who did us proud. Morgan McDonald finished 11th in that heat, so not sure if that'll be enough to get him through, but we'll wait on the final numbers and qualification confirmations to get through. Let's take in a little bit of this Stingers match. Our Aussie women down 6-8 in the water polo against the Russian Olympic Committee in their quarterfinal match. Let's get to the pool.
Down at 30 with their extra player attack. Find a player. And the open goal wasn't there, though, because the keeper, Gabby Palm, takes it on her stomach.
Yeah, excellent block there from Gabby Palm. She was in a lot of trouble there. Very open, the Russian shooter.
Abby Andrews. Late comes Aaron Sini. Tilly Kearns looking for the ball at centre forward. Bronwyn Knox is going to have to at least shape to shoot, otherwise they're going to slush off Tilly Kearns all day. They're running out of time. We'll have to dump it off. Goes for the alley-oop. But no luck there. Off the post it goes, and there's a chance at a counter here for the Russians. Need to snuff this out. Need to get back quickly. Andrews swimming very fast, and she does that. Well done.
Yeah, great work there, Abby Andrews. I think she, after she took that shot, she realised that her defender had taken off, and she swam at 1,000 miles an hour to cover that.
And there's a foul in the middle of the pool. The centre forward just trying to get herself set, has pulled past the centre back, so a chance for the Australians.
Australia need to be measured in their attack. Make sure that if they are going to take the shot, that someone is covering for them.
They got the ball in quickly to Tilly Kearns, and there's a bit of debate there between the two referees, I think.
Yeah, I think Abby Andrews and Simonovic were having a bit of a wrestle, I think.
And so Abby Andrews is going to be excluded. That happened off camera. But the Russians are going to call a timeout here. They'll get 20 seconds. The other advantage about this is the exclusion happened way back down at the other end of the pool. So when the timeout's over, they'll be able to set straight up with their extra. Not waste part of that 20 seconds in transition.
The Russians have taken both their timeouts now. That's it for the game. Australia still have one up their sleeve.
They've played 18 matches, these two countries. Australia have won 15. There's been one draw. Russia have only won twice, but both of them have come in recent years. They've won 2 of the last 3 matches between these two sides. Such a proud history in water polo, the Stingers.
Aussie's back line of defence looking strong. Amy Ridge, Bronnie Knox. And the Bucking is now moving out a little. big blockers.
Back it's over. Ivanova gets it away to the player in the post. She's open. She'll score. Didn't get back quickly enough. Hannah Buckling. And with 4 seconds left on that extra, they're out by 3 again.
This isn't looking good. Just about 5 minutes to play, down by 3 now. We've got to get a couple of breaks away. We'll come back for the closing stages, especially if they can work their way back in to levelling this up. But it's looking a very hard task for our Aussie Stingers at the moment in the water. So we'll take a break and we'll come back. They're down 9-6, but we'll give you the closing stages before we turn our attention to the Boomers. Chris Anstey to join me shortly. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, the night session for Tyre Power. Trusted tyre experts, and we do it for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers, NBN from $59 and zero online accounting to help you do business, but better.
G'day, it's Matty White here. Hey, what's your daily routine? You wake up, you get showered, you get dressed, you go to work, you love SEN, of course, then you go home, you have dinner, you watch telly, and then you go to bed? Nah, mate, you're actually awake during all of these, and the only time you're not awake is while you're sleeping. That's why you need to trust a pillow that'll do the best job while you sleep. And that's why you need the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank me later.
Always read the label.
Hi, I'm Bernard Foley. This November, get set for the world's first Aqua Rugby Festival. Never before seen down under, it's high-speed rugby on a floating pitch in the stunning Sydney Harbour. Get down to the Manly shoreline and watch it light up with live free entertainment. Or step it up and watch the action on board one of Sydney's most luxurious super yachts. Get your tickets at aquarugby.com. Be part of the action November 5th and 6th. Aqua Rugby. This is how we play.
At JH Market Lighting and Electrical, they're all about value. They have a growing range of quality lighting and electrical products at the best prices for contractors to make more money. Shop smart, shop value, shop differently. JH.Market.
Injured and it's not your fault? Did you slip or fall in a public place? Not sure what to do next? We do know what to do. Call Bryden's Lawyers today for a free, no-obligation appointment. No matter how big or small your claim may be, we know what matters most to you because it matters most to us. Bryden's Lawyers. We do make a difference. Call Bryden's Lawyers on 1800 848 848.
From tennis to the running track, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and kickstart your sporting dreams. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
From rugby to running, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and bring your sporting dreams to life. Rebel. Sport is calling.
When the cravings hit you, how does a Ripper Mega Box from Red Rooster sound? Mega yes, please. Packed with a Ripper Roll, 2 buttermilk wings, chips, mash and gravy, and a drink. Get your Ripper Mega Box now at Red Rooster. The Rooster's calling.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Australia missed some big chances to get back on terms with Russia. They've got it back within 2. I reckon one of their coaching staff, if not the coach, might have just been tossed from the pool. A penalty was saved. So there's 2 minutes 46 left. 9-7 they trail against the Russians.
They're in no rush, and the clock's beginning to count down. This is good defence from the Australians. They want no foul now because they're inside the last 6 seconds. If anything, you want them to be shooting from there. Well done. Great work.
Yeah, excellent play there from Bronnie Knox. Sobolyeva was trying to play for that foul. She wanted to have a shot.
This is Keisha Gophers with the ball. Well, if you're on, you're on. Hannah Buckling thought she was. She got it away quickly. But there's a
great defence here from the Australians. They'll quick back. And she saw the opening and she's everywhere. Prokofiev just gets her arm up, blocks that ball. She's just incredible reader of the game. Saw it coming.
Inside the last two. Can't let Russia score. So what's happened here? We've had a foul off the ball and Bronwyn Knox is being excluded. So another chance at extra player for Russia. Huge moment this for the Russians.
The Aussies just hanging on everywhere, trying to block.
Oh, they've given away a foul in the middle of the goal. A little push-off. The Australians are going to come back with it. 90 seconds to keep their Olympic dreams alive. They need two.
It was great work, Australia. This huge pressure just made them do something.
Ellie Ahmed almost puts it in, but good save from Karnow. Got a right fingers to it just.
Yeah, it was break right down the centre of the pool there. Russians will just chew the time up now. Can't waste time. They do need to be going forward. Aussies need to put pressure on the ball, try and steal. Gabby Palmer's coming out to help steal there. Bronte Halligan got a mitts on that one.
Can someone explain that particular... That was a disgraceful call. That was a terrible pass into the centre forward. It missed the centre forward by 1.5 metres. The ball is going to be picked up by the Australians, and they've called it a foul. Anyway, we're inside the last minute. They're up by 2, the Russians, and Australia with possession. Beck Rippon, as you say, the Olympic bronze medalist, now head coach of the Australians, with the coach sent off the bench for whatever he may have said to the referees.
The coaches can be animated at times.
So Beck Rippon with some big decisions to make.
Oh, Beck's been with the girls a long time. She's more than capable of putting a play here.
I turned up to a 5th grade match earlier this year, and there was Beck Rippon in the water, and I said to the girls, you know who you're playing? There's an Olympic bronze medalist in there. 2-time Olympian.
It's amazing. She just can go all day, Beck Rippon. This is so important here for the Aussies, just to remain calm. There's plenty of time left on the clock. They just need a goal from this attack.
Yeah, there's time enough for 2 possessions. They've got to score here. So Halligan goes back to Ridge. Awkward. Goes to the deck. Oh, the bounce shot was a cracker, but just bounced too high from Bronwyn Knox. So the Russians are going to use most of this 30 seconds. The Australians are now looking for a miracle.
The ball does need to go forward. Russians can't just sit there and hold the ball, can't be seen to just be wasting time. Need to make an effort to actually progress up the pool.
Bronte Halligan might steal this.
Oh, she gave it everything on that occasion, Bronte.
Yes, that's just a garden variety foul. So time's running out. So they dump it with 23 seconds left.
So 23 seconds left. It looks like it's going to all come to an end for our Stingers into the quarterfinal match. The first time Russia's ever beaten them in water polo Olympic competition. So 9-7 at the moment with 19 seconds left. Oh, hang on. Hang on, they've just scored with 16 seconds left. We might see this out, actually. It's 9-8.
Incredibly well this tournament. Probably would have liked to have seen her take a few more shots. Australia really needed that goal. Gutsy play. And now they desperately need to steal the ball.
Like Dad Darrell kicking it from the sideline, wasn't it? Bronte, she's been a tremendous player all tournament. So again, they're going to press all over the pool here.
And again, the Russians need for the ball to go forwards.
Unfortunately, time's going to beat them. The Stingers are sadly going to lose
So there it is, official in the end. So they were gallant all the way. They were really peppering in the closing stages and just couldn't connect. And there was one incredible save from the Russian keeper that might have kept them in these Olympics, given how the Aussies were surging. So their Olympics comes to an end. Congratulations to all the team of the Stingers, but a quarterfinal is where it finishes for them. We're going to take a break, come back, turn our attention to the Boomers. It's a massive night for them tonight, quarterfinals. It's win or go home stuff from here. The US await in the semis. They have to get through Argentina first. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
Brett Kamoy here for Gallagher Insurance Brokers. More than 100,000 businesses around Australia trust Gallagher. That's 100,000 small, medium and large businesses facing their future with confidence. With Gallagher on your side, you'll be ready to tackle any challenge while covering gaps in your field and protecting your day-to-day. Gallagher, the official insurance broker of the NRL. Visit ajg.com.au or head into your local branch.
From football to basketball or serving an ace with a tennis ball, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel, sport is calling.
It's time to complete your census. This year you can start as soon as you receive your instructions if you know where you'll be on census night, Tuesday the 10th of August. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. Our Pay What You Can model extends to all businesses affected by COVID-19. So if you're a business that sells its services to other businesses and needs help to generate more inquiries quickly, our team of phone and digital experts are standing by to help you. And regardless of whether your business is big or small, simply pay what you can and we'll get to work on supporting you through this time. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
Shopping online is easy with Coles. And with click and collect orders, we'll bring your groceries straight to your car at over 400 stores. Find out more at coles.com.au/shop. It's that easy. Coles. Value the Australian way.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
What's the right spirit to have in sport?
At the peak of his career, Kurt Warner weighed almost 100 kilograms, and standing at 6'2", he was someone you didn't want to mess with on the footy field. He was quarterback for the Green Bay Packers and the New York Giants. His many successes and records include Super Bowl champion, 2 times passing touchdowns leader, 2 times first team All-Pro, one of only 2 quarterbacks to win the Super Bowl in their first season as a starter, and he owns 3 of the top 5 highest single-game passing yards totals in Super Bowl history. Kurt's a Christian man, and he always says that Jesus is the only reason he can stand there receiving his awards. Interesting, in Proverbs 22 it says, "The reward for humility and fear of the Lord is riches and honour and life." Whatever that means for the life to come, Kurt was also living it in this life as well.
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Oh, yeah, we've got a big couple of hours in front of us. Sam Hargroves with you this evening. Our basketball tonight brought to you by City Venue Management. Base compression, crafted compression with a conscience. Power through training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience. Basecompression.com. Wrapped to be joined by the 2-time Olympian. We'll get to Chris Anstey in just a moment, but we're all in now on the Boomers' quest for a first ever Olympic medal. It'll be on the line. They square off against Argentina for a spot in the basketball semi-finals, Tokyo 2020 live and free and in HD. On 7 and 7 Plus, the only place to see it all. SEN, the only place to hear it all. And we will bring you every moment of that action, unless we have to get to an ad break. But we will give you most of it. I can guarantee you that. Chris Anstey for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. So The story already started earlier today, Chris, when the US accounted for Spain. I wouldn't say easily, but certainly convincingly. They looked to, that's probably the best performance they've put up at these Olympics. They're through to the semis. That's who awaits us. We've got Argentina in front of us. Before we get to the US, we need to get through Argentina. How are you feeling?
I feel excited. It's one of those senses of nervousness as well, because we know how much goes into this. We know how much it means to the boys, and sometimes I didn't realise how unsettled I would feel coming into a game or into a quarter final that we're expected to win or favoured to win. And I understand how good Argentina are historically. If we only have to look back 2 weeks to watch the Paddy Mills 3-point buzzer beater at the end of the game to beat them in Vegas. This is going to be a tough game. Luis Scola, who most NBA people know, 20 points a game. Campazzo, 16 points a game. They're very balanced. They move the ball well. They're a veteran team, and they're not going to beat themselves. So certainly not the level of athleticism that we saw with Nigeria. Certainly not the level of athleticism the winner of this game will expect to see against the United States. But a formidable opponent. We're the last quarter final, and as you mentioned, the USA await, and they were very impressive today. They're hitting their straps. Kevin Durant was exceptional. Ricky Rubio for Spain was absolutely unbelievable on the offensive end. 38 points to absolutely shoulder the scoring load for Spain, but you could just see how fatiguing it was to continually go against that type of defence that Team USA played today. And he was absolutely cooked halfway through the third quarter. I found myself watching him almost standing in mud and running into screens and just standing there thinking this is all a little bit too hard. But
he kept finding buckets, didn't he?
I'll tell you what, for as great as he was on the offensive end, he absolutely had to conserve energy on the defensive end, and that just opened the game up for the USA, and they scored at ease, and that's what they do. They come at you from so many angles. They've adjusted well. For probably a period of 7 or 8 minutes, they moved the ball and they were unselfish and blew the game wide open, and then went back to probably playing how they're more accustomed to. But when they moved the ball, they were scary.
What are your quarterfinal Olympic memories?
Well, they were absolutely incredible in Sydney. Getting through to that final four was beating Italy. It was something that we'd set ourselves to do. Doing it in Sydney, it felt like fate getting there, and we really thought that we were going to be that first Australian team to win a medal. Now, that's 21 years ago now, and we hadn't been able to do it since. We haven't been able to do it before, but probably that sense of excitement and getting into the semi-finals, I suppose. I don't remember as much about the quarterfinals. I remember the next two, and then that's the disappointing part, or the bit that still gets at you. And I listened to Andrew Vlahov, who was a teammate of mine, speak the other day, and he sort of said, look, you toughen up, you dust yourself off, and you get up and you move on, but those ones are a little bit harder to get up and move on from. They'll take a while. So, again, the significance of this quarter final, it's not just like another game for the Australian Boomers. It does mean more. There's historical significance to the game, and if we can get through, certainly that historical significance increases over the coming days.
So the keys tonight, where do they lie from an Australian point of view, and then the keys from an Argentinian point of view?
For us, it always has to centre around Paddy Mills and his activity. What we saw with Ricky Rubio today, we need to be Paddy Mills tonight. We think we can give him a little bit more support than what Spain were able to give Ricky Rubio, but we need him to be active on the offensive end and actively hunt his shot. Nick Kay has been incredible. We need to find points from our bigs, and Nick Kay and Jock Landale have been able to do that. I'd love to see Joey Ingles carry a little bit more of the scoring load tonight, find a couple of uncontested threes early in the game, a bit of aggressiveness getting on the rim, and as he did in that very first game when the Olympics started, get that scoreboard ticking over. But for us, we've shot the three ball very well. Argentina have not.
No, 29% for them.
Right, so we hope that continues, of course. But you see they do their damage inside the paint. Luis Scola is going to be a very, very tough defensive assignment for our bigs, especially without Aaron Baines.
So that was what stood out for me too, those shooting percentages. So for three at the moment, Australia going at 37.9%, probably capable of going even higher. But for Argentina, Argentina just 29.9, but in the paint, for the 2-point range, they're 55.6%. So they're an inside team. So what's the tactic got to be then from a Boomers point of view?
I'm not sure if we run double teams at Scholar. I think we have a look and see if they can beat us 2 points at a time instead of 3. But it's to do your defensive work early. Make sure that Scholar doesn't get easy paint touches, and if he's going to beat you inside, and it's primarily him in the post.
Yep.
Make sure that they're contested. But we need to take away dribble penetration. We need to make sure that we take away driving lanes. We mentioned with the Opals last night that the type of baskets that kill you in important games like this are offensive rebounds and layups on the front of the rim. So make everything contested, nothing easy for them. I think we've got a little bit more depth than them. I think we've got a little bit more scoring punch. But make no mistake, this is going to be an incredibly tough game.
So got to get through Argentina. The US are already into the semi. The other semi-final is set France and Slovenia. Can you believe the performance of Slovenia on the shoulders of Luka Doncic? We'll talk about that throughout the course of the evening as well. But let's get to the action now. Tip-off about to start. Our starting five, Landale, Ingles, Kay, Dellavedova and Mills.
Quarter-final. The Boomers from Australia up against Argentina and controlling the tip. Australia will have first opportunity. Ingles gets involved from Landale. Kay kicks the ball. Dellavedova fires quickly, and what a start from the Aussies.
Well, it is, and he's had his struggles on the offensive end, and that's a good start for Matty Dellavedova.
Argentina coughed up with their first offensive set. Dellavedova's got numbers with him. Ingles fires the three. It's deep. Mills get after the loose ball and controls it. Now running out of room, has to get Nick Kay involved. Back to Mills. They roll into the hoop. Landale looking for a passing lane, and it's knocked down by the active hands of Scholar onto Nick Kay out of court.
Almost a little too unselfish that time by Jock Landale. Could have just taken the step. It was a tough pass. The shot was going to be a lot easier than that pass.
So Laprovitala with it against Landale in the mismatch. Looks inside. Dellavedova's got struggles here against Delia, who comes up with Argentina's first points. Entertaining first minute. Ingles step back three. It's short this time after his opening shot was long.
Well, it is, and he's started 0 for 2 from the three-point line, but I like the aggressive nature of the way he's going about it.
Yeah, he's definitely come out with a different mindset. We need that from Joey. 0 for 2, that's fine. Keep shooting and getting good looks. And I like to see Joe a little bit more involved in the pick and roll early as well, just to give him a good feel.
Campazzo with it, guarded by Dellavedova. Laprovitala works to the foul line and knocks down the shot, as well as Argentina lead for the first time.
And that's a shot most teams are giving up. You're giving up that mid-range 2 off the dribble. You want to close out the 3 and not give up a dunk. That's what you give up.
Nick Kay just a little casual with the ball there. And they've coughed it up, and a chance now for Laprovitala. Fires unsuccessfully. Landale the rebound. Dellavedova takes over. Almost 2 minutes played. Argentina have scored the last 4 after Matty Dellavedova knocked down the opening 3 inside 15 seconds. Pass to Landale. Now Nick Kay. Shot clock works to 10. No passing lane down on the baseline. Dellavedova exploring. Well defended. Ingles. Shot clock to 2. Dellavedova fires. Can't finish it. Delia hands out now where Campazzo has it.
A lot of action just on the perimeter. A lot of penetration for Australia on that possession.
Missed their last 3 shots, Australia, as they look inside. Offensive foul called on Nicola Borsino.
Great defense there by Nick Kay there early.
All right, Chris Anstey, what are you seeing in the first couple of minutes? Matthew Dellavedova, since the opening 3, they've struggled offensively since.
Yeah, we look a little bit nervous. Nick Kay looks nervous. Paddy Mills hasn't taken a shot yet, but you can't fault our defensive intensity. We've defended the pick and roll well. We've had a couple of good looks at it. Joey Ingles is being aggressive. We're okay.
Including 1 of 3 from deep. Here's Ingles. Picks up the dribble, wants Landale. Finds Kay wide open in the corner. Off the mark. And Kunda Campazzo has taken a knock to the head there from Chuck Landale. Maybe a poke in the eye. Campazzo, so important to this team. His numbers have been fantastic. 16 and 6 boards, top 5 in the competition in assists and steals.
And already it's been a not necessarily bad shots, but a lot from the perimeter. 5 field goal attempts, 4 of them coming from the three-point line.
The contrast from Argentina, 3 shots and only 1 from deep. Shot clock to 6. Landale in a mismatch here against Campazzo. He did enough to worry him out of the points. Gets it back now from Laprovitola. Scola in the corner. Fires, knocks down the 3. Argentina have scored 7 unanswered points.
The 41-year-old man in his 5th Olympic Games and still averaging a little over 19 points a game so far in this tournament.
Dellavedova, this is where he hit from. Can't connect on this occasion. Kate can only succeed in knocking it down out of bounds. And the Boomers have missed their last 5 shots.
We need to get inside.
Yeah.
It's that old school mentality. I know the game's gone very three-point orientated, but I'm always of the mindset, get a few layups, take the basket. Then all of a sudden they're going to give you one open 3 that you'll knock down. But starting the game with 4, 5, 6 threes, not a great recipe.
It's also good just to get in there as a passing option as well. Let the defense collapse. Good defense that time by the Boomers.
Landale caught it in rhythm. Off the window, comes up with the finish.
Something that goes unnoticed there, Nick Kay sealed. He sealed his man off, Jock Landale, easy layup. That will not go on a stat sheet, but I noticed it, Kay.
This is a good start by Argentina, though, as Facundo Campazzo comes up with the field goal. His first score in the game.
Really nice pace that Argentina are playing at. And getting to the rim, sharing the ball around.
Dellavedova with it now. Mills fires up the 3 ball. Oh, the bottom of the net for Paddy Mills.
First shot of the game for Paddy. Bang.
Again, Argentina want to run. Got up the floor quickly. Dellavedova thought he was fouled. He and Scola tangled. And the knockdown 3 from Argentina.
It is. I think it was Campazzo. And he's upset with some off-the-ball action. Now, that's Paddy Mills' first shot, and that is a tough one. A little step back, defense closes out, and there's Campazzo with a little bit of smack talking as well. Before it even gone in.
So Argentina having the better of it, 12-8 at the moment. Chris Anstey, Paddy Mills' first shot, gets a triple. They're putting a lot of work into him.
And a tough shot. Campazzo for them really, really effective in transition, really effective in the pick and roll, and they're doing it. They're putting a lot of work into Paddy Mills. No easy catches. They're making him play out and around half court. If you had have seen the last replay, Campazzo was looking at his bench while his 3-point attempt was in the air before it went in. They're feeling pretty good about themselves.
There's a confidence about him, Matisse Thybulle and Dante Exum into the game.
With Mills and Thybulle crashing in over the top, there's going to be called for the foul.
We've seen a couple of these in the tournament already where the player passes the ball off, they jump in front and draw the foul.
I'm not sure the Argentinians have read the scouting report. Nick Kay shooting a blistering field goal and 3-point percentage. They've given him 2 dare threes early in the game, feet set wide open.
Almost a little too wide open. You start to think about it.
Middle stages of the opening quarter. Argentina by 4. Scola down low, working on Nick Kay. One way, back the other, and user-friendly roll for Scola, who's now got 5.
And that's been his move for the 40 years he has played basketball. And you know it's coming, and he can still get to it. He's just phenomenal over that left shoulder to the right-handed hook.
Exum feeds Landale from deep. That's off the mark as well. 3-point shooting from Australia now, 2 of 8.
We've only had 10 shots and 8 of them are from the 3-point line.
He closed. Delia, tough shot working against Exum. He's off to the free throw line as Exum comes up with his first personal, second team foul on Australia.
And this is where you got to rely on your system, because you don't want to destroy the guy's confidence and say, hey, listen, we're not shooting well. Don't put the cue in the rack for the 3-ball for a little while. But if you go to some sets where it takes that choice out of their hands, just have something where there's a guaranteed post-up, an inside touch, or some sort of penetration, rather than just reacting and letting him play, because a lot of these shots are wide open. They're just not falling.
something cheap and easy.
Correct.
You know, an old chin card, a
backdoor, whatever it may be.
Exactly right.
And
the old shuffle, Drewy. Shout out to the shuffle, the old Melbourne Tigers. You know, Drewy loves it. But just something nice and easy, either for Paddy or whoever it is, a layup just to settle things down. Because right now, seems like we're pressing for that 3 to fall.
Yeah.
2 of 8, 10 field goals total. 8 of them have been 3-point attempts.
Coming into the game, the Boomers were 38% from deep, top 4 at the competition. It's almost as if Argentina have decided, well, let's see if they can beat us from there at the start, and if they can't, then they might start worrying about it. And at the moment, down 7 points, it is just getting a little concerning. 4.5 left, term number 1.
And on the flip side, Argentina, statistically the worst 3-point shooting competition in the tournament so far. Small sample size, only 3 games, but they've come out and knocked down 2 of their first 3.
Here's Mills from the foul line. Couldn't finish it. Shooting woes continue for the Boomers. Now 3 of 11. Gabriel Deck had it momentarily. Feeds the ball now off to Brosino. Couldn't complete it under pressure. This is Exum in traffic. Thibault quickly up the floor, off glass. Comes up with his first score.
And when you're struggling, that's a great way to break it. You just get out there in transition and really test the D-trans of Argentina. Some of those older legs can keep up in transition.
Shot clock to Den. Scholar gets it from Laprovitola. Can't complete it. Loose ball. Good hustle there from Gabriel Deck.
And that will be in Argentina's game report. Do not turn the ball over in the half court and take good shots that do not leak out to plays like this, because that will be their Achilles heel if Australia can get out and break.
Gabriel Deck just recently picked up in the last season by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Signed a longer-term deal, so he'll be seeing more NBA action.
Ingles hands off to Mills. It's a great story, Gabriel Deck. His dad made a hoop out of a tractor steering wheel when he was a kid so he could shoot at home. And look where it's ended up. This is Mills, fall away, off the mark.
It's a poor shot.
Very poor shot, yeah. And look, Paddy trying to get going, trying to get something facilitated offensively, but a very tough ask to dribble the baseline. I'll ask Steve Nash and shoot a fade away from the elbow.
Game high, 8-point lead now for Argentina. Being more composed to the offensive end, getting high percentage plays. Mills, baseline, inside Laprovitola. Ingles, open, answering triple from Joe Ingles.
And just naturally out of the offense. Yeah. Feet set wide open, didn't have to press or take a bad step back, side step 3. Knocks it down.
Argentina by 5. Belmaro checks into the game. Rosino. Now Ingles with the job, guarding Gabriel Deck, who fires, never looked likely. Kay the rebound.
Look at that shot.
It's Exum looking to exploit his athleticism, nothing on offer. Kay guarded by Scholar, waits for Mills, good pass. Better finish, Paddy Mills adds to his tally.
Real good ball movement by Paddy Mills off the ball. He does a pound of work off the ball, and at time, really nice pass by Kay.
Contact on the shot there as Exum collided with Nicola Laprovitola.
I think to try and find this offense, there's some substitutions coming in right now, but this small lineup has looked a little bit more mobile and prepared to share the ball around in the half court, and you don't want to let that man to leave him that far open on the 3-point line, and Paddy Mills just using his body. Weak side help coming a little late. He used his body well to protect the ball and get it out in front of him, and some early action.
Mills to the bench. Exum has 2 fouls now. And Sobey checks into the game. Laprovitola gets to the free throw line more than any other player from Argentina. He's 12 of 15 at 80% in his 3 pool games.
Nathan Sobey was good in that last game against Germany.
Limited minutes, aggressive.
Yes.
2 feet in the paint does what Nathan Sobey does so much for the Brisbane Bullets in the NBL, and that's what we like to see. But Gorgon hasn't resisted on these substitution patterns. He's still moving him around a lot, and sometimes it's hard to get a flow with all the changes with the sub, but he stuck with it and won us 3 games. Let's hope it can continue.
Golding onto the floor as well. Thibault outside in front of the bench. Around the rim, and eventually it tumbles. Here's a friendly roll for Matisse Thibault. Australia closed to within 2 after being down by as many as 8.
He just loves the FIBA 3, Drewy. He shoots it.
has.
He's a no-leave guy in FIBA.
Now Pravitala, this is from Bolmaro. Reaching in Sobey's going to be called for the foul. 4th team foul on Australia.
And this is Nathan Sobey, and when you look at their lineup, his positional is basketball, but he's the point guard. And if you had said 18 months ago that in the game of your life, you're playing to move on to a quarterfinal, that you're throwing Nathan Sobey out there as your point guard, but such is the progress that he's made with his own game and at both ends of the floor, and also his control of running the team, he's made some real strides forward in that area.
Outside shot unsuccessful for Argentina. Chance for Australia to draw level or maybe even take the lead. They led after 15 seconds when Dellavedova knocked down the opening 3 of the game. This is Ingles with it. Losing it. Good violation called on Leandro Bolmaro.
And just going back to Sobey real quick for the kids out there watching, he's adjusted his role with the Boomers. He's a shoot-first point guard with the Bullets, gets up 20 field goals some nights, but he knows that's not his role with the Boomers, and he's happily adjusted that. So people asking sometimes why certain guys make the national team, that's why.
It's horses for courses. It's certain circumstances. The role you've got to play, you're better suited than others.
Here he's attacking the rim. Couldn't finish it. Landale's cleanup wouldn't work either. Inside the last 60 seconds of the first quarter, Argentina by 2. Trying to draw a foul, Laprovitala. Couldn't get any love from the referee. Offensive rebound from Valette and rejected by Thibault. Slapped it out of his hands, and now Australia are off and running, and Ingles pulls up for the 3. Couldn't get it to go. Look for a 2-for-1 here as Laprovitala comes quickly up the floor against Sobey, and that's a nice finish as well from Laprovitala.
Good translation there, Case, here in the Argentinian coach yell 2-for-1. Well done.
So Ingles will bring Australia forward. Argentina by 4. They played better in this opening quarter. As Ingles go to work with a pass, was going back to Sobey. He'd moved on and turned the ball over for the 5th time in the game, Australia.
We've looked so much better when we get through some hands. That option that you saw Joe Ingles there, that's on at any stage of the game. So you can, in that half-court set, swing it around, get it from side to side, and get it back to Joe. And he can still...
All right, 13 seconds left. So 22-18 lead to Argentina over Australia. Quarter 1 commencing. Quick break, come back. Chris Anstey will talk us through it on the other side of this. Basketball tonight for City Venue Management. Base compression, crafted compression with a conscience.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
For over 40 years, Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery has helped to shape and build Australia. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.com.au to view the latest online catalogue or contact your local Kubota dealer for your copy today. Kubota, shaping Australia.
Sometimes all it takes is a little switch.
I was worried about the care Mum was getting at home. Different people, in and out, often late. No one to speak to. So we made the switch to Right at Home. And I could see the difference straight away. Mum's happy and settled. She sees the same familiar faces. And she feels safe and secure.
Don't put up with poor service. Make the switch and see the difference for yourself. Right at Home, Australia's leading in-home care provider. Visit rightathome.com.au or call 8378 4314.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Argentina score the first bucket of the second quarter. Chris Anstey, your thoughts? It hasn't been pretty from an offensive point of view yet for Australia.
Argentina are doing a fantastic job of taking away our preferred methods of scoring, and that primarily is Paddy Mills. They're absolutely daring our bigs to beat us from the three-point line, which does two things. If we're good enough to do it, that's great, but it takes our bigs away from the interior as well. So they're doing a great job. Matisse Thybul's been fantastic. His activity when he came into the game on the glass, he's just hit his second three. We'll take it. It was a banked three from the wing, but him and Dante Exum's athleticism being injected has been a really good look for us, and our small lineup looks better tonight.
He's just got a steal too, Thybul.
3-point ball game, 60 seconds played in the second quarter. Landale, who's Golding, foul off the ball here. Leandro Balmaro and Ingles tangled.
Paddy Mills in that quarter-time break emphasised gang rebounding. You can clearly hear it in that timeout. And I think they know that can be their Achilles heel with the loss of Aaron Baines. So I think they know we have to do this by committee. Everyone needs to get bodies and then we can get out in transition.
So there's a problem with the stats at the moment. The score 24-21 is correct on the screen. Other stats are frozen, so let's hope that they can correct that shortly and we can provide the information that we would like. Racino shares it around. Gabriel Deck.
Or we could just call the game and take the win. I like that.
Happy to do that. Compazzo generated lots of problems so far. Shot clock gets down to 3. They've asked a lot of Brasino here from deep. Never looked likely. And Sobey with the rebound and off and running. Landale. Ingles. Works down to the baseline. Nothing on offer there. Golding. Dangerous from here. Knocks down the 3 and ties us away.
Great composure by Golding there. Knew he had his defender off balance. And just a little sidestep and a comfortable 3. Great for his confidence as well.
Dick picks up the ball. Golmado guarded by Thybul. 6 points to 2 in favour of Australia in this quarter. Shot from Brasino off the mark, but it's Delia with the offensive rebound and presenting another opportunity here for Compazzo. Got beyond Golding, confronted by Landale, hurried out of the points, and Sobey's running with those lost control of the ball, tried to draw a foul from Balmado. And the Aussies turn it over.
And Chris Goulding is going to be that microwave role for us. He has only averaged 5.6 minutes for 1 point a game. But I feel like he can come and really make a difference in these games that are tight, where offense isn't flowing. You put him in. If he goes 0 for 5, he probably doesn't play much again. But if he goes 4 for 5, 3 for 5, you're staying in a game like this. So I like the move by Gorge to get him in early.
It is, and he's got tremendous self-belief, and he's not going to be shy from the perimeter. He's not going to be scared of the moment.
As he, of course, checks out of the game now.
His Deck taking on Thybul, who did a good job. Deck did a tough shot, he couldn't complete it, and now Ingles. Almost 3 minutes played in this second quarter. Dellavedova picks up the dribble, wanted Mills, denied a passing lane by Compazzo. Ingles gets it from Kay, behind the back, beyond Scola, from the elbow fires. Can't complete it. Well done there by Marcos Delia with the rebound. Rebound count 15-12 in favour of Argentina at the moment. Here's Delia once more. Got Mills in the air, kicks outside. Almaro fires, off the mark. Thybul gives it to Ingles. Now Mills. Caught it running on past Compazzo. Finds Thibault in traffic. Kay gets it from Dellavedova back to Ingles. And now Dellavedova fires from deep off the front of the rim. Kay trying to keep it alive in a good battle there with Gabriel Deck.
Bit of more ball movement there by the Boomers, though. I like it. Got through hands, side to side. Just going to knock it down.
Argentina are 2 of 8 from the field in this quarter. We've played almost 4 minutes. It's dried up for them. They're looking for a percentage play here to rectify that. Compazzo gets beyond Kay, confronted by Thibault, who did enough just to talk him out of the bucket. Now Mills quickly up the floor. Will bank 2 off the window, put Australia back on top by 2. They've outscored Argentina 8-2 here in the first.
Now we're rolling. Chris Anstey, 26-24 on a bit of a run, and it's just starting to look a lot more fluid.
Defensively, really, really impressive. Matisse Thibault has been extraordinarily influential on the boards, on the defensive end, and that kick-ahead pass to Paddy Mills. Paddy struggled to find any breathing space at all, and to get himself a wide-open layup in transition and see it go through the basket uncontested, let's just hope that shakes Paddy free a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go through some of the numbers from an Australian point of view. Leading the scoring at the moment is Matisse Thibault with 5 points next to his name, alongside Paddy, who's got 5 as well. Paddy's 1 of 1 for 3, and they're just trying to deny him open looks at any and all costs. 3 points to Joe Ingles. Jock Landale's got a couple, and Matty Dellavedova got the opening 3 of the game. Shooting at 39% from the field, 40 for 3. What's been the noticeable change from you in terms of the offense? So defensively, we understand what they're doing, what they're not doing. What's changed offensively?
When we move the ball and let it create shots for us, we look good, and that shifts their defensive players. It allows our guys a few better looks, and the right guys are shooting the right shots. So it was interesting. We mentioned how good a job they've done on Paddy Mills. We saw extended minutes already for Nathan Sobey and Chris Golding on the floor together. It was nice to see Chris Golding knock down a step to the side 3, but what that does is it allows Paddy Mills a good 5 minutes on the bench plus the quarter-time break. So we hope that he can conserve a little bit of energy, because we're going to need him for extended minutes in the second half.
I forgot to mention CG43's 3-pointer. They haven't put it on the box score. There's a bit of an issue there. Righto, 26-24. Action back underway. 5:40 left in the second.
It's full hit against Gabriel Deck for the poor pass. Thibault read it brilliantly, got into the passing lane, and well done Nick Kay to retrieve it as well, which wasn't an easy task. Ingles wide open, top of the key, knocks down the triple. Biggest lead of the game for the Boomers, who are out by 5.
Joe's had more space on his 3-point line in this first half so far than he has in the last 6 years he's played.
Vildoza gets inside, works it outside to Deck, and goes back to Luca Vildoza. Off the mark, tip-in wouldn't work initially by Gabriel Deck, but he stayed with it, hard-working, and does get the 2.
That's the way they're staying in it. Second chance points, grit and grind type stuff, getting on loose balls. We have to get those back. So he's doing everything else right.
Mills in traffic, drawing a foul. It's going to be on Marcos Delia.
Paddy sold that well. Went into the legs of the bigger guy. And there's Joe Ingles, not even even if you're late, when you've got a guy who's just coming off an NBA season where he shot it from 45% from the field, and to give him that much time and space, he's going to make way more than he misses with those types of looks. He's 2 of 5, and of those 5, probably only one of them have really been
tough.
Yeah, tough contests.
Dellavedova harassed by Compazzo. Mills elevates, top of the key, knocks down another triple. Australia out to a 6-point edge.
You cannot lose body contact off of Paddy Mills at any stage. He's ran off a double screen, tried to cheat it up the middle. Isn't going to work.
4 of 10 in the first quarter from deep Australia. 4 of 7 in this quarter. As Ingles tries his luck once more. Caught that deep. Kay did well with the offensive rebound to keep it alive, and they can reset. 14-4 is the run in this second quarter in favour of the Boomers. Mills to the foul line. This time off the mark. Kay the offensive rebound against multiple opponents. And they swing it around the perimeter once more. Ingles patiently goes to Exum, works baseline, finds Nick Kay in the corner. He can't connect. Scholar the rebound or the pass for Compazzo. Looking for some work to do. Nick Kay now none of 3 from deep. Mills caught down low in a mismatch there against Delia and is forced to commit the foul.
Looks like a super small lineup here for the Boomers.
So out to a game-high lead for the Boomers at the moment. Chris Anstey, what are you liking?
I like the fact that Paddy Mills has lots of energy. He's looking to be aggressive on the offensive end, and I think what we'll see as this game, I hope what we see as this game goes on is that the Chris Golding, Nathan Sobey minutes frees up Paddy Mills to play at this level for the entire 40 minutes of the game. So we're getting good looks. Nick Kay's been great on the offensive glass. A couple of second chance points for Argentina's kept them in it, but we're looking okay right now.
Back to 4 points. Australia lead. 3:24 left.
Battle's going to win in the night.
Kay got it from Mills and finally breaks the drought. Terrific in the tournament, Nick Kay. Double-figure scoring in all 3 games and led 2 of the games in rebounding. Scholar against Kay. Found a way pass. Exum. Loose ball. Brett tried to keep it alive, and now Exum draws a foul. And Scholar picks up the personal. It's going to be his first.
There's a hint among sportsmen like that. He was just frustrated that he thought he got fouled in that last shot, and just with the 2 hands reached out, and that to me didn't look like a legitimate play on the ball.
No, that's definitely something you need to at least look at, but I think 5-time Olympian might give a bit of a go there, Joy.
That doesn't go on, does it?
Timeout call. 3:01 left on the clock, and Australia.
All right, let's go to a quick minute break as they go to a timeout. 3 minutes left in the second. 4-point lead. Make it 6-point lead to Australia over Argentina men's basketball quarterfinal.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. As the footy heats up, so do your winter showers. And we've found the best try of the season. You just gotta try Palmer's Glass. Just like Tommy Turbo, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. And while the footy lights up the screen, this is the world-class shower screen that has to be seen. Try Palmer's Glass. First class, world-class glass. You can't go past Palmer's Glass.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
For our basketball partners, Basketball Jersey World, basketballjerseyworld.com. It's the home to an unrivaled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. Head to Basketball Jersey World. Let's get back to the action.
6 points.
Landale, offensive rebound, and we'll have to run it from the free throw line.
6 steals, Rory, for the Australian Boomers. 7 turnovers for Argentina. Goes back to really good defense. And like we said earlier, they can get those steals and get out into the open floor. It takes a lot of pressure off the offense.
Well, 7 of 16 from the field in the opening quarter, Argentina. They're 4 of 16 in this quarter. As you can see with the Landale line there, he's having an influence across the board.
It's important for Australia to take the ball. We're talking about turnovers and the way we've been able to capitalise on it. In this tournament so far, Argentina, number 2 in points off turnovers, averaging almost 20 points a game, 19 points a game off turnovers. So taking care of the ball is vital in this one.
Argentina led by 8 in the opening quarter. Now the Boomers have an 8-point edge. Compazzo hands over, Bulldozer. Reaching in, Ante Exum's going to pick up the foul, and that's going to be his 3rd personal foul. He'll have to sit down.
Looking like Sodi will probably get a little bit of a check in here, but Campazzo draws some fouls. I'm just wondering if he will get a flop warning before this game is over, because every time he absorbs any bit of contact, arms and legs and flailing, and it's all over the place.
It'll be quite demonstrative. Bulldozer with it. Scholar hands over. Campazzo retreating away from mismatch with Kay. Shot clock to 5. Picks up the dribble. Now they're asking a lot of Scholar against Landale. Spinning baseline. Couldn't get it to go, and the shot clock expires in the background. So again, great D from Australia.
It was, because it wasn't. They had the switch on the perimeter, and it put Dellavedova on Scholar down low, and straight away Landale came and bumped him out, and really outstanding rotation by the Boomers.
This Mills dribbling out of the trap. Dellavedova, Kay, quick hands. Ingles. Shot clock works to 7. Had the ball knocked down. Active hands from Delia. Chance now for Argentina. Scholar feeds Gabriel Deck. Scholar trying to post up. Dellavedova down in the low block. Swing the ball around for Deck. He fires from deep. He struggles from long range right throughout the tournament. And that's an ambitious pass. Gabriel Deck can't handle it. So they'll turn it over for the 9th time in the game. Campazzo's got 5 of those.
Yeah. He flings it around. That's his go. He's coming out here, and a lot of the times he's pulling those passes off. He can really fling it around, but tonight just being a step off, and good example there that it was a tough pass to thread that needle. Almost got there, but just a little high.
It's a tough one because
So minute 39, just a little break in proceedings. 8-point lead to the Boomers. Chris Anstey, we've got a text from Big Fella saying should have been an intentional foul. That one on Scolari. Your thoughts?
Possibly. We've seen less called.
Sorry, Scholar, not Scolari.
No, we've seen less called. A little bit unfortunate for us, but we're playing well. If we can keep up this level of defensive intensity. We missed a bunch of threes at the start, but it's the game starting to evolve as we thought it would. We're shooting, we're 8 of 19 from 3 at 42%. We're actually only shooting 38% from 2. We've taken less from there, so you can see the strategy over time starts to take shape. For those who do the analytics, of course, 42% from the 3 is the equivalent of shooting 63% from 2 because you get 50% more points. So the game plan's working. We've been able to get some rest into our studs, and a minute and a half till halftime. It would be lovely to go in at halftime with a lead.
Now uses Mills. Shot clock, single digits, and quick whistle. So another foul on Louis Scholar. That's going to be his second personal. And it's the 4th team foul on Argentina in this quarter.
Smart play by Paddy to drive the big on the switch, knowing that we are in the bonus to shoot free throws. He's either getting straight by you or you're fouling. Or maybe not. Yeah, 2 free throws, Drew. You almost got me. Pump fake me. Well, Drew put up 4 fouls, and I thought it was 4 there, but
the stats here just not quite cooperating like we would have liked, but
it's the first time I was wrong, Drew, I'll tell you that much.
And this is virtually automatic here for Paddy Mills, one of the elite free throw shooters, as he should be. This is just exceptional shooting technique. That is just but the technique's beautiful.
So a game-high 9-point lead in favour of the Boomers, and they've restricted Argentina to just 6 points in this quarter. A little over a minute out, ambitious pass. That asked a lot of Delia, and not surprisingly, it came up unstuck. Reaching in good hands from Laprovitola there, dislodges the ball from Ingles, and a chance back the other way. Penetration and a good finish coming from Luca Vildoza.
We just have to finish this half. We should be really up double digits going into the half for how well we've played this second quarter. Have to make sure championship winning, gold medal winning basketball is finishing off quarters.
Landale selected with a 3 ball, can't get it to go. Kay over the back of Scholar. And Scholar with his head down looks as though he's going to pick up his 3rd personal foul here. And more free throws to come.
Yeah, that's huge.
Put that one on the coach, Drewy. Got to get him out of the game there. Minute left. The best player has 2 fouls.
Just talk us through that, Chris Anstey. So we will forgive Andrew Gaze for commentators cursing, putting the moz on Paddy Mills. It was a 3-point turnaround. They scored at the other end. What's just unfolded there with Nick Kay, that last offensive rebound attempt?
30 seconds before, as Paddy Mills shot his free throws, he was able to draw a foul on Louise Scholar, which was his second, and just Nick Kay's activity in getting in and around the rim on a shot, forced Louise Scholar, their best player, their most influential player, into a third foul. So Scholar will go to halftime with 3 fouls, in foul trouble coming into the second half. So if we can go at him early in the third quarter and have him sit for extended periods of the second half, we'll be in better shape than with him on the floor.
Probably their most famous name in Argentinian basketball behind Manu Ginobili, isn't he? I mean, he was 5 years at the Houston Rockets. He played for the Phoenix Suns, the Pacers, the Raptors, the Nets, played all through Europe and South America. I mean, he's a legend of the caper.
He is, and he's actually, and I haven't got the numbers here, but behind Oscar Schmidt, our own Andrew Gaze, and there's one more. I believe he just went into 4th place in all-time Olympic scoring history. So for a guy who doesn't have plays run for him like Schmidt did, like Andrew Gaze did, to be that successful over a long period of time and just workmanlike in the way he goes about it, it's just to credit him. I mean, 41 years old and he's still their most influential player. Maybe him and Campazzo, but he's sitting on the bench, so especially with his elite decision-making, to have him off the floor will benefit us, we hope.
So foul shots to come from Nick Kay with 42 seconds left in the second quarter.
Nick Kay.
Moz on him. He's made 5 of 5 free throws. Hasn't missed in the tournament so far. That's 6 in a row now, but averaging 14.6 boards, 67% field goal shooting. Leads the competition in offensive rebounding, Nick Kay. He's been outstanding.
And he does that because he reads the play, understands the system really well.
So the Aussies are out by 9. We've got 30 seconds until half-time. And Campazzo goes inside, kicks outside, Wildoza, fires and knocks down the 3. They needed that. They struggled to score here in this second quarter, but they closed to within 6. As the Aussies look for a high percentage finish here at half-time. Mills with it. Argentina cannot afford to foul. They come outside Dellavedova, Kay. Now Feibel in the corner. He's been good. And that one with a lap of honour jumped out. Mills kept it alive with the offensive rebound. Can't finish it though. And at half-time, the Boomers are going to enjoy a 6-point lead.
It could have been double digits. Scrambling at the end there. Some open looks that didn't go. And it's a 6-point lead to the Boomers at the half. Sam Hargraves and Chris Anstey, the 2-time Olympian, one of our greatest ever, with you. He's here for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. The basketball tonight for City Venue Management. Base compression, power through training, performance and recovery. Discover craft compression with a conscience. Basecompression.com. Back to summarise that first half on the other side of this.
Now, are you sure you're ready to buy a house or think you're paying too much on your home loan? Are you just pretty sure or are you certain?
When you deal with First Point Mortgage Brokers, you will be certain, because with First Point, you have access to all the loans you'd expect from the bank and a few you didn't.
They are doyens of finance, Fletchy, the guys at First Point Mortgage Brokers, the team. Forget about sure, be certain.
Visit firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au.
Firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au.
Can we get much higher? Introducing the winner of Drive Car of the Year, the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV. With first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats.
I fantasize about this.
We paid attention to the details, so did they. The 7-seat Kia Sorento SUV, Drive Car of the Year.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN. UPIN.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Since 1976, Cambridge Stud has been New Zealand's iconic thoroughbred nursery. Made famous by legendary stallions Sir Tristram and Zabille, their current stallion roster includes European champion 3-year-old Al Manzor, Zababel's Group 1 winning son Embellish, and Hello Yumsang, winner of the Group 1 Diamond Jubilee Stakes at Royal Ascot. Cambridge Stud, a new era, a proud tradition. Visit cambridgestud.co.nz for more details.
Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, the knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value, and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.au.
G'day, it's Matty Johns here, and when it comes to getting a quality Australian steel shed, you need to talk to the right people. The Shed Company live and breathe sheds. Their team are shed experts and obsessed with anything to do with sheds. They've worked in the industry for years and are real experts in their field. Basically, they know a shed load. So call the Shed Company on 1-800-821-033 or visit theshedcompany.com.au. The Shed Company, experience the difference.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Reno dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So very strong second quarter from Australia. 21-11 that second quarter. They outscored Argentina. They were outscored 22-18 in the first. They've got a 39-33 halftime lead. Sam Hargraves, Chris Anstey with you. Thanks to Basketball Jersey World, basketballjerseyworld.com, home to an unrivaled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. That's Basketball Jersey World. So the women's 200, I think, is coming up shortly. We'll head to the track for that when that final takes place. And we're getting some really firm and strong, I wouldn't even say it's advice, it's just instruction coming through off the text. I actually thought my producer Julio was texting me via the text machine, but it's not the producer Julio telling me how I should be running the broadcast. But thank you to the suggestions that are coming through about how many ads to run and when we should run them. All suggestions are welcome and appreciated. We will take the women's 200-metre final in just a moment. Chris Anstey, your impressions of that first half?
Well, first statistically, Paddy Mills, 11 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists. Matisse Thybulle, 8 points, 3 rebounds and 3 steals. He's been huge on the defensive end. Joe Ingles, 6 points, 4 assists, but just 2 of 7 from the field, so would love to see him knock one down early. I thought Dante Exum was really good, really positive on the defensive end, but picked up 3 fouls in 5 minutes, so we hope that he can stay on the floor and provide a little bit, some extended minutes in the second half. But for Argentina, La Provatola, 9 points. Now, we haven't mentioned him, but he had 27 last game and so can clearly score the ball in streaks. So we have to make sure we take care of him. Campazzo, 7, 3 and 3. Now, we've passed the ball and we've moved it better. 13 assists to 8 turnovers is a fantastic ratio as compared to Argentina, who just 5 assists for the game, and they've turned the ball over 10 times, which is surprising because Argentina always look composed, that they never look rushed. Now, for us, back to the offensive end, we could have gone into the half up double figures. We didn't, and we give credit to Argentina. I think we've left a few points on the board in transition. Our defense has been great. We've rebounded as a group. We haven't depended on this one player, but in transition, we just haven't been able to get those easy looks on the rim. We've settled for a couple of threes in transition and not really make them defend when they're outnumbered. So, the last part for me, Nick Kay's been incredible. Jock Landale, okay, but we can see that Argentina are very, very willing for those two guys to shoot the three. Now, we've shot the three at 38% for the half. Those two between them are 0 of 5. So take those out. I'd love to see those two, a few more paint catches, find themselves on the front of the rim, shrink the defense. So once they catch it in the middle of the paint, it's going to demand attention from the defense. That's when we want to find our three-point shooters open after the ball's been inside. We don't want our bigs, it sounds hypocritical because I did it for half my career, we don't want our bigs just floating around the three-point line. We need an interior presence. It also puts Nick Kay and Jock Landale in much better offensive rebounding position.
Beautifully done from Chris Anstey, who's here for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. We've just had a result in the women's 800-metre final, which I'll bring you the gold, silver and bronze medal winners in just a moment. We're going to go to the 200-metre final in just a moment as well. We will get a quick 1-minute break away to come back, maybe even 2 if we can slip that in before that final gets going. And then we'll be back to the basketball action, Australia and Argentina, that quarter-final.
As we get older, we deserve to be surrounded by people who celebrate our uniqueness and provide the best specialised care. For over 25 years, Catholic Healthcare has been the trusted name in quality aged care. Our brand new residential aged care home, Holy Spirit Casula in Sydney Southwest, is now open, offering permanent and respite care with tailored lifestyle activities. Now's the time to tour this exciting new home. Call 1300 25 33 24 or visit casula.catholichealthcare.com.
G'day, it's Paul from MaxiSil. On your next caulking job, get it done right with MaxiSil Silicone. Working with natural stone or marble? Keep it clean with MaxiSil N in the orange and silver tube. 100% silicone, guaranteed not to leave an ugly stain or mark. MaxiSil N is mould resistant and easy to use. MaxiSil, the premium silicone sealant for wet areas, natural stone and pools. Find your local stockist at maxisil.com.
Smoother.
Faster.
Better. MaxiSil.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Daily Telegraph app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
Attention Sydney! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Sydney's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic.
Look at Fraser Price, quickly past Babumba. Talu's gone well. Thompson's run a beautiful bend. She's in front of Fraser Price into the straight and then Talu. Babumba to come home. Milawebo a mile back at the moment. Elaine Thompson in front. Babumba's coming home at a rate of knots. Thompson's clear. She creates some real history here. Oh, it's the second fastest ever.
Hey guys, Joel and Fletch here.
First Point Mortgage Brokers are a different kind of broker, Fletch. They pride themselves on delivering the best outcome for their clients, and their online reviews speak for themselves.
Just like SEN, they're a local Sydney business with years of experience in banking and finance.
I know them firsthand. Their game plan is to improve your financial health with great service and even better results.
So for expert assistance with your home loan, head to firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au now.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Get yourself a free bonus Makita chainsaw bag, valued at $99 when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 cordless chainsaw kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Of that particular sprint, we'll get to the minor placings in just a moment as well. But I think it's from Namibia's Mboma, who came second And then I think it was the American Gabrielle Thomas that got the bronze in that. So we've just got to get one more rad break away before we can come back and clear those commitments to be there for the second half of the Boomers and Argentina. Argentina trailing by 6 points. Boomers in a good position going into the second half. We'll be back with that second half thanks to Basketball Jersey World, basketballjerseyworld.com.
Discover your next adventure. Ride the wave on a Sea-Doo. If you've never felt the thrill of 0 to 100k an hour in 3.5 seconds, check out the Sea-Doo RXT X300 or RXP X300. It'll change your life. But make sure you get a wriggle on, because last summer some of their customers missed out on a Sea-Doo and were left high and dry. Live the Sea-Doo life. Check seadoobeaches.com.au.
Right now, McDonald Jones are building a little extra into every new home. Extra savings with $45,000 cash discount off every home design. Extra peace of mind with 20-month fixed price. Plus extra sustainability with a solar system and electric car charger in every home. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au to explore all the extras today. And find yourself at home with McDonald Jones. Terms and conditions apply.
What's the right spirit to have in sport? Jake Peavy is legally blind without his corrective lenses, but that didn't quench his spirit. He became a professional baseballer. During his career, he was 2 times world champion, 2 times National League strikeout leader, recipient of the Gold Glove Award, and more. Jake Peavy will tell you unashamedly that his faith in Jesus is what powered his will to succeed. It also gave him strength in the tough times, including when he discovered that he'd become the victim of a scheme at the hands of his financial advisor, who siphoned away $15 to $20 million of his retirement savings. In the Old Testament, it records one of God's messages to us. Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you.
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Underway in the second half between the Boomers and Argentina. 6-point lead to the Boomers. But Elaine Thompson-Herah tonight joins Usain Bolt, her compatriot, as winning the 100-200 double at the Olympics from Christine Mboma from Namibia and Gabrielle Thomas from the US in the women's 200-metre final. Extraordinary achievement, monumental effort, and any other platitude that you can think of. In the 800-metre women's, Arting Mu from USA won ahead of Keely Hodgkinson from Great Britain and Raven Rogers from the USA as well. First buckets to Australia. Let's rejoin the action. 9.5 to play. Third term, 42-33. Boomers up.
Ravitola exploring. Got it to Deck. Missed initially. Got his own rebound though, and with a putback. 6 points, 6 boards. Now for Gabrielle Deck. And quick whistle again, and the foul's going to be called on Ravitola.
This man Dellavedova requires a little bit of help. Kick back to Landale, and he knocks it down. Landale's been real efficient from the three-point line. Hasn't been pushing it, only taking what he's given.
60% Drew for the tournament.
Yeah.
Not a big number of shots taken, as you said, but that's why he's unique in an NBA player, in my opinion. He can roll and pick and pop to 3.
Mills had to adjust the pass from Ingles, couldn't complete it. Mills got it back again after the good hustle from Landale, but eventually Corsino gets a stop to it, hands over to Campazzo. No passing lane for the rolling Delia. Deck goes to work, off glass, can't complete it. Well done again by Marcos Delia. Can't keep it alive, and now Ingles beat Dellavedova. Already 2 quick fouls called on Argentina in this third quarter. They couldn't really afford another. Dellavedova's left alone. He hit the first 3 of the game. Can't connect there.
I think Campazzo's been told to calm down on those one-handed slings because he had a few opportunities already and hasn't thrown them, so the turnovers might be in his head a little bit.
Laprovitala fires off the mark, came to Nick Kay. Ingles quickly up the floor. Paddy Mills was slapped off the cylinder. Great defensive play from Nicola Porcino.
How's the effort by Campazzo? Kept that alive. And good defensive transition, lucky transition for Argentina.
Campazzo started the play, looking to finish it, can't do so. Nick Kay snatches the rebound. Number 7 for him in that category. Now Dellavedova for Landale. Picks up the dribble. Nick Kay wants Mills. Shot clock to 10. Mills works to an opening mid-range jumper all the bottom of the net.
And that is just beautiful ball movement. Argentina playing catch-up almost in every pass of that possession. And boy, you need to be committed if you're going to guard Paddy Mills, because he is constantly on the move. He's elite when he gets the ball in his hands. And that's the rule, Bugs, that I think the NBA should introduce. Have it, and once it hits the rim, it's live. See here, it just hits the rim. Now, in the NBA, that's goaltending, because it's still in this imaginary cylinder that goes from the rim all the way.
And that's the problem. In the NBA, the imaginary cylinder is, as we see it, done through the middle, but the imaginary cylinder is the problem because a referee's then taking a 50-50 punt.
Correct.
Was it in that cylinder?
Where it's clear cut here.
Dante Exum onto the floor, playing with 3 fouls. It's the ball to Landale in the corner, and he continues to be hot from deep. Landale now into double figures with 10, including 2 or 4 from deep, and the margin is 10. Biggest lead of the game. 3 minutes played, term number 3. Campazzo retreats away from Mills. Here's a scoop pass, finding Deck. Can't complete it. Exum the rebound. And just to push the issue here, Mills. Alley-oop play for Nick Kay was ambitious. And the Aussies are going to turn it over for the 9th time in the game.
NBA free agency, gentlemen. Jock Landale. What are your thoughts?
No, 100%. He is an NBA player in every sense of it. Offensively, he can shoot the 3. As you say, he's good as a diver, sees the floor, can pass, and
much improved defensively.
That's the big thing. He really does a good job. And these days, when you're switching 1 through 5, some of the times you got these 5 men guarding some of the little guys. He can move his feet and keep people in front.
I thought he did enough for the 2019 World Cup to earn a gig. Look inside. Mills denied the pass. Thibault with the crumbs. They've got it on their terms here. The Aussies 8-4 since half-time. As Thibault takes them on. And Campazzo is going to be called for the foul. It's going to be the 3rd team foul on Argentina in this quarter.
Frustration on the sidelines with Argentina.
It's a timeout called. This is good. This is heating up. It's starting to get a little bit physical in there. Chris Anstey getting a little bit chippy as well. And at the moment, Australia still holding on to that lead. 10 points now. It's a game high.
Yeah, it is. And Jock Landale, we mentioned coming in at half-time, they were leaving him open for a reason. Got himself a wide-open 3 at the top of the key to begin this half, which once you see one go in, he hit his next corner 3. Really, really uncharacteristic. 2 missed layups by Paddy Mills. One of them got knocked off the rim, granted, but really unusual to see Paddy Mills missing layups and to see Matthew Dellavedova shooting 3s without anyone else on the team touching the ball. So a couple of uncharacteristic, let's call errors, even in this positive run. But defensively, we've been outstanding. We gave up 1 dunk, but nothing else uncontested. So back to Brian Goorjian's philosophy. If you apply pressure for long enough, eventually your team will break. We need to continue to apply the pressure. We need to make sure they don't get any open looks, don't get any sort of roll going. If we can stretch this just a touch, get the ball in Paddy Mills' hands, let him find his mid-range, let it find him an open 3, scoreboard ticking over here, scoreboard pressure will really help the boys. And Matisse Thybulle again, we're in the penalty already by the looks of it. I don't think that was a shooting foul. So we're going to be shooting free throws for a long time in this quarter if that's the case.
So Paddy averaging 21.7 points in this tournament so far and 5.7 assists. He's up to 13 points so far in this game. And he's got 3 assists as well, continuing to have the impact for Australia.
It still remains the highest scoring game in the history of the Olympic competition. It may have been broken, but
Schmidt, I think.
And don't forget total score between Australia and Mexico.
So the Aussies on top here by 11. Great defensive job. This is Laprovittola. Shares it now with Gabriel Deck. Fires, and he was overdue. Gabriel Deck comes up with a finish.
This is a turning point for Argentina. I'm talking about them. The game could go either way right now. It could be a blowout. I think the timeout was important for them to get reset. If you don't want to make this a game, this is the time.
Landale finds Mills, firing quickly. He can get the shot. 16 in the game now for Paddy Mills, including 3 of 3 from deep.
That's a super quick release. The defense closed out. Just really good offense. And
Laprovittola, shot clock at 10, picks up the dribble. Deck, double team now by Mills, harassing work. Beating the paint here. Campazzo takes the line and tough finish, he gets it done. First score since half-time for Facundo Campazzo, who has 9. Nick Kay surveys his options. Now exit. Shot clock to 10. Inside the last 5 minutes of the third term. This is on top by 9. Kay with a height advantage here. Wants to post up from Pazzo. He turns, fires, couldn't finish it. Landau got a piece of it. And now a chance for Gabriel Deck and Argentina to come forward.
Interested to see when will we see Schroller back this quarter?
Good work. Able to finish it there from Nicola Laprovittola. Some pushing the tempo. Not a lot on offer. So slows it down to Landale. Says I'm fueling it at the moment. Can't complete it there. Rebound for Brasino. Campazzo now takes on Feibel. Found a way past. Laprovittola retreats away from Exum and now uses Brasino. Run it through sets of hands. Single digits on the shot clock. It's Deck. It's already hit one. Now he's hit back-to-back threes. The margin is cut to just 6.
And really open Jimmy this last 3 or 4 minutes. Just up and down. No real structure for either team. And that probably works in the advantage of Argentina.
Dante Exum from Mills. Guarded by Laprovittola. Now in a double-team trap. Needs help. Shot clock to 5 and beyond. Exum. And a blocking foul is going to be called on Gabriel Deck.
That's a good call. Didn't quite have his feet set. And he's out of position. And that's that 3 ball that we're talking about. Laprovittola did a really good job of trying to close it out. Down the other end, Campazzo answers that 3 with a nice drive to the basket. Now, that's not your orthodox technique from Deck, but being very effective when he gets his feet set.
It's been a very professional display by the Australians. Started slowly, got down by 8. They've found their rhythm since then. Goes exploring. Wanted to pass Landau from close range, turn. Hook shot won't tumble. Campazzo the rebound. Confronted by Feibel. Now looking to get beyond Landale. Deck. Hands over. Laprovittola lost control of the ball against Paddy Mills. Now he's coming across the halfway line with 6 on the shot clock. He's going to fire from deep. And caught it a little long. Ingles up the floor. Feibel against multiple opponents. Gets Exum a wide open look. And he splashes the 3.
Been just stuck in a tough position, leaves Paddy Mills for Dante Exum, decided not to. Great knockdown by Dante.
That's the right, as a defender, he made the right call. Test Dante from the 3-point line.
Gabriel Deck battling in. For the offensive foul, points are waved away. That was Exum's first score in the game, the previous 3.
There's that decision. He stayed with and ran to Paddy Mills. Really good ball fake to Paddy. Down low, just the left arm there with the push off. Paddy does a good job to sell it and picks up the offensive foul and the turnover.
Going back to that Dante 3, that's a shot he has to make on a consistent basis. A free agent right now. Interesting to see where he ends up.
Ingles. Gets it from Exon. One way, back the other. Wants to take on Daisy, we're seeing for the first time. Bible in traffic, needs help. Nick Kay, top of the key. His three is short. Gabriel Deck with the rebound. Another 10 for him to go with his 12 points. Impressive. Outside as well. Cosino knocks down the three. Margin again, cut to 6. Cosino coming to the party.
And we're jabbing. We just can't land that big blow right now. It's just remaining close and a little too close for comfort at the moment.
Excellent. Good first step. Got beyond Deck and a nice athletic finish as well.
With Exon over the last couple of seasons, it's just been about staying healthy. No doubting his ability. And he's done his prospects of future call-ups no harm with his performance here with the Boomers.
Well, it looks like an offensive foul. It is on Gabriel Deck as he knocks down Nick Kay. Defense has been outstanding from the Boomers. That's a 4th personal foul now on Gabriel Deck. It's on top of the 3 that Skoll has picked up, which has him sitting on the bench since half-time.
That's good positioning. Kay sees it, gets himself outside the no-charge circle. Again, another really high IQ, great reading of the play by Nick Kay. Gets in the right position at the right time.
Dante Exon will bring the Boomers forward. A little over a minute out from three-quarter time. 17-15 in this quarter. And as Nick Kay goes to work and adds another 2. 6 points in the game now for Nick Kay, his first score since half-time. The margin again into double figures.
And that play's been a staple of Brian Gorgeon's since probably 1931. The horn set up top. Easy as pie.
Bulldozer with it. Attracted plenty of attention. Bible gets a fingernail on it, can't reel it in. Deflects it out of court, leaving Argentina with 11 on the shot clock.
Yeah, they play a little 3-on-3 in that middle third. And when you've got shooters on the wing, they don't want to help off and come in and offer too much space for the perimeter guys. And that's why it becomes a really simple play when you've got great shooters or good three-point threats on the wing.
Cosino fights the fire from long range. Got it deep, he gets the rebound. Nothing to add to a double-figure lead. Good screen from Kay. Ingles wants to go back to Kay. Plenty of attention. Now an offensive foul going to be called on the Australians.
Not enough time for a 2-for-1 here, I don't think.
All right, 41.6 on the clock at the end of the third quarter. 10-point lead to the Boomers with a massive final quarter to come. The basketball tonight for City Venue Management, base compression, power through training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience, basecompression.com. Chris Anstey's here for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. Huge last quarter to come. The Boomers looking to get to the semi-final match against the US. They've got a quarter to keep the Argentinians at bay. Back after this.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
When painting, tools make a difference. Monarch Premium Quality brushes and accessories give that professional finish. Get inspired at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch Painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they don't dig in, so there's no irritation or ugly red marks. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number wonder down under for socks.
G'day, it's Matt McKell. Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hi, bank.
Yeah, hi. Why are you charging me fees when Athena Home Loans don't charge any fees at all?
No fees? That's ridiculous. Surely they charge application fees.
No.
Monthly or ongoing fees.
No.
Exit fees.
No.
Asking questions fees.
No.
Chocky-bicky fees.
No.
Indoor plant fees.
No.
Pens on strings fees.
No.
Long lunch fees.
No, no fees at all.
Just doesn't add up.
Actually, it really does.
Check out one of the lowest fee-free variable home loan rates in Australia at athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Kane has a carpentry business. His challenge to renew his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
Yeah, I just did it.
What?
Yeah, I went online to BizCover. Took 5 minutes. I compared a bunch of policies. I saved over $250.
So, no dramas?
No dramas at all.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
For Basketball Jersey World, home run rival selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. 12-point lead, a quarter to play. Chris Anstey.
We grew the lead from 6 to 12. We did it on the back of some very good defence. We took a couple of charges. Paddy Mills took one. Nick Kay took one. We didn't see Luis Scola that quarter, and what we did see, though, was Argentina trying to post up Paddy Mills every single time, which was going to create either a score or a double team, and we had to get in a rotation, and they found some open shooters, but we did a great job of rotating and contesting. Dex picked up his 4th foul. Our defence has been that good that quarter that Argentina is shooting deep threes to problem solve. We've done a great job locking them down. They haven't seen an easy one in a number of minutes. One thing, as Dante Exum gets onto the rim, dunks in traffic and one, Dante, when he has space, is incredible. Dante, when he doesn't have space, a little bit turnover prone, but let's get back to it. Big play by Dante.
Just explosive with the two hands and tuck that in with some sort of authority. Have a look at this.
His change of direction has just been elite this whole Olympics. He gets downhill, ability to cross over and just bang.
And that's almost a flagrant on Campazzo. Have a look, he just whacked him in the head. That's worthy of a review.
Unsportsmanlike foul, surely.
Gee. And he gets the one, but any sort of review may have had Campazzo in a bit of trouble there.
So the Boomers well on top here as Campazzo picks up the dribble. Scola against Ingles. Trying to force away Parr. Couldn't get the shot to tumble, and now Thibault for Ingles. Landale in the paint. Thibault elects to go solo. It's a good option. First 5 of the quarter belong to Australia, and the margin is out to 17.
He's been 50% from the three-point line, and the take on him was he's a great defender but can't shoot. He's been a real bonus on the offensive end.
Bulldozer fires, baseline, can't convert. Landale had it. Well done, Golding, get after the loose ball. Now finds Landale. Exum,
great ball
waiting again. Just couldn't finish it. Campazzo collides there with Golding, and no whistle right in front of the referee. And a technical foul is now being called on Facundo Campazzo. Just had a little bit too much to say and getting a little bit demonstrative.
Let's talk about that man, the Denver Nuggets. Compazzo should have been done before for clubbing the head of Dante Exum, and now done for a tech foul.
So again, pressure will eventually break teams. So Compazzo absolutely swiped at Dante Exum's head, had no intention of playing at the ball, turns it over there, comes off Chris Golding's foot, who inadvertently kicks it to Jock Landale. Not a foul, picks up a technical foul, and we've got Joe Ingles shooting the technical and misses the first one, but 17-point lead, one more shot for Joe Ingles. It's going to be Boomer's ball when we come back. We've broken this game right open. Compazzo's not dealing with it well.
He's their equal second highest scorer with Laprovitola. He's got 9 points, and it's Deck who's got the 12. We pick up the action 65-48, 8.5 to play, final quarter-final match.
Gets into the paint, couldn't finish it. Landale tried, but that wouldn't work. Knocked down out of court by Boschino, so the Boomers will get it back. Great job Brian Goorjian has done. We'll talk about how well Paddy Mills has played and Jock Landale's played and what Bible's done and what Exum's done. I think a lot of it has to go back to the coach as well. The defensive work that he has put in and has this team the way they're going and hasn't missed a beat in the absence of losing his starting centre. I think you've got to give the coach plenty of credit as well.
Absolutely. And the progress they've made each game, you see them just building and gaining momentum, looking a little bit sharper on the offensive end in particular.
Compazzo, shot clock to single digits against Thibault, not getting a lot of change there. This is Vildoza, who's had problems, still shooting problems for him. Going to tick over 2 minutes here in Argentina, yet to score in this final quarter.
Well, he seems to think that he's a shooter, so I'll take his word for it, but it has not looked pretty.
Ingles adds 2, so he's up to 8 in the game. His first score since half-time. Margin out to 19. Bulldozer still can't get a reply, and Ingles the rebound.
He's not going to die wondering, is he? He's letting it fly every time he gets it.
Ingles left alone. Peels off another triple, so he's got 9 points. And it is a rollicking start to this final quarter here. For the Boomers who open up a 22-point lead.
Loosen the belt a little, Drewy.
Yeah.
Loosen up, mate. Before the game, you said you'd like to see a nice little buffer there. Is this enough for you?
This is more than enough, and it's the way and the polish in which they're putting the foot down has been really encouraging.
Landale looking for Golding. He takes on Scholar, fires over the top, and he joins the three-point party. Well, this is outstanding work by the Boomers here at the moment. It's a 13-0 run to start the fourth quarter. Timeout called, 6:39 left in the game.
Well, we have got the 3 symbol up in the air. Chris Anstey, that was phenomenal shooting. Ingles with a step back. Golding, the hubris with the 2 arms right in his groin. I don't even know how he saw the rim in the corner, and he buries it, and he looks to have buried Argentina in the process.
We have absolutely broken Argentina with our defensive pressure. It's been extraordinarily impressive, especially in this second half. And the luxury now, a 25-point lead. I'd love to see Gorge go to his bench, get Golding some more shots, get Sobey some minutes, get Duop Reith up and down the floor a few times. We don't know what we're going to need against the USA in the semi-finals. We're going to the semi-finals. We are going to play for a medal. Let's make sure we don't get injuries. Let's make sure our bench guys get some minutes. An incredible luxury to have with just over 6 minutes of basketball to go.
So a 13-0 run to start this quarter. Outscored them 21-15 in the third, 21-11 in the second. And now starting to put up an impressive total. The US dropped 95 on Spain today, so you know that they've found touch and they've found range. That's their best performance of these Olympics. So we know that we've got a red-hot US team ahead of us. So the closing minutes, and they put Paddy back into the game.
Both teams are playing well, and it's interesting. Gorge still knows we are up 25, but he's seen things happen over the tenure of his career, so I'm sure he'll want to ice it in the next minute and a half. We want to hold on to this 25-point lead, but we really do need to get to the bench, protect those guys who have played those high minutes.
Back to the action.
And on the other end before, they scored 5 from the three-point line. 15 of 33, 45% after a really shaky start from the three-point line.
They were. Mills, Landale just trying to work that to the advantage of Thibault. That came off. They get Kaya. Nice look down low. He's got 8 points in the game. And Argentina still yet to score in this quarter. We've played 4 minutes and it's a 15-0 run.
This is an Argentinian team that throughout the course of the tournament, their first 3 games, they've been averaging 89 points a game.
He scored 100 against Slovenia and 97 against Japan. So they have been shut down as Thibault shares it with Landale. Mills hasn't had to do it all in this game. Look away pass for Landale. They're toying with Argentina here at the moment. They've scored 17 unanswered points to start the final quarter.
This is an absolute thing of beauty we're seeing from this Australian team. The defence has gone right off the boil for Argentina.
Scholar off the mark. Landale can only succeed in knocking it down out of court.
32% Australia's been able to hold Argentina to from the field, and only 25%, 7 of 28, defended the three-point line exceptionally well.
Like about another minute and I'll drag the starters out here just to protect from injury and fatigue, which looks like is going on behind the bench right now.
Diop Reed preparing to check in. Landale did well, and the shot clock expires on Argentina, not for the first time in the game. They have lost the play completely. Mills to the elbow, adds another 2.
And the other thing is, Joy, a proud nation like Argentina, great basketball history, some frustration could set in. We could see something silly happen along the ways of a hard foul or a little argy-bargy. So spot on. I'll try to protect Paddy Millses of this lineup as much as I could and just get him to put the ice on the knees, the snap pants on, and whatever else they have to do.
It took Argentina 5.5 minutes to score in this final quarter. They reached the half century. Mills in the corner is ready to go again. Couldn't finish it. Nick Kay can from close range. He's into double figures. 5 boomers in double figures in this game. And a 31-point lead as Scholar, the 41-year-old, gets it done. .402 left to play, and timeout has been called here with Australia charging toward the semi-finals.
Here we go. What are you?
This is something special. This is something special, Chris Anstey. A 19-0 start to that fourth quarter. 21-4 the quarter's been so far, and it's almost victory lap time, isn't it? Is it now? You put your bench in. There's no such thing as points for, percentage. No, a win's a win's a win.
Win in advance, and Gorge has just called timeout. We've gone to the bench. I saw Duop Reith taking his jersey off. I expect to see Josh Green reading the text, the word inspiring coming through a little bit, which is exactly what it is to
nicely done, Brett.
To produce that level of defensive pressure at this time of an Olympic tournament, to absolutely break down a team with such a great history as Argentina has just been incredibly impressive. And we're going to the semi-finals. We get a swing at the USA. We've got a chance of beating the USA in a major event for the first time, and we go in this time knowing that it's possible because we've done it in the lead-up and we've done it in Australia a few years back. This is real. The USA are going to be tough. We get to rest our stars. We're going to come in injury-free. Really, really exciting times.
So the United States await. That'll be 2:15 on Thursday, that semi-final. The other semi-final Thursday night, France and Slovenia. So we will get back to the action. 3:44 on the clock, 81-52. Before we do, Chris Anstey.
Just as we see, so Duop Reith gets a touch on his first possession. Nice little hook shot. He got a nice little look at the rim. Didn't go anywhere near the rim, and this is exactly why this 5 minutes is really, really important, because he does have great athleticism. If we get Nick Kay, if we get Jock Landale in foul trouble against the USA, we're going to need Reith to come in and play spot minutes. So these minutes, although we know the results are given, are really valuable.
For Basketball Jersey World, home to an unrivaled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. Let's get back to the Saitama Super Arena with 3:44 left on the clock and a 30-point buffer for the Boomers.
In this second half, 15 in the third, and only got 4 so far in the fourth. That is exceptional work on the defensive end.
The margin back to 31, heading toward Australia's biggest ever win at the Olympics. And baseline, floater wouldn't work there for Vildoza. Nixon with it, quick release pass, Golding. Now Josh Green seeing minutes as well for the first time in the game. And Reed. So 5 bench players on the floor for the Boomers, I think, for the first time in the tournament, and they're all enjoying their minutes as well. 34 the margin, tick over 3 minutes to play. They go inside from Scola. That is going to be sad farewell to his Olympics. He has done 5 Olympic Games. Gold medalist in 04 and bronze medalist in 08. But like the Gasol brothers, as we saw earlier with Spain farewelling their Olympic journey, is Scola likewise. And this hasn't been the way that Argentina wanted to see them finish.
No faith in the 6th Olympics case?
3 years. Well, I wouldn't put it past him, but
I think we can tap that one on the head. I don't think that's going to happen. But
Josh Green scores.
One of the most recognised athletes in Argentina because of his work that he's done with this Olympic basketball team. Carried the flag in the opening ceremony in Rio.
Indeed he did. So all 11 players that Brian Goorjian has at his disposal have scored in the game. And really, if you ask Brian Goorjian how he'd like to prepare for a semi-final clash with the United States, well, I think it would look something like this blueprint where you get out to a big lead and then rest your starters and get some minutes into the guys who don't play a lot.
And it's going to be an interesting game against the Team USA, mainly because it's the same philosophies. Switching 1 through 5, small ball lineups. The US don't play a traditional big. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we will adjust. We're going to have some tweaks in the arsenal, I think. I don't think we can match Team USA playing their style for 40 minutes. So I'll be interested to see what Brian Goorjian has up his sleeve.
Well, I think the Australians' defence has looked better than what the USA. Sure, the USA got the win today, but in that first half against Spain, at times their defence looked very passive, and there's some love for Campazzo and his efforts, not just in this tournament, for a long period of time with Argentina. Let's not forget, what was it, 2 years ago? They won a silver medal at the World Cup.
Who do you start on Kevin Durant, Drew?
Well, I don't think you play Kevin Durant one-on-one. I think you need some size, but if any type of on-ball situation, I don't think you can just, or when he goes down to the box, they actually throw the ball to him down the low post. With his size and his step back, you can't just have single coverage.
He's starting to the 4, so it's the Nick Kay or Jock Landale right now.
That's right.
Do you move Matisse in? Do you change our lineup up? I don't think so. So I think probably Nick Kay's going to get the start, and then I think you'll see Matisse coming into that game very, very early.
Yeah, spot on. And I think it's more collectively what you do rather than just the individual matchups. It's going to be with a lot of those players with the United States team.
Well, Kevin Durant's the rare beast where he'll see the double team coming and still shoot over both of you. The guy's 7 foot tall, amazing length, amazing shooting touch. So it's going to be tough even with an early double team at times.
On the play as Lapravitola works his way into the paint, and as you can see, it's an emotional time for Argentina. Down 34 points. They would have come in with high expectations, but they just haven't been able to bring their best, and we'll credit the Australians for taking them out of their stuff, remembering that they led by 8 points in the first quarter. Burst out of the blocks. Once Australia got going, well, they have proved a class of others. Nicola Lapravitola comes up with the finish. 4 points for Lapravitola since quarter time. Sobey called for the offensive foul.
There's just a little frustration there with Sobey trying to get to the rim and the push off with the left arm. I think he was upset with some of the earlier contact that wasn't called.
And he won't stop playing.
No.
The score is irrelevant for Nathan Sobey. He's going 100 miles an hour every possession.
Active hands, well done Golding, and they've got a 3-on-2 fast break here, and Green can go upstairs and add another 2. His Olympic debut, scored for the first time in this game. The margin is 34. We started this quarter with Australia leading by 12. Reed with a rejection as well, and Exum off and running. It's Green for the flush. So now he's in enjoying himself. Australia, of course, scored 32 points to 8 in this quarter.
Josh Green on the play before. I think he wanted the alley-oop and got caught a little dead-legged and wasn't able to stuff it, but you see his athleticism on that last transition basket.
What a crushing performance this has been from the Australian Boomers, and that's an obvious foul there. Laprovitila just getting a little out of control.
It's been brewing. You can see it was brewing with Sobi, and like I said, he's not going to stop regardless of the score, but we have to be smart. You just can't afford to have a suspension, an injury, something stupid happen. Argentinians obviously frustrated, proud basketball nation. Just need to walk out of this one with the 40-odd point win and move on.
Now, to me, that's an unsportsmanlike foul.
Surely. Luis Scola,
the legend,
has a standing ovation from his teammates, and if the crowd were there, they'd be on their feet as well to farewell what has been an extraordinary career. And the 41-year-old and Brian Gorgie and the Boomers showed their respect as well. Olympic gold medalist, done so much for his country, carried the flag into Rio, as Andrew mentioned, spent 10 years in the NBA, and the father of 4, he's got more important things to worry about now than trying to win another medal for Argentina. Deserved.
This is nice, and emotional time for him with all that he's done and the way he's never walked away from the obligations of playing for his country, regardless of the circumstances. Always put his hand up, and this is genuine respect for one of the legends of the game.
He would often play in the non-big tournaments and the non-World Cups and the non-Olympics. He'd play in the, they're friendly sometimes in his off-season for his professional career. So credit to Scola, always tough battling against him. Like I said, just the utmost professional player you can find.
Nathan Sobey just adding the extras here for the Boomers.
And the emotion by the Argentinians on the other hand.
Yeah.
They thought they could win this game coming into
Absolutely.
it. You know, they truly believe that they let one slip here, even though it's a big margin. So it just goes to show how close things are in the minds of teams you play against. But Australia obviously just too good today.
So 38 is the margin. Australia's biggest ever win at the Olympics is a 41-point win over Greece back in 1996, and that's where we stand at the moment. 41. 37-8 in this quarter. Rarely has an Australian team, if ever, had such a dominant quarter against the world number 4 team and the current world championship runner-ups. Laprovitila from outside knocks down the 3. Might deny this Boomers outfit a record, but it's not going to bother them at all because they are heading toward the semi-final for the 5th time in the last 9 Olympics. And they're just going to wind the clock down here. And this has been an impressive display. Fantastic performance by the Australian Boomers. They have crushed the world number 4 Argentina and are going to prevail here by 38 points. Full time, Australia 97, Argentina 59. I know Andrew Gaze, Andy Marr and Lisa Soleil.
Oh, that's a special moment. So this mission of the Boomers that they set themselves on takes another big step forward, and they are into the medal matches now. Looking for our first ever medal at Olympic competition. A man who's tried twice in his career, Chris Anthony's going to talk us through it on the other side of this. But a 37-11 final term sets up a 97-59-point win. The Boomers over Argentina, and the US await.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Get yourself a free bonus Makita LED flashlight valued at $179 when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 cordless blower kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Can you see it? There's travel in your future. With Flight Centre, win a holiday every year for 5 years worth 30 grand. Where will you go? Enter now at flightcentre.com.au/win.
Right now, McDonald Jones are building a little extra into every new home. Extra savings with $45,000 cash discount off every home design. Extra peace of mind with 20-month fixed price. Plus extra sustainability with a solar system and electric car charger in every home. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au to explore all the extras today. And find yourself at home with McDonald Jones. Terms and conditions apply.
Down, turning around. There is nothing like a crown. For picking it up and putting it down. Place it here or take it there. Low to the ground or high in the air. Top of the stack, worry now. If you want it off the ground, there is nothing like a crown. For picking it up and putting it down.
Call 131 604 or visit crown.com.
Doing a bit of painting? Tools make a difference. Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories are much softer, hold more paint and don't leave brush marks. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Dream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on. Install a rain. Install a rain. Install a rain. Install a rain.
Ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Shopping online is easy with Coles. And with click and collect orders, we'll bring your groceries straight to your car at over 400 stores. Find out more at coles.com.au/shop. It's that easy. Coles. Value the Australian way.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
The Boomers are into the medal matches and a chance to win their first ever Olympic medal for Rebel Sport. That Olympic medal tally is one we know well. Sporting Dreams start at Rebel, rebelsport.com. Sporting Dreams start at Rebel. You can shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com. So the basketball tonight, all thanks to Basketball Jersey World, home to an unrivaled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. Chris Anstey, Australia, and we've got a text from Brett who says he heard as he was continuing to watch the broadcast and listen to us, I heard the players say it starts now. They seem so driven and focused, and a 38-point win over Argentina. They trailed by 8 points early in that game, and then from half-time on, they really dominated, and the US now awaits in a couple of days' time.
They do, and this is where we've been to as a nation before, and as the boys are saying, this is where it starts. We need to find a way to win One of our next two games, of course, we hope it to be the next, and we hope to play for goal. But you speak about being in the moment and being focused. What wouldn't have shown up in the commentary was Luis Scola got substituted out of that game in the last minute. Now, he's played in 4 Olympic Games. He won a gold at Athens. He won a bronze at Beijing. The Australian Boomers, in the midst of battle and fighting for something they've never had before, gave him a solid 90-second to 2-minute standing ovation. The game stopped, led by Paddy Mills, Joe Ingles, who've known him as an NBA guy and as a competitor nationally. But you think about it, you look down our bench, Matt Nielsen, Jason Smith, John Riley, Brian Gorgon, they've all played and coached against him since 2004 internationally. So
gold at Athens, they got Argentina.
Just a beautiful moment, and I guess it shows you, on top of the mission that these Boomers are on, it shows you the respect that they have for our opposition. It shows you the class of the group. Just a really, really impressive performance on court, tail-ended or finished up by just that moment of class, which I think a lot of us will see replays of over the next couple of days.
It's interesting about, and you would know this, the culture within the Boomers at the moment. They had cultural night leading in to when they had the camp and they had the team that was selected. They presented each other akubaras, and they found out the history of everybody in the team and the history. They went through the history of the Boomers, and they talked about cultural touchstones. They talked about historical touchstones. They talked about culture within their own team and that history, and then what they wanted to create in the history of their own. So there's. We hear it a lot in sport, don't we, about what does culture mean and what does it do? And moments like that about respecting the game, respecting the people that have contributed to the game, it just shows an incredible mindset that isn't just all about winning. It's so much more than that, this holistic view of what they're doing and what they're all about.
The two leaders of that group, Paddy Mills, Joe Ingles, and then Brian Gorgon from the bench, see the basketball world and the world through such a broad lens. It is bigger than basketball, but I think seeing it through that lens helps contribute to the performance we're seeing. Culture is something that you can talk about all you like, but Gorge said it to me one of the days I first walked into the Southeast Melbourne Magic 20 plus years ago. He said, forget what people say. Culture's whatever they think when they walk into our building. Now, if anyone turned on the television, and if you get a chance later on tonight or tomorrow and have a look, that's culture. That's respect. You turn on the game, you watch the replay, that's hard working. It's everything that was on display is exactly what the Boomers culture is. And you mentioned cultural night. It's a really big shift because everybody back in the day across all sports, I did rookie nights where you get put up on stage and made fun of. The cultural night where you do exactly what Paddy, we learn about Indigenous culture, we learn about Boomers culture, Matisse Thibel learns about Australian culture. And
they learn about Matisse's history.
Absolutely. It's just such a shift, which has been really, really great. But on the court, the culture is just as impressive. And you saw the performance of guys, and it was really valuable to get, Nathan Sobey, his 8 points. Josh Green, I thought, was really impressive in his 4 or 5 minutes, had 6 points.
100%.
Had a dunk. Duop Reith knocked down a couple of free throws, which was important.
A big block.
Absolutely. So, again, and the guys who've played and logged the big minutes are up on the bench.
Can I just add something there statistically? So you talk about those guys. I just want to point out a couple of numbers that I think were really telling. So Dante Exum got 21 minutes, took 4 shots, hit 4 shots. So Josh Green comes on for 4 minutes, had 3 shots, hit 3 shots. Nathan Sobey comes on for 8-9 minutes, has 4 shots, hits 2. But has an assist and a couple of rebounds as well. Chris Golding comes on for 13 minutes, has 3 shots, hits 2. So in limited minutes, the guys that come on were so efficient with their minutes, and that's going to be massive for us against the US if we can repeat the dose.
Just banking those minutes, whatever we're doing on the practice floor in between games can't replicate those 4 minutes and 2 seconds, according to the box score that Josh Green and Duop Reithgott, Nathan Sobey's up around 10 minutes. Chris Golding got close towards 10 minutes as well, but the practice floor can't replicate that, and such a great luxury to get a little bit of rest. Nobody played at the minutes. The number that I like is nobody played more than 29 minutes. So we got rest into our starters. We got minutes into our bench guys. Again, we get to take a swing at Kevin Durant, Damian Lillard and Team USA in a few days' time.
We're going to come back, and there's a couple of questions coming for you off the text. We'll look ahead to America and what needs to be the plan of attack against Team USA, because I get the feeling there'll be a little bit. Joe Ingles tonight has come in and taken charge in moments of this game, a lot of times when Paddy's been on the bench, but he had 3 of 8 from three-point land, so 38%. He had 11 points, but he had 7 assists, and they put the ball in his hands to run the floor a lot. I think that might come into play against the US, and one thing I think we know about Joe is he knows how to get under the skin of all of those on Team USA. So not only will he run the floor for a little while, he'll probably run his mouth for a little while as well, and that's going to be a lot of fun too. Hey, there's some questions for you coming off the text. So our Opals and our Boomers, both with semi-final games against the US in the next couple of days. The Opals take on Team USA tomorrow. No, both of these games Thursday. Am I just looking at the wrong thing here? Hang on.
I think you'll find that the Opals play at 2:40 tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, they do. Sorry,
in a quarter-final game against Team USA. So they'll be playing to get a semi-final berth, and we'll wait to see when the Boomers get to play Team USA.
Apologies. My computer just had a little moment. So you're right, a quarter-final game for the Opals against the US tomorrow at 2:40. The day after, it'll be Australia taking on Team USA. We're going to wrap it up on the other side of this, and a couple of questions coming through for Chris Anstey about Matisse Thybulle and about how we go about beating the US. We'll answer those questions for you. For City Venue Management, base compression, power through training, performance and recovery. Discover craft compression with a conscience. Basecompression.com, looking for our first ever medal at the Olympics for our men's. That Olympic medal tally for Rebel Sport Sporting Dreams. Start at rebelsport.com.
Want the biggest brands at the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brands like Naturopathica Fat Blaster Ultimate Diet Shake 21 sachets, $19.99. Get the support you need with INC Pre-Workout Plus 300-gram powder, $23.99. There's also Protein World Slender Blend 1 kilogram powder, $29.99. And Misashi 100% whey protein 900 gram, $31.19. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Ever wanted to attend the grand final in style? SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend the 2021 NRL Grand Final with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. To win, all you have to do is head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au and enter your details. Head to the grand final in style thanks to SEN and Ringers Western.
Right now, McDonald Jones are building a little extra into every new home. Extra savings with $45,000 cash discount off every home design, extra peace of mind with 20-month fixed price, plus extra sustainability with a solar system and electric car charger in every home. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au to explore all the extras today and find yourself at home with McDonald Jones. Terms and conditions apply.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide, all starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. NSWTP/00896. ACT TP 21/00450. SAT 21/420.
Brett Kamoy here for Gallagher Insurance Brokers. In my footy days, I had a massive support team on and off the field. If things didn't go our way, we had each other's backs on the next play. You need that support in business too. With Gallagher Insurance Brokers behind you, your business is always ready for whatever comes. More than 100,000 businesses around Australia trust Gallagher. That's 100,000 small, medium and large businesses facing their future with confidence. Gallagher, the official insurance broker of the NRL. Visit ajg.com.au or head into your local branch.
Since 1871, Continental Tires have kept motorists safe on the road. That's 150 years of reliability. 78% of tests rank Continental Tires as #1 in the world for best in braking. 140,000 tyres are tested each year, which is a total of 200 million kilometres. And 1 in 3 cars in Europe are fitted with Continental Tires. German engineered, legendary accuracy. When you need tyres fitted, ask, are they Continental? Continental-tires.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Tom O'Halloran's finished 19th at the completion of the first ever running of sports climbing at the Olympic Games. And tomorrow the women get going, and Oceana McKenzie is our female sports climber, and she will be making history tomorrow as that event gets going for the first time. 1 set all, but 7-4 up in the third are our Aussie girls over Canada in their quarterfinal of the women's beach volleyball. The Boomers are back in their sportscraft track suits, and I reckon they look like winners in them. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest sportscraft collection. Sam Hargraves, Chris Anstey with you for Basketball Jersey World, home to an unrivalled selection of vintage and rare basketball jerseys. A couple of questions for you, Chris. One, would really love to hear the thoughts of Chris on Matisse Thybulle, the bloke. That bloke has won the country of basketball fans. He's has won the country of basketball fans. He's really bought in. So he came over here as a 2-year-old, spent 7 years as an Australian. He was a swimmer as a kid, and then took to basketball with the 76ers now in the NBA. Your thoughts on Matisse Thybulle?
Exactly that. He's bought in, and we've bought into him. And one thing we love as a sporting public is somebody who comes in and commits to playing hard and giving absolutely everything they've got. And that's what Matisse Thybulle is. He's highly talented. He's of high character. He's bought into the culture, and we're a much better team with him on the floor. And he's allowing Gorgon to sit Matthew Dellavedova for long periods of time. And I think our best lineup, and when it comes down to it against Team USA, I think we see a lot of minutes for Matisse Thybulle, not only for that athleticism, his ability to defend, his ability to rebound out of his position, but his knowledge of the opponents that we're going to go into battle with. He's conditioned to playing against them. And another text that's come in from Brett says, do we start Nick Kay on KD? I think we see Thybulle a lot. I think we start Nick Kay on Bam Adebayo. I think probably Jock Landale starts with Durant, but that's an extraordinarily tough ask. What I think...
Does Joe spend some time just getting in the face of KD a little bit?
I think so. I think so. And I think we switch
really
a lot.
Temperamental KDs, and it's not difficult to distract him.
One thing that Kevin Durant isn't, for everything that he is he's not an incredible passer. The ball dies in his hands now. He's so tall and athletic that even as a double team comes, he's long enough to get that incredible jump shot away over two guys. But I think we'll see the Boomers, like what we saw with teams trying to do to Slovenia and Luka Doncic. We're going to try to put the ball in Draymond Green's hands and try to tempt him or dare him to score. He's pretty good. He won't do it a lot, but we need to get the ball out of Kevin Durant's hands. We need to run Damian Lillard off the three-point line, and we need to pick our poison to some extent.
So when we look at it, obviously, and this is, and I've heard a lot of people speak about this, there's no question that the US is the most talented team. Player for player, they're the most talented team by far. But one of the things I pointed out the other night was that this is a team of players, except for maybe your Draymond Greens and your Bam Adebayos, that are used to being the man. Or at least if they're not one, they're the two in their team. That can have problems, and we've seen it have problems for this team, USA. For Australia, though, we're guys, these are all our guys who play a role. They understand what their role is, and they always go out there and play it as instructed and better, which is so important in international basketball. Is that an area where we can look to exploit an advantage?
Absolutely, and our system and our movement away from the basketball will bother the US, and if we find ourselves in a situation where we try to play one-on-one basketball, their athleticism wins.
Yep.
If the ball moves side to side, if we attack off the move, if they have to defend back cuts, if they have to defend screens off the ball, they're not conditioned to doing that. So we need to have them do things that they're not conditioned to do every day within their NBA teams, and there's not a lot of movement off the ball in the NBA. We need to move. We need to, again, it's that fist analogy, 5 of us come together to beat the one.
Beautifully done, Chris Anstey. Australia into a semi-final against Team USA. That will happen Thursday, 2:15 p.m. In the meantime, a quarter-final for our Opals against Team USA as well. It's all shaping up for Australian basketball. Still a big job for our beach volleyballers tonight. They have got a slight edge there. I'll see you again tomorrow night. Have a great evening. Stay safe.
Pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie.
Choose an internet and mobile provider you can trust, like a mate. Get internet from just $59 a month. Bundle your mobile plan and save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and award-winning Aussie service. Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Can you see it? There's travel in your future. With Flight Centre, win a holiday every year for 5 years worth 30 grand. Where will you go? Enter now at flightcentre.com.au/win.
Andrew Voss for breakfast.
The one and only Paul Vaught, your win in 1995 as coach, as still I regard as one of the greatest and most unbelievable things of all time.
It was funny how I got the job. I'd just done some work for the footy show, and I was showing an Andy ad, and I was peeling off some lipstick and getting out some high heels, I think. And Ross Livermore rang and said, mate, we'd like you to coach. And I said, how many have knocked it back? Seriously, where am I? 8th, 9th on the list?
Weekdays from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles for immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
As we get older, we deserve to be surrounded by people who celebrate our uniqueness and provide the best specialised care. For over 25 years, Catholic Healthcare has been the trusted name in quality aged care. Our brand new residential aged care home, Holy Spirit Casula in Sydney Southwest, is now open, offering permanent and respite care with tailored lifestyle activities. Now's the time to tour this exciting new home. Call 1300 25 33 24 or visit casula.catholichealthcare.com.au.
We're calling live from at the Coalface in Chatswood. Tonight's game, it's the Steel Blue Boots versus the Old Tradie Boots. After the bounce, the ball's with Steel Blues Argyle, who kicks it down the centre where it finds Parks. Kicks it into the circle. What a mark by Steel Blues Southern Cross. It's a goal.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
Bringing your best means having total trust in the only piece of equipment you use on every shot. Your golf ball,
The all-new Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X feature new aerodynamic cover, casing layer, and core technologies for longer distance, consistent flight, softer feel, and increased greenside spin and control. Experience new Pro V1 and Pro V1X and always bring your best.
Telehealth within minutes. Get access to medical advice, prescriptions and more between 6 a.m. and midnight, 7 days a week, and best of all, it's bulk billed. Simply download the Instant Consult app, sign up and have a telehealth consultation with an experienced Australian registered doctor via video call within 15 minutes. Skip the waiting room with Instant Consult. Download Instant Consult today and get your next prescription emailed direct to your nominated chemist warehouse or pharmacy.
Doing a bit of painting? Monarch Rollers make your job easier by pairing the nap length with your project. Walls and ceilings, exterior doors and trims, anything. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
For over 60 years, Bailey Ladders have been making work sites safer, and their new range is no exception. The new Bailey 3-in-1 ladder easily changes from step to a leaning to a straight ladder. Bailey Ladders bringing safety and efficiency to the worksite. BaileyLadders.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
The Overnight Crowd on SEN.
73. Yeah, why not? 73 at equestrian? No worries. Easy for Andrew Hoy. 0433 98 11 16. Mouse says, Jordan, do you know why running is different from swimming, where the best 16 times qualify for the semis? Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, they do. So in the swimming, they have 2 semi-finals, which makes sense because a semi-final pretty much the world over in sport, apart from, strangely, Australian rules football and NRL, but the semi-final is the stage before the final. And you obviously have 2 semi-finals, and then the top half or the top qualifiers of the semi-finals go into the final. Swimming has 2 semi-finals, so it's 16 in the field, split into 2 semis of 8 competitors. In running, for some reason, in track and field running, so pretty much all of the track events have 3 semi-finals. So there's at least 24 competitors across the 3 semis. 8 competitors, 8 lanes each, or 1 to a lane, obviously. So. Yeah, I don't know why they have 3 semis instead of the 2 in the swimming. It's just an athletics thing, I guess. If anyone else has an idea or knows the reason why, that's one of those finer details that I've never really thought about. It's just one of those things that you just accept. Oh yeah, 3 semi-finals, whatever. But yeah, no, the reason why, it's good to question everything, Mouse. So good question. G'day, Jordan. If the IOC continues to add sports like climbing, skateboarding, BMX, surfing, golf, tennis and breakdancing to the Olympics, they'll turn the games into a circus. What is wrong with just having the traditional Olympic sports, says Tom. Well, Olympic sports have come and gone all the way through. We know the Olympic sports to be the Olympic sports because that's what we've grown up with. But the Olympic sports have always changed. They change every year. They change to, I think the general sort of guide is to... They change to reflect the times. So whatever is popular at the time is what they choose to have at the Olympics, and sometimes they remove, sometimes they add. I mean, sports that have been at the Olympics in the past and aren't there anymore is rugby union, so the full 15 aside. Rugby union used to be there. Cricket was there once way back at the start. Lacrosse had been there at times right through the history. Polo had been there. Tug of war had been there for quite a while, actually, for about, 6 games in a row, right at the start of the 20th century. But there have been sports that have been there before, and they take them out because it's just doesn't feel like a relevant sport anymore. I guess the Olympics tries to stay ahead of the curve. I don't see it as a circus. None of our favourite sports are being taken away, so it's not like we're losing the essence of what we enjoy at the Olympics. They're just adding a few more. And I don't feel like it's turning it into a circus. It's just adding more variety and more colour to the Olympics. I haven't really got a problem with it. I guess everyone has their own opinions, each to their own, Tom, and that's yours. SEN continues next.
Breakfast with Vossi, the newspaper, back to front.
Cameron, your thoughts, the confusion now, crackdown and confusion.
We just rushed into it. All of a sudden, one weekend, we just said, righto, we're going to crack down on this, rather than talking about it with everyone having an understanding of what's going to happen. And now we find ourselves in this mess where, you're watching games and thinking, well, that was a sin bin last week, why isn't it now? For a fan, it's confusing and frustrating. Imagine being a player and a coach right now.
Weekdays from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With 0 engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
G'day, it's Matty Johns here. When it comes to getting a quality Australian steel shed, you need to talk to the right people. The Shed Company are your personal guide through the whole process. The team will be with you every step of the way, from design through to council approvals and finding the right local builder. They make it easy, so call the Shed Company on 1-800-821-033 or visit theshedcompany.com.au. The Shed Company, experience the difference.
Guys like it simple. That's why Stuff keeps personal care simple for men. Stuff for your face, stuff for your head and body, stuff for your pits, which can come in handy. There's even stuff for your, other bits. And the best bit, not only will you smell good, but it helps fund mental health programs for young men too. How good is that? So, want to get on the good stuff? We bet you do. Just head to websiteofstuff.com. That's some good stuff.
This weekend, as you're cheering on your team and you crack a can, NHP says cheers. NHP Electrical is your local trusted #1 choice for all your electrical needs. Specialist electrical and automation products, systems and solutions. 100% Australian. NHP brings over 50 years of electrical and engineering industry experience. Find NHP Electrical products at your local recognised NHP wholesaler or nhp.com.au.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. At Lead Express, we've introduced a pay what you can model for all businesses affected by COVID-19. If you need help to answer or make sales and service calls, or you'd just like an independent review of your current sales process to make sure it's as efficient and as streamlined as possible, we're here to help. Simply select the type of campaign you need assistance with and pay what you can. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
I'm Lindy Morrison, former drummer of the Go-Betweens. And if you're like me and driving less these days, APIA's comprehensive car insurance rewards you with a drive less, pay less discount on your premiums.
Call APIA on 13 50 50 for a quote today. APIA, get set, go. APIA is an authorised representative of AAI Limited, the product issuer. Most optional covers are not discounted. Limits, exclusions and conditions apply. Before buying this insurance, read the PDS. Contact us for a copy.
Now, are you sure you're ready to buy a house or think you're paying too much on your home loan? Are you just pretty sure or are you certain?
When you deal with First Point Mortgage Brokers, you will be certain, because with First Point, you have access to all the loans you'd expect from the bank and a few you didn't.
They are doyens of finance, Fletchy, the guys at First Point Mortgage Brokers, the team. Forget about sure, be certain.
Visit